Craden House and Harper Audio present The German Wife, a novel by Kelly Rimmer. Performed by Nancy Peterson and Anne-Marie Gideon. For Amy Tannenbaum Gottlieb. 1. Sofie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. "Wake up, Gisela," I murmured, gently shaking my daughter awake. "It's time to see Papa." After the better part of a day on a stuffy, hot bus, I was so tired my eyes were burning, my skin gritty with dried sweat from head to toe. I had one sleeping child on my lap and the other leaning into me as she sprawled across the seat. After 3 long weeks of boats and trains and buses, my long journey from Berlin to Alabama was finally at an end. My youngest daughter had always been smaller than her peers, her body round and soft, with a head of auburn hair like mine, and my husband's bright blue eyes. Over the last few months, a sudden growth spurt transformed her. She was now taller than me. The childhood softness had stretched right out of her, leaving her rail thin and lanky. Gisela stirred, then slowly pushed herself to a sitting position. Her eyes scanned along the aisle of the bus as if she were reorienting herself. Finally, cautiously, she turned to look out the window. "Mama, it really doesn't look like much." We were driving down a wide main street lined with small stores and restaurants. So far, Huntsville looked about as I'd expected it would. Neat, tidy, segregated. Mini salon, white only. Seamstress for colored. Ada's Cafe, the best pancakes in town. Whites only. When I decided to make the journey to join my husband in America, segregation was one of a million worries I consciously put off for later. Now, faced with the stark reality of it, I dreaded the discussions I'd be having with my children once we had enough rest for productive conversation. They needed to understand exactly why those signs sent ice through my veins. "Papa did tell us that this is a small town, remember?" I said gently. "There are only 15,000 people in Huntsville, and it will be very different from Berlin. But we can build a good life here, and most importantly, we'll be together again." "Not all of us," Gisela muttered. "No. Not all of us," I conceded quietly. Loss was like a shadow to me. Every now and again, I'd get distracted and I'd forget it was there. Then I'd turn around and feel the shock of it all over again. It was the same for my children, especially for Gisela. Every year of her life had been impacted by the horrors of war, or by grief and change. I couldn't dwell on that. Not now. I was about to see my husband for the first time in almost 5 years, and I was every bit as anxious as I was excited. I had second-guessed my decision to join him in the United States 1,000,000 or more times since I shepherded the children onto that first bus in Berlin, bound for the port in Hamburg, where we boarded the cross-Atlantic steamship. I looked down at my son. Felix woke when I shook his sister, but was still sitting on my lap, pale and silent. He had a head of sandy curls and his father's curious mind. Until now, they'd never been on the same continent. The first thing I noticed was that Jürgen looked different. It was almost summer and warm out, but he was wearing a light blue suit with a white shirt and a dark blue bow tie. Back home, he never wore a suit that color, and he never would have opted for a bow tie. And instead of his customary silver-framed glasses, He was wearing a pair with thick black plastic frames. They were modern and suited him. Of course he had new glasses. 5 years had passed. Why was I so bothered by those frames? I couldn't blame him if he reinvented himself. But what if this new version of Jürgen didn't love me, or was someone I couldn't continue to love? He took a step forward as we shuffled off the bus, but didn't even manage a second before Gisela ran to him and threw her arms around his neck. "Treasure," he said, voice thick with emotion. "You've grown up so much." There was a faint but noticeable American twang in his German words, which was as jarring as the new glasses. Jürgen's gaze settled on Felix, who was holding my hand with a grip so tight my fingers throbbed. I felt anxious for both children, but I was scared for Felix. We'd moved halfway across the world to a country I feared would be wary of us at best, maybe even hostile toward us. For Gisela and me, a reunion with Jürgen was enough reason to take that risk. But Felix was nervous around strangers at the best of times, and he knew his father only through anecdotes and photographs. "Felix," Jürgen said, keeping one arm around Gisela as he started to walk toward us. I could see that he was trying to remain composed, but his eyes shone. "Son." Felix gave a whimper of alarm and hid behind my legs. "Give him time," I said quietly, reaching behind myself to touch Felix's hair. "He's tired, and this is a lot to take in." "He looks just like—" Jürgen's voice broke. I knew the struggle well. It hurt to name our grief, but it was important to do so anyway. Our son Georg should have been 20 years old, living out the best days of his life. Instead, he was another casualty of a war that the world would never make sense of. But I came to realize that Georg would always be a part of our family, and every time I found the strength to speak his name, he was brought to life, at least in my memories. "I know," I said. "Felix looks just like Georg." It was fitting that I'd chosen Georg for Felix's middle name, a nod to the brother he'd never know. Jürgen raised his gaze to mine, and I saw the depth of my grief reflected in his. No one would ever understand my loss like he did. I realized that our years apart meant unfathomable changes in the world, and in each of us. But my connection with Jürgen would never change. He'd already survived the impossible. At this thought, I rushed to close the distance between us. Gisela was gently shuffled to the side, and Jürgen's arms were finally around me again. I thought I'd be dignified and cautious when we reunited, but the minute we touched, my eyes filled with tears as relief and joy washed over me in cascading waves. I was on the wrong side of the world, in a country I did not trust, but I was also back in Jürgen's arms, and I was instantly at home. "My God," Jürgen whispered roughly, his body trembling against mine. "You are a sight for sore eyes, Sofie von Meyer Rhodes. Promise me you'll never let me go again." Jürgen was a scientist, endlessly literal, at least under normal circumstances. Once upon a time, he'd have pointed out all the reasons why such a promise could not be made in good faith. But now, his arms contracted around me, and he whispered into my hair. "It would kill me to do so, Sofie. If there's one thing I want for the rest of my life, it's to spend every day of it with you." Many of our neighbors are Germans. Most have just arrived in Huntsville in the last few weeks or months, so you will all be settling in together. There's a party for us tomorrow at the base where I work, so you'll meet most of them then, Jürgen told me as he drove us through the town in his sleek black 1949 Ford. He glanced at the children in the rearview mirror, his expression one of wonder, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "You'll like it here, I promise. We'd be living in a leafy, quiet suburb called Maple Hill, on a small block the Americans nicknamed Sauerkraut Hill, because it was now home to a cluster of German families. I translated the street signs for the children, and they chuckled at the unfamiliar style. Our new street, Beetle Avenue, amused Gisela the most. "Is there an insect plague we should worry about?" she chuckled. "I really hope so," Felix whispered, so quietly I had to strain to hear him. "I like beetles." As Jürgen pulled the car into the driveway, I couldn't help but compare the simple house to the palatial homes I'd grown up in. This was a single-story dwelling with a small porch leading to the front door, one window on either side. The house was clad in horizontal paneling, its white paint peeling. There were garden beds in front of the house, but they were overgrown with weeds. There was no lawn to speak of, only patchy grass in places, and the concrete path from the road to the porch was cracked and uneven. I felt Jürgen's eyes on my face as I stared out through the windshield, taking it all in. "It needs a little work," he conceded, suddenly uncertain. "It's been so busy since I moved here. I haven't had time to make it nice for you the way I hoped." "It's perfect," I said. I could easily picture the house with a fresh coat of paint, gardens bursting to life, Gisela and Felix running around, happy and safe and free, as they made friends with the neighborhood children. Just then, a woman emerged from the house to the left of ours, wearing a dress not unlike mine, her long hair in a thick braid just like mine. "Welcome, neighbors," she called in German, beaming. "This is Claudia Schmidt," Jürgen said quietly as he reached to open his car door. "She's married to Klaus, a chemical engineer. Klaus has been at Fort Bliss with me for a few years, but Claudia arrived from Frankfurt a few days ago." Sudden, sickening anxiety washed over me. "Did you know him?" "No," Jürgen interrupted me, reading my distress. "He worked in a plant at Frankfurt, and our paths never crossed." "We will talk later, I promise," he said, dropping his voice as he nodded toward the children. I reluctantly nodded as my heart continued to race. There was so much Jürgen and I needed to discuss, including just how he came to be a free man in America. Phone calls from Europe to America were not available to the general public. So Jürgen and I planned the move via letters, a slow-motion, careful conversation that took almost 2 years to finalize. We assumed everything we wrote down would be read by a government official, so I hadn't asked, and he hadn't offered an explanation about how this unlikely arrangement in America came to be. I couldn't get answers yet, not with the children in earshot, so it would have to be enough reassurance for me to know our neighbors were probably not privy to the worst aspects of our past. Jürgen left the car and walked over to greet Claudia, and I climbed out my side. As I walked around the car to follow him, I noticed a man walking along the opposite side of the street, watching us. He was tall and broad, and dressed in a nondescript, light brown uniform that was at least a size or two too small. I offered him a wave, assuming him to be a German neighbor, but he scoffed and shook his head in disgust and looked away. I'd been prepared for some hostility, but the man's reaction stung more than I'd expected it to. I took a breath, calming myself. One unfriendly pedestrian was not going to ruin my first day in our new home. My first day reunited with Jürgen, so I forced a bright smile and rounded the car to meet Claudia. "I'm Sofie." She nodded enthusiastically. "Since we arrived last week, you are all I've heard about from your husband. He has been so excited for you to come." "I sure have," Jürgen grinned. "Are you and the children coming to the party tomorrow?" Claudia asked. "We are," I said, and she beamed again. I liked her immediately. It was a relief to think I might have a friend to help me navigate our new life. "Us too," Claudia said, but then her face fell a little, and she pressed her palms against her abdomen as if soothing a tender stomach. "I am so nervous. I know 2 English words. Hello and soda." "That's a start," I offered, laughing softly. "I've only met a few of the other wives, but they're all in the same boat. How on earth is this party going to work? Will we have to stay by our husband's side so they can translate for us?" "I speak English," I told her. I was fluent as a child, taking lessons with British nannies, then honing my skills on business trips with my parents. Into my adulthood, I grew rusty from lack of speaking it, but the influx of American soldiers in Berlin after the war gave me endless opportunities for practice. Claudia's expression lifted again, and now she clapped her hands in front of her chest. "You can help us learn." "Do you have children? I want Gisela and Felix to learn as quickly as they can. Perhaps we could do some lessons all together." 3, she told me. "They are inside watching television." "You have a television?" I said, eyebrows lifting. "We have a television too," Jürgen told us. "I bought it as a housewarming gift for you all." Gisela gasped, and he laughed and extended his hand to her. I wasn't surprised when she immediately tugged him toward the front door. She'd long dreamed of owning a television set, but such a luxury was out of reach for us in Berlin. I waved goodbye to Claudia and followed my family, but I was distracted, thinking about the look of disgust in the eyes of that passing man.
2. Lizzie, Dallam County, Texas, 1930. I spent the whole day plowing, and even 10 minutes after I climbed down from the tractor, phantom vibrations ran through my hands as if I were still holding the steering wheel.
"It'll rain now, sure as anything,"
Dad said. He and my brother Henry had been plowing another field with the horses earlier in the day, but horses tire quicker than tractors, so they'd taken them to rest in the barn and come to survey my work.
"When you cultivate the soil, it exposes the moisture in the deep dirt to the sky. That's what attracts the clouds. Rain follows the plow, sure as sunset follows the sunrise. You remember that, kids. It's science you can trust."
This was not the first time he dropped that kernel of wisdom, and me and my brother had been farming with our daddy since we first learned to walk, so we knew the theory as well as he did. We always plowed twice after harvest, first to pulverize the topsoil, to break the upper crust into small sods. After that, we'd go over the land with the disc harrows, a process that broke the little sods up completely, leaving the soil fine and silky, which Dad said gave the seeds room to grow. We bought the tractor brand new after the bumper crop in 1929, and it made the whole process so much easier. But that day, as I watched a dust haze settle back over the field, I felt a pang of anxiety. It usually rained in the autumn shortly after we plowed, just as Dad said, but it was supposed to rain during the spring and summer too, and that year, the clouds seemed to have forgotten how to work. "I hope you're right about the rain, Daddy," I said cautiously. "It's been awful dry lately."
"Dry comes and goes,"
Dad shrugged.
"You'll see that in life. Good, bad, exciting, boring. Life is all about the ebb and flow between those extremes, and sometimes you just have to patiently ride it out."
It was all well and good for Daddy to talk like that. His entire life was riding out the waves of his moods. Even when things were easier, before that dry year, Dad had good days and bad days. And it was me, Henry, and Mother who picked up the slack when he was down. I adored my dad, but he was so passive sometimes, he just about drove me crazy. Me and Henry exchanged a glance, and I knew my brother was thinking the same.
"Let's head back to the house,"
Dad said.
"We have just enough time to go past the pond before sunset."
I sighed as we all climbed up onto the tractor. This time, Dad was driving, and Henry and me sat on the little platform at the back, traveling backward. "There's going to be cows in the mud," I said, leaning close to whisper in my brother's ear. We farmed grain mostly, but we also kept a small herd of cows for meat, and when we could borrow a bull to breed them, calves to sell and milk to drink. The cows lived in a narrow rectangle field adjacent to our yard, with a large pond at the edge. The water was almost gone from the pond after the dry year, leaving a wide band of stagnant mud around the edges. Even that was rapidly drying, but while it was still wet enough for a cow to sink into, it was dangerous as all hell. At any other time, we might have moved those cows to another field, but we needed to plow to prepare for sowing, which meant churning up what might have been feed, and there was no easy way to keep them out of that mud. Every day for over a week, we'd had to drag at least one cow free of it. "There's clean water right there," Henry complained. We'd set up a brand new trough for them against the fence, just a few dozen feet away. "Why the heck do those stupid cows keep getting stuck?" "They've been drinking from that pond since they were born, that's why," I told him. "We need to face facts and sell them. We'll run out of feed in that field sooner or later anyway." Not one, but 2 cows were in the mud now. One in mud halfway up her legs, the other buried up past her shoulders and left weak from struggling all day. Working together, me, Dad, and Henry managed to push the first cow out of the shallow mud by hand. The other cow's rescue operation was more complicated because she was too tired to help herself. Daddy looped some rope around her neck and tied it to the tractor, and I drove it slowly away from the pond's edge, pulling her, while Henry and Dad stood in the mud and pushed her from behind. We were all exhausted, filthy, and deflated by the time we finished, coated in a thick layer of mud that smelled so bad it would stick to our skin for days. "We should sell the cows," I said. Dad sighed impatiently. "It'll rain any day, and soon enough that pond will be full again. And anyway, the cows will eventually realize there's an easy way to drink without risking their neck." "Well, the way things are going in this county, the price per head is sure to drop," I said. "Leave the business decisions up to me," Dad said abruptly. "We're not selling the damned cows." With that, he stomped back to the tractor and started off toward the barn without us. That was fine by me and Henry. The house was only a few hundred feet away. "So in the meantime, we just keep pulling the cows out of the mud every damn day?" I complained. "They'll have to learn to use the trough when the last of the water dries up." Henry shrugged. Then his tone softened. "You need to stop assuming the worst all the time." I groaned and started walking toward the house. "You're as stubborn as the cows, Lizzie," Henry called after me, chuckling. I ignored him, stomping all the way up to the house. I washed up as well as I could with cold water from the hand pump. As I was finishing, Mother brought me a towel. "What's got your father in such a low mood?" she asked quietly. "Cows in the mud at the pond again," I muttered, taking the towel gratefully. "I told him we should sell them." "He's convinced the rain is coming," she sighed, then shrugged easily in that gentle, patient way of hers. "Daddy is doing his best. We all are." I couldn't sleep that night. There was so little I could control. I couldn't make it rain. I couldn't make Dad face reality. I couldn't move the cows away from the mud. My family accepted it was a problem that could not be solved. But in the depth of that night, I considered the same situation and decided it didn't have to be a problem at all. The next morning, I pulled a wide leather hat over my orange-red hair and popped the collar up on one of Henry's old shirts to protect my neck from the sun. Then I took a shovel and I walked back to the pond. "What in God's name are you doing?" Henry asked. It was lunchtime, but I was still working, so Mother sent him down with a lunch pail and some water. If I'd been a little dirty the previous day, I was utterly filthy now that I'd been shoveling sloppy mud for hours. "Exactly what you told me to. I stopped assuming the worst and started expecting rain." I stuck the shovel into the firmer mud so that it stood upright, then dropped onto my haunches beside the pond. Henry watched with obvious amusement as I tried to clean off my hands so I could eat the sandwiches. After just a moment or two, I realized that was a futile exercise, and I was famished, so I picked up the sandwiches anyway. "So, what's the plan?" Henry asked, squatting beside me. "I'm going to scrape every bit of wet soil from the pond to expand its capacity." Henry looked from me to the pond, then back to me incredulously. "That will take you days." "Yep." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Unless someone helps me." He threw back his head and laughed. "You're crazy, sis." Henry went back to plowing with Dad that afternoon. Mother came down and helped me for a while, but she had her own jobs to do, so didn't stay long. And for 3 long days, mostly on my own, I scooped and dug and smoothed mud all over the dried field in a thin layer, so it was no longer a danger to the cattle. With no alternative, the cows finally figured out they needed to use the trough. We sold the cows a few months later anyway, when their ribs started to show through their skin. The price of fodder had gone up so fast, we couldn't justify the cost to keep them. By then, the market was flooded with skinny cows just like them, so we sold those girls for a pittance. The pond was soon a huge, dried crater in the field. Twice the depth it was once, ready to store a heap more water than it ever had before. I was a realist who loved my land and my life enough that when a moment called for it, I thought nothing of working until my hands were red raw if it meant turning a problem into an opportunity. That was the kind of girl I was, once upon a time.
3. Sofie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. Right up until they tumbled into bed just after sunset, Gisela was clingy with Jürgen, and Felix was terrified of him. It was going to take time for us to reconnect as a family. As I took a shower to freshen up, I reminded myself that, surreal as it was, we were in America to stay. And one thing we had plenty of was time. Freshly bathed and in clean nightclothes, I joined Jürgen at the dining room table. The house contained only essential furniture, plus a lonely bunch of flowers on the dining room table that Jürgen purchased to warm the place up for me. He opened a bottle of wine and was reading some paperwork as he waited. Had he noticed the strands of silver at my hairline? Just as I noticed that his hair was thinning a little at the crown? Jürgen closed the folder and pushed the documents away as I sat beside him, then poured 2 glasses of the wine. Right up until today, when I saw you on the bus, I was terrified you'd change your mind. I did have second thoughts. Constantly, I admitted, accepting a glass. Berlin is a mess. But it's home. Why did you decide to join me? You, mostly, I admitted. Jürgen set down his glass and took my hand. He'd been touching me all afternoon, brushing my hair back from my face, cupping my cheek, hugging me. After 5 of the loneliest years of my life, I was basking in the attention. Germany is still in ruins, and the wreckage of the national psyche and the culture is even worse. But I'd have stayed there, lamenting everything that happened, feeling broken about it all, probably for the rest of my life. A sudden shame sprang to Jürgen's gaze. I knew he was thinking about the millions of souls injured or killed in our name, on our watch. I did that too, constantly cycling through memories and facts, as if this time when I played them through my mind, I could change the outcome. I spent the first few years after the war focused on surviving, and it was hard enough to get through each day. It was like I'd been sleepwalking. And when your letter arrived, and I'd learned you'd survived, I suddenly woke up. Despite everything that has happened, the crisis is over, and now there has to be an after. I don't know how we move on from the war, but I do know that Gisela and Felix and I have the best chance of finding happiness with you. That's why I'm here. To be with you, to build a future with you, to do good here with you. But, Jürgen said carefully, no Laura. I already had plans to write to tell our eldest daughter about Huntsville, and to send her a photograph of us with Jürgen in case that softened her heart. On some level, I knew that such efforts would be pointless. I just had no idea how to let her go. A few months after the war ended, I had an especially miserable day. It was hard to find food, the electric was still out, and I was heavily pregnant with Felix, I admitted sadly. I wondered aloud if we'd ever know what happened to you. Laura told me that if you wrote and she found your letter, she would burn it. I knew she meant it, too. She'd been collecting the mail every day, and I thought it was a good sign that she was trying to be helpful. To this day, she is more loyal to the Nazis than she is to her family. When I tried to convince her to come with us, to be with you, she ran away, to be with him instead. I haven't seen her since. I find it so hard to imagine Germany after the Nazis, finding its soul again and rebuilding in a kinder, healthier way, he said, shaking his head. I'm less surprised to hear children like our Laura are struggling to move on. She was force-fed that poison through the most impressionable years of her life. I know there was a point along the way where the outcomes could have been different, but I can't figure out where that was. I still ask myself that question constantly, too, Jürgen said, his gaze steady on mine. Is it safe to talk here? I asked, instantly unnerved at the thought of the conversation veering near contentious subjects. He gave me a sympathetic look. Yes, my love. There are no listening devices in this house? You're sure? I'm certain. It's just... we thought that the last time. I knew how small those devices could be, how cleverly they could be hidden. We are safe here. I remember how difficult it was for me to get used to that. But I promise it's true. His expression suddenly softened. You must have so many questions. Let me try to answer them before you even have to ask. A few days after Berlin fell to the Soviets, Jürgen and I were lying in our bed, holding one another as we planned his surrender. A knock came at the door just after dawn, and he opened it anxiously, expecting to find Soviet soldiers to take him in. But these men were Americans, miles ahead of the rest of the U.S. forces, on a covert mission to retrieve my husband. He went willingly. I watched him walk down the path, and then, for over 3 years, I had no idea what became of him. I gave birth to Felix and celebrated 3 birthdays with him, before I could even tell Jürgen we'd conceived a 4th child. Life grew more and more difficult in Berlin over those years. Jürgen and I lived in a large villa in the suburb of Lichterfelde West, and we'd inherited the building next door, including the small, now vacant apartment that had once been Jürgen's Aunt Adela's home. We had existing tenants in her building, but they were all out of work, and that meant no one was paying their rent. I couldn't evict them. Not only would Adela have come back to haunt me if I tried, but any new tenants would have the same problem anyway. Desperate to support myself and the children, I rented out our main house to the American Army, and Laura, Gisela, Felix, and I crammed into Adela's 1-bedroom apartment. The constant stream of American soldiers through the neighborhood was uncomfortable at first, but I made friends with as many of them as I could. Just as I'd hoped, from time to time, one would take pity on me and try to find out what happened to my husband, but they always came back with the same news. His fate was top secret. They couldn't tell me if he was alive or dead. They kept me in Berlin for a few weeks, Jürgen told me quietly. After that, I was imprisoned at Fort Bliss in Texas. The American rocket program was in its infancy, but I felt lucky to teach them. In return, They taught me English, and fortunately, I picked it up quickly. He'd spoken only basic English before, but I wasn't surprised that Jürgen was now fluent. He'd always been a quick study with languages. But you weren't allowed to contact us. I was very much a prisoner, and the whole project was top secret. I kept requesting permission to write you, and they kept refusing. But after a year or so, I sought out Christopher Newsom, who's one of the officials from the office of the Secretary of the Army. I knew he was involved in the plan to bring us here. So I asked him when I'd be sent home to face trial. He told me that there was no plan to return me to Germany, and I wouldn't face trial at all because my record had been taken care of. In his early letters, Jürgen simply told me that he was working with the American government. Later, he told me we'd been approved to join him in Huntsville, and that he'd purchased us a house. So I assumed he was enjoying some version of freedom. I'd been desperately curious about how that came about, but it hadn't occurred to me that his situation was as tenuous as this seemed to be. But there are other Germans here. Some of them must surely know the truth. Yes, Jürgen conceded. But those who know have secrets of their own. I do understand your concerns, Sofie. I was also anxious about this arrangement. So, I asked Christopher what would happen if the skeletons in my closet ever were exposed. What did he say? He said that the skeletons have not just been buried, they have been erased, Jürgen said quietly. My official files paint a picture of a man who survived the Nazi years unscathed, without a single moral compromise. Only a handful of senior officials know that is not the full story. No one survived the Nazi years without a moral compromise, I whispered. Maybe the American officials knew that too. Maybe that's why they've done this. Christopher said that even Calvin Miller, my boss here at Redstone Arsenal, has no idea my official file is fictional. There's even talk about citizenship in a few more years. Citizenship? I repeated. How do you feel about that? Jürgen hesitated. I'll always be German. I just don't know what that means anymore. America has become home to me, and that will be the case even more now that you and the children are here. I'm grateful, I'm relieved, but... He shook his head, shadows in his gaze. I don't deserve this second chance, but it's been offered to me. That's some astounding grace, isn't it? How else could I respond to that, but to work tirelessly to build a life here I can be proud of? It won't erase what happened at home. Nothing can do that. The most I can hope for is to one day again be proud of the man who stares back at me in the mirror. You only ever wanted your work to benefit mankind, to extend our reach and understanding. Exactly. He smiled sadly. I have a chance to do that now, and I intend to grab hold of it with both hands. Then that is what I will do too. Later that night, I unpacked the last of my clothes into the dresser in our bedroom, and I took a tattered, multicolored blanket from my suitcase and spread it on the end of the bed. That blanket and the little collection of photos I brought from Germany were my most prized possessions. One was a photo of my first 3 children. Georg and Laura sat cross-legged on the ground, beaming, with newborn Gisela lying on a rug in front of them. It felt like a moment from someone else's life. But I adored it anyway. That was how I needed to remember Georg and Laura. Innocent, happy, untarnished. The next photo was of me and Jürgen on our wedding day. Young and blissfully in love and so carefree, as if the world had only peace and happiness to offer us. Then there was a photo of Jürgen's great-aunt Adela, sitting in her courtyard, smiling serenely as she looked past the camera to the sanctuary she'd built herself over many years. The final photo was of me with my best friend, Mime. We were standing arm in arm in the lobby of my family's mansion in Potsdam, suitcases at our feet, grinning like loons as we stood at the threshold to adulthood. The Star of David on a chain around her neck, stark against her pale skin. My last ever nanny took that photo when Mayim and I were hours away from embarking on the journey to finishing school in Lausanne. I knew I'd have nightmares that night. I did most nights since the war, and I expected that Jürgen would too. I kissed each of those photos gently, and then set them on the bedside table to watch over me and Jürgen while we slept. Maybe their presence would bring us peace. Because while that pile of photos represented so much loss, they also carried so much love. The sum total of those moments was the woman I had become. 4. Sofie, Berlin, Germany, October 1930. I've always loved early autumn. The tree-lined streets around my home in Lichterfelde quickly shifted from a canopy of summer foliage to a ceiling of reds and golds and deep, rich brown. It was still warm enough in October that we didn't need our coats, but not so warm that it was uncomfortable. I married Jürgen in early autumn 1929, and 12 months later, early in the autumn of 1930, I discovered I was pregnant with my first child. I told Jürgen and Mayim right away, but weeks later, I was finally ready to share the news with our widest circle of friends, starting with Lydia Zuschiller. When I arranged lunch with Lydia, I planned to tell her my news as soon as Mayim and I sat down. But everything changed in the interim. Now it seemed that all of Germany was trying to process the results of our most recent election. "I still can't quite believe it," Mayim said, as she stared blankly at her menu. I was so worried for her. I had the impression she was in a state of shock, as if she'd witnessed an accident or injured herself. Even in these wild times, I didn't expect this. 107 seats. They are the second biggest party in the Reichstag now, Lydia said. Then she glanced at me. She was referring to the Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, known as the Nazi Party. "I know you're not one for politics, Sophie, but they only held 12 seats last term, and before that, they were a fringe party. No one took them seriously." Lydia was right that I wasn't a political expert. Even so, I bristled at her condescending tone. I wasn't fascinated with politics the way Jürgen was so determined to climb the social rungs in Berlin that I had to keep abreast of the most popular figures and fashions like Lydia and her husband Karl. That didn't mean I was ignorant. My best friend was Jewish. Of course I noticed when a party founded on a platform of anti-Semitism had a sudden and shocking rise to prominence. "It is terrible," I said, squeezing Mayim's hands. "But we must keep our spirits up. This is not a representation of who we are as a nation. People are scared about political instability, and the rising unemployment isn't helping." Mayim raised her gaze to mine, and I squeezed her hand again. "Even wealthy families are struggling." Not mine, thankfully. My family estate was flourishing. In fact, at that moment my father was in New York, taking advantage of the aftermath of the Wall Street crash to expand his business. Lydia's family was fine too. Her father possessed extraordinary wealth, and Karl was a descendant of Prussian kings and German emperors. As the eldest child in his family, he inherited an incredible fortune when his parents passed. But Mayim's father Levi had taken out extensive loans to shore up his business through the hyperinflation crisis after the Great War. For years, he worked himself ragged to meet his repayments and keep his company afloat. Then came the Wall Street crash in 1929, and as the banks began to struggle, they called in the balance of Levi's loans, years ahead of schedule. Just 1 year earlier, Maim's family enjoyed a lifestyle of comfort to rival the wealthiest families in Germany. Over the space of just a few shocking months, they lost everything they owned. Lydia shifted awkwardly in her chair, then flicked Maim a hesitant glance. "How is your father?" "He's found work," Maim said, forcing a smile. "So that's something. But his business? Gone. And the house. He must have retained something. His cash, surely. Some artwork or a property or two?" Lydia pressed, as if the alternative were impossible. Maim shrugged noncommittally, and we fell into a slightly strained moment of silence. Comprehension finally dawned on Lydia's face, and she gave me the horrified, panicked look of a wealthy woman who had never considered that someone of her social class could ever be penniless. "I have news, Lydia," I blurted. She still looked frazzled, but she raised her thin eyebrows in question, and I smiled. "I'm expecting. The doctor says I'll deliver the baby in January." Thankfully, the conversation moved quickly on from that moment of awkwardness, as Lydia predictably squealed. I then carefully managed to tie together 2 new threads of conversation: baby chat and matchmaking chat, as I discussed the wealthy, handsome, preferably Jewish, young men Lydia or I could possibly set Maim up with. I felt so terrible for her, and I wished we could set her up with a suitable young man. She desperately wanted a family of her own, but potential suitors in our social circles dried up when her family's wealth did. Lydia knew for months that Maim was living in one of my guest rooms. Maybe now that she knew the truth about Levi's circumstances, she'd deduce that Maim wasn't really staying with me to keep me company, while Jürgen went to the university to work on his thesis each day. There were only 2 bedrooms in her family's new apartment. Jürgen and I insisted Maim live in one of our spare rooms when we learned she was sharing a bedroom with her brother, Moshe. We tried to invite the rest of her family too, but they refused. After we ate, Maim excused herself to use the restroom, and Lydia leaned forward and whispered with audible shock, "Is it true? They have nothing! How can this be?" Levi felt so guilty that his staff was losing their jobs that he was determined to pay out as much of their entitlement as he could. He sold everything they owned, right down to the silverware. He's working as a clerk for the city of Berlin, and they're living in the Mietskaserne in Mitte, a tenement building, and in this case, one of the worst in Berlin. Their situation is very bad, Lydia. Please try to be sensitive. "I will. My God, I can't even imagine what that would be like, and especially for them. How on earth are they coping?" "Better than you or I would, I suspect," I admitted. "I just mean it must be especially hard for them." She was laboring a point, and I didn't understand why. "I don't know what you mean." "Sofie, my God! You know how the Jews are? They just love their money." The waitress came to clear our plates, so we fell silent, and by the time she finished, Maim returned. She and Lydia easily slipped back into the conversation about my pregnancy, but I sat in uneasy silence. Later, we parted at the roadside in front of the cafe. Lydia kissed my cheek, then Maim's, and waved to us as she slipped into the back seat of her car. Maim and I climbed into mine, and my driver pulled out into the traffic. awfully quiet," she murmured. "Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine," I told her, forcing a smile. "Just tired." Why was I so unsettled by Lydia's comment? It was a throwaway line, a silly, reductive stereotype that people joked about all the time. I tried to reassure myself that Lydia didn't mean a thing by it. She wasn't anti-Semitic. How could she be? She was one of Mime's best friends. Besides, Mime didn't even hear what Lydia said, so no harm was done. Not really.
5. Lizzie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. "I'm already late, Henry," I said, shifting from one foot to the other as I peered under the hood of my car. "Cal's going to think I'm not coming. Can you just—"
"Lizzie, I'm working as fast as I can. Would you just—"
My brother pressed the heel of his palm into his forehead and took a long, slow breath.
"You harping at me isn't going to make me work any faster."
"Sorry," I said weakly. "We fought, that's all. I really don't want to go to this thing." Henry pursed his lips as he tightened a bolt on my engine with a spanner.
"I still can't believe he's a part of this,"
my brother muttered, shaking his head. I knew the feeling well. I was running late to a party intended to welcome a group of German families to their new home in Huntsville, celebrating their arrival as if they were special dignitaries. I hadn't even left my driveway and my skin was already crawling. Throughout our marriage, my husband and I rarely disagreed. But in the years since Calvin was transferred from El Paso to Huntsville, we'd rarely gone more than a day without arguing about the men he was now referring to as our Germans. He said everyone on base called them that, but whenever I heard those words, I wanted to scream. My brother stepped out from beneath the hood, then slammed it closed. It seemed that whether he found work processing insurance claims in Chicago, or laboring on the railway in Tennessee, or selling tickets at a fair in Nashville, things inevitably went sour, and Henry ended up back with me and Calvin. We never minded when Henry came to us. We'd even added a small studio apartment over the garage so he'd have a private place of his own. When Henry told me he was coming back this time, I called around until I found him some work at a lumber yard just a few miles away. A few weeks in, he seemed to be doing well. Even so, if we'd had any other surviving family anywhere other than Huntsville, I'd have suggested he go to them instead. Henry spent less than a year in Europe in the dying days of the war, and he never spoke about his time there. But he had come back a broken man. And now, my brother did not need to be living in a town lousy with Germans. Henry had changed even since I saw him at Christmas. Sometimes he would get a glazed, confused look about him, as if he were drunk. It was even more perplexing that he'd gained maybe 50 or 60 pounds in just 4 months, and his once muscular frame seemed bloated. I was worried that he'd been unwell, but Henry said he'd been eating too much fried food at that traveling fair. I couldn't shake the feeling that wasn't the whole truth. How much fried food could one man eat? He wiped his hands on his thighs and gave me a dark look.
"There, new spark plugs. Have fun with your Nazi friends."
He was joking, but his tone was so bitter, I felt a pang of guilt. He suddenly paused, then added softly,
"Lizzie, please be careful."
"Cal says they aren't a threat," I said, but I trailed off. That was what Calvin said. The problem was, in the beginning, Calvin fought tooth and nail against those men being allowed into the community. And for good reason, too.
"Men like that are a threat as long as they're breathing,"
Henry said abruptly. "I don't even want to go," I insisted. Attending the lunch felt like a betrayal of my brother. I could stay home, but that option felt like a betrayal of my husband. "Calvin says it's important that I show my support." Henry shrugged and turned back toward the house. Every now and again, I remembered the jubilation I felt the day he came home after the war. It once seemed a miracle that he'd returned physically unscathed. But after 5 years of ups and downs, it was clear that while Henry's body was intact, his mind wasn't. I also knew exactly who was to blame. And I was about to go drink champagne and nibble on sandwiches with a group of them, on a lawn at the Redstone Arsenal facility. 6. Lizzie, Dallam County, Texas, 1933. My father and I stood side by side, staring out at a wide, flat field. Every now and again, he wheezed or released a cough that sounded as dry as the earth. A haze of dust lingered across the field and all around us. But there was nothing subtle about it this time. A brown fog had blown in. It would take time for that dust to fall back to earth and longer to clear from our lungs.
"It'll rain now,"
Dad said, nodding with satisfaction toward the field we'd just plowed.
"Sure as anything. Rain follows the plow. Sure as sunset follows the sunrise."
This was one of Dad's good days, so I didn't point out that his theory had well and truly been disproved. We'd plowed straight after the harvest in 30, 31, and 32, but we hadn't had decent rain in years. I nodded as if I believed him, but I didn't know what to believe anymore.
"Are you two going to stand around all day admiring your handiwork, or will you bring the tractor back to the barn so I can take a look at that dicky disc?" Henry called.
Dad and I turned toward the sound of my brother's voice and found him strutting toward us.
"Why does that boy always look like he just invented ice cream?"
Dad muttered. I nodded in bewildered agreement. Much as I adored my brother, I rarely understood him. Henry was born with a uniquely sunny disposition and a charm that meant he could talk his way out of any scrape. That was fortunate, because he also found his way into more scrapes than most.
"Well, aren't you two peas in a pod?"
Henry laughed when he neared. "Plowing is dusty work, Henry," I reminded him. "You wouldn't know because you've never done any." He threw back his head and laughed, then waved a hand vaguely toward my dusty body.
"I didn't mean because you both look like someone buried you alive. I meant because you're both standing there with your hands on your hips. You're even wearing that scowl you both love so much."
I glared at him, and Henry laughed again.
"Are you done with the tractor? I have a date with Betsy tonight, so if you want to plow again tomorrow, I need to get started now."
I liked Betsy, and I wasn't jealous that Henry had someone special. Despite our dire financial situation, he still went out several nights a week to see her, but I didn't begrudge the gas he used driving the Model T into Oakden. They'd been dating for over a year, and Henry had wanted to propose for almost as long. I'd been on enough dates these past few years to have quietly decided that romance wasn't for me. I liked simpler things, the feel of sandy dirt on my skin after I plowed a field, the joy of a new foal's birth, the sight of those first green shoots breaking through the soil as the wheat seeds germinated. There was nothing I enjoyed more at night than to sit out under the stars, taking cautious sips from the bathtub gin Henry secretly brewed in the barn, enjoying the silence of the high plains with my brother by my side. But admittedly, on nights Henry was out with Betsy, I felt awfully lonely. I had no idea what I was going to do when he finally had the money to marry her.
"You can't take the car tonight,"
Dad said abruptly, turning toward the tractor.
"What?"
My brother's trademark smile slipped into a frown.
"But, Daddy, me and Betsy were—" "We need to save the gas."
Before Henry could say another word, Dad climbed up and started the tractor. The engine roared to life, and without delay, he drove it past us. I coughed as the tractor sent a fresh wave of dust over me, and it was Henry's turn to scowl.
"I can't even call her to tell her I'm not coming,"
he grumbled, shaking his head. Dad said we couldn't justify the monthly service fee to have the telephone connected.
"What's gotten into him? Today didn't seem like a bad day."
"Maybe he's just tired from being on the tractor for 5 hours." We started walking back toward the house in silence, until Henry muttered,
"It might be the wheat, you know? Judge Nagel told me last night that even the best crops were only fetching 60 cents per bushel."
"What would he know? He doesn't know a single thing about farming as far as I can tell." Judge Nagel was Betsy's dad, and the wealthiest person we knew. As the little northwest Texas town of Oakden had grown over those past few decades, He'd purchased and rented out most of the town's new commercial properties. The Nagel family attended the Oakden Methodist Church, the same as we did. And I'd known him long enough to notice he was prone to condescension when it came to those of us who grew the food he ate. Henry pursed his lips, but didn't say anything, so I pressed on. Dad said it didn't matter that we didn't even harvest 1,000 bushels, because the price would be higher.
I remember what Dad said. It made no damned sense at the time, but I trusted him because he seemed so sure about it. The papers say that people in the cities don't have any money now with this depression. They don't even have money for food. The price of wheat changes based on demand.
What happens if we really did only get 60 cents a bushel? Henry shrugged, then aimlessly kicked a rock in the soft dirt beneath our feet as he walked.
I don't know. I guess we try to sell the tractor.
I stopped dead in my tracks. No, I said flatly. Henry gave me a pained look.
Lizzie, there's not much else to sell.
Betsy's family lived in a 2-story house just behind the courthouse in Oakden, and her home had multiple living areas and indoor plumbing. We didn't even have electric lights, and I considered myself lucky that the outhouse was closest to my bedroom, so my midnight runs to the bathroom were short. Every step counted on those bitter winter nights. I knew we were humble folk, but I'd never thought of us as poor.
Don't panic yet, Henry reassured me. I'm just guessing. You said today was a good day, right?
You know as well as I do that good days have nothing to do with money or with harvests or anything else, I muttered. Dad's bad moods weren't the usual kind of bad mood. They didn't only come on when things were bad, and they didn't always go when things became easier.
Henry shrugged. Let's ask him later. At dinner, maybe.
But what if he says we need to sell the tractor?
Then we sell the tractor, and we make do with the horses for a year or two until we get a better crop. It has to rain sometime, and when it does, the yield will go back up, and the price won't even matter as much.
Just as I'd been doing for my entire life, I took comfort in my brother's confidence. I was soon too busy feeding the animals to worry anyway. Henry fixed the wobbly disc on the plow, and Mother made navy bean soup for dinner. But as she was clearing the table after we ate, Henry cleared his throat.
How much did the wheat fetch, Daddy? Judge said even top-condition grain was only fetching 60 cents a bushel.
Mother froze, her hand still extended toward my plate. She flicked a panicked look from Henry to Dad. Then she forced a smile and said, "Let's not talk about that now."
Yes, it's true, Dad said. Top grain got 60 cents. We got 42.
The words fell like a bomb into the middle of the room. Henry and I sucked in air, and Mother sank back into her seat, resting the plates on the table in front of her chest.
Will we sell the tractor?
Henry asked quietly.
Can't,
Dad said abruptly. I was immediately pleased that a tractor sale was out of the question, but still, I clarified. Can't. Won't, you mean? No, Lizzie, we can't, Mother said quietly. I mean, we could, but it won't do us any good. We owe much more on the finance than it's worth now.
But we bought it in 1929. Shouldn't we have paid it off by now? Henry said.
Dad huffed an impatient breath and rolled his eyes toward the ceiling.
Jesus Lord, give me strength. Henry, how am I ever going to send you out on your own if you don't have the good sense to know it takes years to repay a tractor? And how would I know, Dad, if you don't tell me these things? Henry said stiffly.
Well, since we're clearing the air now, Mother began gently, there's a few other things you should know. We're a little behind with the tractor repayments, and more than a little behind with the property taxes. I gasped, and she flicked a sad smile my way. You knew these last few years have been tough, and there was a lot riding on this year's harvest. We didn't want to worry you with the details. But you two are adults now. Goodness, Lizzie, you're 17 now. Dad and I were courting when I was your age. We need to stop sheltering you.
You kids don't need to worry, because I'm going to see the bank manager tomorrow, Dad said, pushing his chair back. He'll sort us out with a line of credit to catch up on everything and see us through to next year's harvest. and it'll rain soon. Probably any day, now that we've plowed. You'll see. Things will go right back to normal next year.
It had been a blisteringly hot day, and with Dad out in text line at the bank, Henry and I plowed the back field while Mother did some canning. Now the sun was low in the west, and I enjoyed the milder warmth of the sunset as I collected the eggs from the hen yard. I was sunburned, as I was most days over the summer and sometimes the winter, too. Mother always said that my pretty red hair was a blessing. Since my favorite place in the world was out under that big Texas sky, I was constantly reminded that the ghostly white skin that came with it could also be a curse. When I was little, I told Mother that I wanted to be a farmer when I grew up. She gave me that soft look that parents often wear when children ask for something impossible. Part amusement, part pity, part fondness. Girls don't become farmers, honey. Girls become farmers' wives. That's what you'll be. Even as a little girl, that struck me as absurd. My mother was as much a farmer as my father was. If he was in the field working, she was often right alongside him, or back at the house tending that vegetable garden that was almost a farm in itself. When Dad wanted to buy the tractor, my mother sat in on every call and every meeting, and they made the decision between two models together. Mother's temperament was made of cast iron. Nothing scared her, nothing fazed her, and nothing was too hard for her. Girls could be farmers. I'd seen it with my own two eyes in Mother. I heard the roar of an engine as I set the last of the day's eggs into my basket. Being so far back from the main road, we didn't really get any drive-by traffic, so I knew it was Dad. And the violent acceleration and grinding gears were a dead giveaway. The meeting had not gone well. When I went inside, I found Mother sitting at the table, a bowl of half-shelled peas in front of her. She forced a smile, but I could see the strain around her mouth. Dad was in his room with the door closed. If it was daytime and that door was closed, then Dad was in bed, and he wasn't coming out anytime soon. "They can't give us the loan," she said in a low voice. "Since the banking crisis, the manager can't lend money as easily as he used to. We didn't understand the new rules. The banks had all been closed for a time earlier in the year. With the depression worsening, there had been a panic rush of people trying to withdraw their money, and that led to a bunch of banks collapsing. The government closed them all, made sure they were viable, then reopened most of them with new rules to keep people's money safe. Dad thought the farm would be good for collateral, but the banks said the price of land is dropping so fast, they can't risk it. We don't have anything else to offer as security, so..." The truck started just then, and I ran back to the door, just in time to see Henry spin the wheels as he took it right back out the drive. "Those boys of ours, Lizzie." Mother sighed, shaking her head sadly. "Neither one of them has the good sense to drive properly when they're upset." "Where is Henry going?" "I expect he'll be going off to see Betsy," she said, reaching for the peas. "What are we going to do?" She thought about that for a long time, long enough that I'd taken the seat opposite her and started helping with the peas before she answered. "You know, I really do not have any clue how we'll do it, but I am sure we'll figure it out," she said at last. "This isn't the only crisis your dad and I have navigated together, honey. When we got married, Dad wanted to expand the farm to 1,000 acres, and he used to say we'd need a whole lot of children to help us run it. But that first year..." She sighed and turned back to the stove, where the peas were now overheat, bubbling away beside a pan of potatoes, sizzling in bacon fat. "You know, it took us a few years to get pregnant after we were married. Then we had that tiny baby girl who was born way too early, and I got so sick after she was born." Mother never spoke her name aloud, but I knew about Elsie, the baby who didn't ever get the chance to breathe. On Sundays, Mother always dressed for church early. An hour or even more before we had to leave for service, she'd walk 100 feet or so to the lonely tree on our property. In the summer of 1909, when Mother and Dad took possession of the first 200 acres of land around that spot, she had chipped in 5 little Texas live oak saplings, intending to grow them all together in a row to create a shady spot for future children to play in. One by one, and despite her best efforts, The first 4 trees died. Mother had been a typist in Chicago before she married Dad. She didn't know a thing about growing plants until she learned the hard way on the land. After the baby died, Dad built a little bench seat beside that last surviving tree, and he inscribed the name Elsie on the back of it. That was Mother's remembering place. When I learned to read, I asked about that scripted lettering etched into the back of that chair. In haunting, uneven tones, Mother told me about the tiny baby girl who didn't survive. The doctor came to check on me a few months after she was born. I asked him about having another baby, and he looked down his nose at me and he said, "Mrs. Davis, some people just are not meant to be parents," Mother said softly. But I knew in my heart I was meant to be a mother. I didn't know how to tell her that I knew something in my heart, too. I had known my whole life that I wasn't meant to be a mother. Maybe I'd been traumatized by the way she spoke of that poor lost baby. Maybe I'd been too afraid of that heartbreaking seat beneath the oak tree when I was little. Or maybe I'd indulged my fascination with farming too much, like Mother sometimes said when she was nagging at me to be nicer to the boys at church. She so desperately wanted me to find a boy to date. But even at the age of 17, I was certain. The problem was, I still couldn't quite figure out how to avoid being a mother. Henry would inherit the farm, so it seemed the only way to get my own farm was to get married. Marriage meant children, and children would mean less time for farming. More time for diapers and feeding, more time for keeping the house. Less of what I knew I loved. 2 years later, Henry was born. And eventually, you joined us too, Mother said, her gaze softening. She waved a hand vaguely as she added, "For that first year after we lost that baby, everything felt hopeless. We were all alone in this tiny little house with that great big sadness." She smiled, then nodded, as if she'd convinced herself, too. "This moment feels just like that one. I don't know how things will work out, but in my heart, I am certain that everything will be okay. All you and I have to do is to have faith and keep our chins up."
7. Sofie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. A crowd was assembled beneath the shade of a cluster of oak trees that day. I was heartened to see that after just a few minutes, the American and German children were all mingling freely. Language didn't make much difference when it came to climbing trees and playing tag. The formalities began when a man clapped his hands and called us all to order, then took a microphone and stepped up onto a box. He introduced himself as Christopher Newsom, and a young man beside him translated his words into perfect German. Newsom pointed to a tall, bearded gentleman with thick glasses that magnified his eyes. "I'm sure you all know Calvin Miller. He's the general manager of this program." More translation, and then a smattering of applause. "First of all, to our new German friends, welcome to America." Translation. Applause. "Now, to all of you American ladies, I want you to listen carefully. These women have come all the way around the world to start a new life here, and we need to support them. Make a new friend today. Make plans to meet up for coffee or for dinner or to get the children together to play, okay?" Translation. Much weaker applause. The popping of champagne bottles. The Germans had been working alongside the American scientists at Fort Bliss for some time before they all transferred to Huntsville, and their rapport was obvious. Jürgen was soon surrounded by men listening intently to his every word. At least one thing hadn't changed in my husband. That obsessively focused look in his eyes when he talked about rockets was as familiar as the back of my own hand. I took a glass of champagne and walked lazily around, observing the crowd. The women quickly formed 2 distinct groups. The American women were the louder group. Their voices and laughter rang across the lawn. On the other side of the table, the German women were standing clumped together, as if they were all trying to hide, their voices low and their eyes downcast. I helped myself to a plate of food and then approached the German side. Claudia's eyes lit up. "Everyone, meet my new neighbor, Sofie," she said. "Hello," I said, waving vaguely. I recognized several faces as women I'd met once or twice over the years in Germany. "Oh, hello there, Greta. Margarete. How are you? It's been so long. Elsa, nice to see you too." And to the rest of them, I waved and smiled. "It's nice to meet you all." "Sofie is Jürgen Rhodes' wife," Claudia added cheerfully. Was I imagining the tension? It was as though the smiles on those women's faces intensified just a little when I approached, shifting from genuine to forced. I looked back to Claudia, who seemed bewildered. I was not bewildered. This was exactly why I had hoped none of Jürgen's former workers had come to America. "I really need some more of that chicken," Greta said. "I'll go with you," Margarete added. "Oh, I need to find a restroom," one of the other women said. "I know where it is," Elsa interjected. "I'll show you." The group dispersed quickly. "That was strange," Claudia said slowly. "It's probably just that some of those women have been here in the United States for a few months already. And maybe a little clique has formed." "Guten Tag," an American voice said, and we turned to see a short blonde woman had joined us. She spoke very slowly, but butchered the pronunciation badly. "Hello, I speak English," I said, then motioned toward Claudia. "But my friend here doesn't." "Oh," the American woman said, surprised but visibly relieved. "I'm trying to be friendly, but it's awfully hard when we're speaking different languages." "They'll all learn in time," I told her. "I'm Sofie, and this is Claudia." "Hello," Claudia said awkwardly. The woman beamed at us. "I'm Avril Walters." Claudia excused herself, wandering just a few steps to join a little cluster of German women. One by one, their eyes all flicked to me, then quickly away. "Which one is your husband?" Avril asked. I pointed to Jürgen, and her eyes widened. "Jürgen Rhodes is your husband? Well, isn't that something? My husband says he's a genius." "Which is yours?" I asked. She pointed to two men who were standing side by side at the table. I recognized one as Calvin Miller, so knew her husband must have been the man beside him. I glanced back to the German women and saw Claudia was whispering with one of them, her brows drawn. She shook her head fiercely, then looked back at me. But now, when our eyes met, she looked away. My heart sank. The German men had been brought to America as prisoners, and even those who knew Jürgen's history had no choice but to work with him, especially in the beginning. It was different for the wives. We had arrived as free women and could socialize or refuse to socialize as we saw fit. "I'm just so excited to meet you," Avril gushed, startling me with the volume of her voice and her enthusiasm. "I've never even met someone from Germany before. How did you learn to speak English so well?" "I had British nannies when I was young, and sometimes we traveled with my parents," I said absent-mindedly, watching Claudia studiously avoid my gaze. "You know what, Sofie?" Avril said, flashing me that warm smile. "We should have coffee next week."
8. Lizzie, Dallam County, Texas, 1933. Dad didn't come out of his room that night, and Mother retired to join him just as soon as she finished her meal. I decided that Henry wouldn't mind me raiding his stash of gin, so I let myself into his bedroom and retrieved the bottle from under his bed. When I heard the sound of the Model T returning, I met him on the porch. "Hey, sis," he greeted me. He took the bottle of gin out of my hand, opening it and downing a few generous gulps without preamble. He never did seem to notice the burn the way I did. When he finished, he motioned toward our usual spot. We liked to sit a little ways from the house, just far enough from Mother and Dad's bedroom that we could drink gin and stay up as late as we wanted. Once upon a time, our spot was covered in grass. We perched ourselves on the low wooden chairs Henry made us one quiet winter. Just a slip of the moon was visible, which meant I could see more stars. I looked hopefully toward the barest wisp of cloud on the horizon and said a quick prayer that it might build to something. Beside me, Henry was drinking much more than he usually would. "You went to see Betsy?" "Nope," he said abruptly. "Went to see Judge Nagel. I asked him if he'd lend us some money." I felt a sharp pang at the thought of Henry begging his girl's father to bail us out. "What choice do we have?" he argued. "We don't know anyone else rich enough to help us, and we have to do something. Besides, he's bought up half of Main Street in the last 10 years. The man has more money than God. He may as well share some." "How would we even pay him back?" I said uncertainly. "The same way we were going to pay the bank back. We sow a crop," Henry said, shrugging. "The bank would take the farm if we defaulted, right?" My brother nodded, and I said impatiently, "Well, Judge Nagel would do even worse. Do you really think he'd let you see Betsy if you let him down with a loan? Let alone marry her?" "He was never going to let me marry Betsy, Lizzie," Henry said softly, heartache beneath the words. "He told me as much tonight. Said he likes me, and that's why he's let me hang around. But he really should have put a stop to things a while back." "I'm so sorry," I whispered, stricken. "The judge was never going to let his daughter marry a man who can't even afford a telephone to call her." "So, if you break up with Betsy, he'll give you the money?" I said hesitantly. "That sounds like he's bribing or blackmailing you." "It wasn't like that at all. We just had an honest and, frankly, overdue conversation and came to an agreement. And he's not giving me the money. He's lending it to me. We'll be able to repay it next year when the harvest comes in." "But what if—" I started to ask, but he cut me off, suddenly urgent and animated as he said, "Never in the history of the world has there been a drought that did not end. I looked it up at the library in Oakden a few weeks ago. Droughts come and go, yes, but they always end within a few years. We got a little rain a few weeks ago, remember?" "It was less than a quarter of an inch," I exclaimed. "But that's how it starts," Henry said, bending forward to rest his elbows on his knees. "Don't you see, Lizzie? The weather pattern changes slowly. A quarter inch here and there becomes half an inch, becomes more, and then enough. Normal rain will be here before the winter is over." "And if you're wrong?" Henry took another gulping swill of the drink, then exhaled slowly. "That's why I asked for 2 years to pay it back. There's no chance the drought will last more than another year. Besides, if I am wrong, we were going to lose the farm anyway, so it makes no difference." At my gasp, he shot me an impatient look. "What do you think happens when people don't pay their property taxes, Lizzie?" My stomach churned. I set my mug down in the dust and took a few deep breaths until it passed. "How much did you borrow?" "I know how much they'd have got for a harvest on a good year. That's how much I borrowed." "But the farm has got to be worth much more than that." "This land is barely worth the paper the deed is written on just now. That's why the bank wouldn't help us. But, yeah, in the longer term, it's probably worth more than I borrowed." He shifted awkwardly, then dropped his voice as he admitted, "It's just that Judge Nagel wasn't keen at first. He likes me, but he's shrewd, you know. I had to show him that I was serious about this. But he wouldn't really take the farm. He's a good man, and besides which, it's not like he's short of cash. What would he want with this place?" "Daddy is not going to be happy about this." Henry shrugged, all calm and confident again. "He doesn't really have much choice. The judge drew up a contract and I signed it right away. Betsy is going to go to the bank when it opens tomorrow, and she'll deposit the check into Daddy's account." My parents' bedroom door was closed when I got out of bed the next morning, and I had a feeling Dad might not make it out of bed that day. I went out to use the washroom, but while I was there, I heard Dad and Henry shouting. I ran back to the house just as the bedroom door slammed again, and a defiant Henry stomped down the hall, joining Mother in the kitchen. "What did you do, Henry?" Mother whispered, visibly upset. He raised his chin stubbornly. "You'll see," he told us both. "Everything will turn around next season. That money is going to save us." Maybe Daddy was worn down by the dry and the hopelessness, or maybe he knew Henry had ultimately done the right thing. Because as much as he grumbled, Daddy didn't even try to give that money back to the judge. 9. Lizzie. Huntsville, Alabama. 1950. As I'd driven to the party, my intention was to seek Calvin out and apologize. I had a perfectly good excuse for my tardiness. This wasn't the first time my car had needed some cajoling. But as I approached Cal, I heard snippets of the conversation around him. These men were speaking English, but much of it was heavily accented. Henry's taunt about my new Nazi friends rang in my ear, and I felt a shock of outrage. No. It just was not right for these people to be mingling with the rest of us, enjoying the sunshine on their faces, sipping champagne, and laughing so freely. I spun on my heel and made a beeline toward more familiar faces. My friends Becca, Juanita, and Gail were there with a handful of other women. Avril Walters was there too, talking quietly with a woman I didn't know. A woman with auburn hair and a milky clear complexion I couldn't help but be jealous of. Was this new woman German? I looked between the groups and quickly decided she must be the wife of one of the new American scientists. Calvin's team had expanded so quickly, it was hard to keep up. "You look like you need a drink," Becca said, and she picked up a champagne flute from the table and handed it to me. "Thanks," I muttered. I downed the glass, then glanced toward the German women. I dropped my voice. I just cannot believe this. We're supposed to just mingle with them like we don't know where they're from? "No need to whisper, honey," Becca laughed gently. "It seems none of those women speak a word of English, but Mr. Newsom still wants us all to invite them for coffee to help them settle in." I looked at her in disbelief. "Are you going to?" Well, it's hard when they don't even speak the same language. But yes, I was going to try. For the program, you know, but... She winced. "It doesn't feel right, does it?" "These people should probably be on trial at Nuremberg, not sipping champagne in Huntsville. They'll infect this town like a disease." I took a second glass of champagne and looked around the crowd. Elijah Klein was with the men, but his wife, Leah, was standing behind Becca, flicking decidedly uncomfortable glances at the Germans. "It's bad enough that these monsters aren't in prison, but to put them to work, side by side with American Jews?" "It's not right," Leah said flatly. "I didn't want to come today, but Eli insisted. I just hate that he's working with these men." "How does he stand it?" Becca asked, her voice hushed. Leah sighed impatiently. "He says the end justifies the means. Honestly, does it even matter if we put a rocket into space? Who cares?" "Kevin says that if we don't work with these men, the Soviets will beat us to it," Becca muttered, shaking her head. We all paused. No one wanted the Soviets to beat us at anything. "The problem isn't that we're working with them," I muttered. "The problem is that they're here as free men." "The Germans murdered millions of people, millions of Jews," Leah said, her voice trembling. "We should not be welcoming them to this country." A small crowd was gathering around us as we talked, the American women ending their private conversations and listening in to mine. "Are you going to invite these women for coffee? Help them settle in and all that?" one woman asked. "I was going to, but it didn't sit right with me." "Don't," I said abruptly. "Especially if it makes you feel uncomfortable." "How could anyone be comfortable with this situation?" another woman remarked. "I'm so happy you're speaking out, Lizzie." "We don't have to welcome them," I said flatly, meeting the gaze of each of the women as my confidence grew. "We can take a stand. I mean, for God's sakes, someone has to." "Excuse me," a voice said. I glanced toward the voice, and saw that the woman Avril was speaking with had joined us.
Yes, many Germans made terrible mistakes in a time of immense pressure. But it would be unfair of you to paint all of us with that same brush. There are plenty of bad Americans, just as there are bad Germans. You should not assume we are Nazis, and you should not assume we are guilty. Some of us didn't even know what was happening.
She spoke in clear, fluid English, but her accent was unmistakable, as was the look of defensiveness in her eyes. A burst of adrenaline shot through my body. "Do you really expect us to believe you Germans had no idea what was happening in your own country?" I asked in disbelief, then glanced around the crowd of women listening to us. Some nodded to encourage me as I scoffed. If the American government decided to commit genocide, I would do something.
"And tell me, madam, what do you do when you go to a restaurant and there's a sign in the window that says, 'Whites only'?" the woman demanded, jabbing her finger toward me aggressively. "Do you do something? Perhaps you should look into your own backyard before you make sweeping judgments about things you do not understand."
Her tone was dismissive and haughty, and all of the American rocket program wives were staring at us. My embarrassment and temper flared. "I hate that Huntsville is segregated, but you'll never convince me it's the same as what you people did. I've heard the news and I've read the papers. I know the kinds of things the Nuremberg trials have uncovered." Her lips thinned, but that she had no immediate retort only reassured me I was right to take a stand. "Can you honestly tell me you had no idea about the camps? No idea about the terrible things being done in the name of your country? Things being done in your name?" I expected her to deny it. Instead, her eyebrows knit, and her gaze dipped as the silence began to stretch. I felt no triumph at the raspberry flush that stole up her cheeks, only a horrified sense of disgust. "You did know," I whispered, stunned. "Well, isn't that something? Lady, if you knew and did nothing, you're as guilty as the men who pushed those innocent people into gas chambers. How do you even look at yourself in the mirror?"
"That's enough,"
Calvin hissed. I startled and looked past her to see my husband striding toward us, his eyes wide with disbelief and disappointment. Only then did I realize that the entire gathering had fallen silent. Dozens of people were staring at me and the German woman. The only partygoers who hadn't stopped to watch the spectacle were the children, who were still laughing and playing together. Every now and again, I had a moment where I felt as though I stepped out of my life and looked at it from the outside. Whenever that happened, I was left with one stunning question I could never quite figure out the answer to. How did I get here? As Calvin offered soothing smiles to the women and gently took my arm to lead me away from the garden party, I had a moment like that. A stark, shocking instant where I had the distinct impression that I had somehow got myself trapped living someone else's life.
10. Sofie, Berlin, Germany, 1933. I was home that night later than I'd expected, and as I let myself inside, I hoped Jürgen would be in bed asleep. I wasn't ready to face his questions about why my dinner with Lydia lasted 6 hours. I knew Mayim would be awake, listening for the children from the sitting room. Georg was almost 3, and Laura was 8 months old. They both slept poorly, but Mayim often read until the small hours anyway, and helped with the children overnight. This was one of the magic aspects to having my best friend living under my roof. Mayim was more than just a house guest to my children. More even than a quasi-aunt. She was almost like a third parent to them, a vital and much-loved part of our family structure. I found her curled up in one of the armchairs in the formal sitting room, reading by the glow of a lamp. The blanket over her lap was her own creation, a jumble of colors knit from yarn left over from her many other projects. As she often did, she had the fire roaring. I kicked off my pumps as I entered the room, and breathed a sigh of relief as my tired feet hit the cool floorboards. The sole of my left shoe was badly worn, and a blister was forming. I could scarcely believe that I couldn't even afford to repair a shoe, My whole life changed in a single afternoon 3 years ago, a few months after my father died of a stroke during a business trip to New York. My brother Heinrich was 26 years older, and little more than a stranger. But as the eldest, Heinrich inherited the von Meyer estate, and it fell to him to break the news that my generous monthly stipend would be no more. Father mortgaged every family property to the hilt, including the city villa, the home he'd gifted Jürgen and me for our wedding. Heinrich agreed that we could keep our house, but only on the condition that we assumed the mortgage for it too. I'd never wanted for any material things, and I assumed that would always be the case. It turned out our father was much better at presenting a facade of extreme wealth than he was at managing the modest wealth he did possess once upon a time. "How was it?" Mayim asked as she closed her book and looked up at me. I dropped into the chair opposite her and struggled to put the right words together. It had been a shocking few months in Berlin. First came the destruction of our parliament building, the Reichstag. Then a series of communist attacks across the nation were only narrowly averted. I'd pored over the details of the planned terror campaign in the newspaper. Bombs hidden under bridges and in train stations, women and children used as human shields, the execution of swaths of public officials, poison in the Berlin water supply. Even through all of that, I had never once been as terrified as I was at the rally I just attended with Lydia. There was a lot of passionate analysis of the problems we face as a nation, a lot of hints about who's to really blame. "Who might that be?" Mayim said lightly, but I could hear the tightness in her words. They managed to be hateful toward the Jews for hours on end without saying the word Jew even once. They adjust their rhetoric depending on where the rally is being held. In the country, they can say what they really mean. But we're in the cosmopolitan city, so I suppose here they know to hide their hate beneath a veneer of respectability. By the end of the rally, I'd felt physically ill, and that sensation surged all over again as I sat in my living room and thought about what I'd heard. "A Volksgemeinschaft is possible," one speaker thundered, as he painted the image of a German people's community, which sounded almost utopian, until he followed it up with references to the racial purity it would be built upon. Another looked to the past and found a villain he didn't need to name. The Treaty of Versailles was designed only to cripple us. We were stabbed in the back by those who agreed to it. We all knew this was a clear reference to the long-standing conspiracy theory that Germany had not really lost the Great War, but that our brave soldiers were betrayed by those at home, mostly Jews, who fomented unrest and undermined the war effort. Another man spoke in generalities, rattling off a long list of the challenges we faced as a nation, from economic woes to the ever-increasing political instability. And then he simply shrugged and said, "Germany should be for Germans. We shall bear our national misfortune no longer." That use of the word misfortune struck an uncomfortable chord. I'd seen it on the Nazi posters around the city, usually beneath a crude, offensive caricature of a Jew. People seemed enthralled, Mayim, like they were under a spell, I said uneasily. It was a flashy affair, almost like a concert, with an orchestra and a choir, and boundless enthusiasm and passion. I just don't understand how a bit of music and some theatrical speeches could turn a crowd like that into a bunch of raging anti-Semites. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Mayim's face. We had been best friends since before we even started at elementary school. Our families once residing in side-by-side twin mansions in Potsdam. I knew her well enough to know she had something to say. Speak your mind, I prompted. Maim sighed impatiently. You have no idea how anti-Semitic this country really is, Sofie. You can't understand it the way my family does. Your family is my family, I said. I was a late-in-life surprise for my mother, who gave birth to me when she was 48 years old. Anna von Meyer had no interest in starting all over again 9 years after her 5th son, so she generally left my care to my nannies. My family was cold and formal, so I much preferred spending time at Maim's house with her lovely, warm mother and her jovial, kind father. Even Maim's little brother, Moshe, had always annoyed and amused me. You're my best friend in the whole world. A sister if not by blood, then by choice. But you can't know what it's really like to live your whole life under the shadow of hate. To wake up every morning knowing that there's a large portion of your own countrymen who would sooner see you gone. You've seen the big, openly aggressive moments. But you don't notice the way people look at me when I'm on the trolley car. You might notice the no Jews sign in the windows of some stores. But don't hear the undertone in the grocer's tone when he counts my change, or the casual way people joke about me and my family, sometimes right in front of our faces. You said it was like the crowd tonight had been turned into raging anti-Semites by the rally, yes? I nodded slowly, and she shrugged. All Hitler and his ilk are doing is connecting with something that has always been there. I knew that in other countries, even Poland, where Maim's mother was born, many Jews lived in Jewish quarters or districts. It was different in Germany. In my country, especially in Berlin, Jews lived and studied and worked alongside everyone else. So much so that I often had no idea if a person was or wasn't Jewish, unless their surname gave it away. For the first time, it occurred to me that perhaps our integrated society also gave cover to subtle incidents of bigotry. Even Lydia sometimes made those silly, casual remarks about the Jews. What about people like Lydia and Karl? I asked hesitantly. You and Lydia are friends. Lydia and I were friends, Maim said quietly. I hardly see her these days. I highly doubt she or Karl have been spending much time socializing with anyone with a surname like Nussbaum since they joined the party. That was the other great shock, and one I still couldn't make sense of. Lydia and Karl had joined the Nazi party. But why? I'd blurted when they told me, too surprised to temper my reaction. Perhaps there were some less than savory aspects to their politics historically, Lydia admitted. But the other parties only offer the same tired rhetoric, with no plan to stabilize the nation. We decided to throw our money and our time behind a party we feel sure can win. When the Nazis come to power, they will end all of the madness and things will go back to normal, Karl added pleasantly. But at what cost? Jürgen asked. He looked as shell-shocked as I felt. The party know they need to clean up those rogue elements to win the election. I can assure you of that, Karl said. And then came the first of countless invitations. Why don't you come to a rally with us one day? It was true that Lydia's coolness toward Maim had been more pronounced that year. But it was also true that distance had been growing between them for much longer than that. I shifted uncomfortably, and Maim sighed. You think it's about my family's financial circumstances. Not because we are Jews. Perhaps that is a factor. I know it is a factor, I said, throwing my hands up in the air in frustration. If I ever had any doubt about how shallow our social circles are, I've had the truth of it well and truly rammed home for me in the last few years. It wasn't just Lydia who withdrew from Mime. One by one, most of her friends had drifted away. Jürgen and I hadn't purposefully hidden our own circumstances from our friends, but having witnessed Mime's increasing isolation, we'd hardly advertised our struggle. It would be different if they knew about your situation, Mime said, correctly reading my thoughts. No, it wouldn't, I said, laughing miserably. This is exactly what I mean, my friend, Mime said gently. You don't even see it. The people who no longer invite me to their parties were always looking for an excuse to exclude me. It's never been socially acceptable to admit you don't want to invite the Jewish girl to the party. But it's fine to leave the poor girl out. I felt a pinch in my chest. I stared at her for a moment, thinking about the injustice of it all. Are you hurt that I went tonight? I asked her suddenly. Mime's gaze softened. I know exactly why you went. Did Karl say anything more about the job? Like most employers in Germany, Jürgen's university was struggling with an ever-shrinking budget, and they'd cut staff salaries by more than half. His income no longer covered our living expenses, even though we'd laid off all of our household staff and sold our cars. We were selling my family heirlooms now, but it was a short-term solution. Some rooms were already devoid of all but the most essential furniture. That was why it seemed like such a miracle when Karl called to ask Jürgen if he was interested in a new job. Karl wouldn't say much, just that it was an exciting and lucrative new opportunity, and he'd be in touch soon. But this turned into weeks. And every time I tried to organize a casual catch-up with the Zuschillers, they were busy campaigning for the Nazis. I caught Lydia on the phone a few times, but she couldn't, or wouldn't, tell me anything. Karl will tell you more when he sees you both, she kept saying. Every time a significant Nazi event was held in Berlin, Lydia had her staff drop off free rally tickets. I usually threw them into the trash. But when the latest tickets arrived, my impatience got the best of me, and I decided to go. It was a clumsy, flawed plan. Karl was already at the rally when Lydia's town car arrived to collect me. And although he sat with us during the proceedings, he was busy on official business before and after, and I didn't have a chance to speak to him. Something has to give, I whispered to Mime, my throat tight. We can't afford this place anymore. But even if we sell it, we won't clear the mortgage. Where would we even go? Mime rose and came to take the seat beside me, resting her hand over mine on the armrest. Go to bed, Sofie, she said softly. Things will look better in the morning. She had a way of soothing me without saying much at all. What would I do without you? Mime flashed me a soft smile. I really have no idea. Lucky for you, I am not going anywhere. I crawled into bed soon after, so drained I could barely keep my eyes open. But the minute my head hit the pillow, my anxiety resurged. Even the very real threat of losing my home suddenly paled in comparison to the fear that the men I'd heard speak at that rally might soon be in power. I thought about Mime and shivered with fear. You weren't at dinner with Lydia tonight, were you? Jürgen said, startling me. I turned toward him guiltily. He was lying on his back, wide awake and staring up at the ceiling. I did have dinner with her, I admitted. Then I went with her to the rally. Sofie, what on earth were you thinking? He was annoyed. But when tears filled my eyes, he sighed heavily and reached for me. I relaxed immediately, sinking into the comfort of his arms. "I thought you felt the same way I do about the Nazis," he said. "I do. I was just hoping that if I engineered a chance to see Karl, he would tell me more about this job." "Well, did he?" "I never got the chance to speak to him." "I've tried to call him a few times." "You did?" He hadn't mentioned this, but I know Jürgen felt guilty that he couldn't support us, so I hated to force him to talk about it. "Young people are looking for work to try to support their families. No one has the capacity to study these days. What happens if there's no work for me in the new academic year?" "I can't even let myself think about that," I said. Jürgen had been working toward his doctorate when my brother broke the news that we needed to generate our own income, and although he'd been forced to abandon his studies, he was quickly employed to teach. Just a few years later, though, things were different. 6 million Germans were out of work in a severely depressed economy. If Jürgen lost that job, he'd be unlikely to find another. "Karl has been so busy that I haven't managed to catch him on the phone, and he no longer has time to attend our meetings," Jürgen admitted. Karl and Jürgen were both founding members of the Verein für Raumschifffahrt, the Society for Space Travel, and they spent their Saturday mornings tinkering with homemade rockets at an abandoned dump outside of Berlin. Their dream was to design a rocket that would take man to the moon. A prospect so absurd, I struggled to understand why Jürgen even entertained it. "That's what concerns me, Sofie. Karl is consumed by his work with the party these days. I can't imagine any position he knows of would be one I'd be interested in." "You think the job is with the Nazis?" I said, heart sinking. "I fear it is, yes." The fervor tonight shocked me. I don't know what happens to this country if those men find their way to power. There are some who believe the Nazis set that fire in the Reichstag, you know. Wasn't it the Dutchman? A mentally unwell Dutchman, with a loose association to an independent communist party in his home country, was somehow able to single-handedly destroy Germany's parliament building? Jürgen asked wryly. To think that the only thing standing between those dreadful terror attacks planned against this city was the SA. The Sturmabteilung was one of the Nazi Party's paramilitary wings. They were also known as brown shirts, named for their uniform, and they'd been instrumental in uncovering a mass terrorist threat the previous week. It terrified me to think we were days away from catastrophe, and the only thing that saved us was one of the Nazi paramilitary organizations. The Nazis have yet to release a single shred of evidence about those terror attacks, even though they promised they would immediately. I think we have to at least consider the possibility that the terror plot wasn't real. But the papers say— This is my point, my love, Jürgen interrupted me. The papers say what the Nazis want them to say, now that the Reichstag fire decree enables them to control what's published. Doesn't it strike you as odd that some unstable man supposedly commits an act of terrorism, and by sunset the next day, the government has discovered some fantastic plot to upend life as we know it, arrested most of their opponents, and passed a decree overriding our constitutional protections? If they really do have this overwhelming evidence, why would they need a right to arrest and detain their opposition indefinitely without so much as a trial? And why would they need to end the free press or end our right to personal privacy in the context of some of the things those men have said in the past? This Nazi power grab leaves me feeling anxious. Surely, even the Nazis wouldn't lie about such serious, world-changing events, I said uncertainly. If those reports were fiction, How could we trust anything politicians say ever again? We couldn't. I don't know what to tell you, Sofie. What worries me most is that in fraught economic times like these, with men starving to death on the streets, people cast their votes impulsively, out of desperation instead of reason and compassion. The Nazis know this, and they purposefully present a powerful front. That's why they love to hold military parades. That's what I fear the announcements about the terror plots were designed to do. To stir up more uncertainty, and then to paint themselves as the only solution. I'd been feeling anxious about the future for a long while, but that was the first night my worries kept me awake until dawn. And I was right to worry. A few weeks later, when the election results were announced, we learned that 44% of Germans had voted for the Nazi Party. Joining forces with the Workers' Party, they easily formed a majority in the parliament. The Nazis were no longer a fringe party, no longer hovering on the edge of the German political system. Now they were at the very center of it, and from there they could shape it as they pleased.
11. Lizzie. Dallam County, Texas, 1935.
Is Mother ready? Henry called. Let's go!
He only saw Betsy at church now, and he didn't want to waste a minute of his only chance to be with her. She's over at the tree, I muttered, as I peered at myself in the hall mirror, turning this way and that to see myself from all angles. I lost some weight that year, and my dresses hung on me like sacks, so Mother took in one of her old dresses for me to wear for my Sunday outfit. It was an older style, stiff cotton with little black buttons down the front of the bodice, leading to a heavy flared skirt.
Go get her, sis, Henry said, pleading. You know I hate going over there.
So do I said pointedly. There was something unnerving about the way Mother held herself on Sunday mornings when she visited that bench. She often sat slumped and melancholy, as if her grief were still fresh, but she had to condense it down into a single hour each week. Elsie had been lost for more than 25 years. That Mother was still so sad after all that time never failed to confuse Henry and me. Henry glanced down at his watch and then sighed impatiently and left the house. I heard movement from Mother and Daddy's bedroom, so I walked quickly down the hall, knocked, and pushed the door open, holding my breath while I waited to see how Dad was that day. Ever since Henry borrowed that money, the pattern of his good days and bad days reversed. It was as if he'd suffered a terrible injury that left him with a permanent disability. Only the injury wasn't to his body, but to his pride. Dad wasn't dressed for church, but there were some positive signs. He'd opened the drapes and was sitting up in bed, reading the newspaper he'd brought back from Oakden the previous Sunday. On very bad days, Dad barely seemed to realize I was there. Mother said it wasn't his fault.
It's tiring trying to make sense of things that make no damn sense at all, she told me. Your daddy is a farmer to his very bones. When farming isn't working as it should, he's just a husk of his real self.
The drought changed a lot of things, and none of it made sense to me either. I still got out of bed, and I still did my share. Mother, Henry, and I didn't have a choice. We had to get used to a new way of operating because running the farm was a 4-man operation. The price per bushel for wheat in the 1934 harvest was higher, and that might have been a relief had it not been our worst season ever, both in terms of the condition of the grain and the yield. We sold only 600 bushels, each one fetching a miserable 33 cents. We didn't square the debt with Judge Nagel that year. We didn't even manage to make regular repayments. Henry told me to keep my chin up, but I knew it was already too late. Even if we had buckets of rain, there would be no crop this year. I had no idea what we were going to do, other than to throw ourselves on the good graces of Judge Nagel and ask for more time.
You look pretty as a picture,
Dad said, and if the shock on his face was any indication, he was as surprised by his remark as I was. I did a mock curtsy and mumbled something about it being Mother's old dress.
Oh, I remember it well. She used to wear it back when we were courting. It suits you just as well as it suited her then."
He set the paper down on his lap and frowned at me.
"Lizzie, you're almost 19. When are you going to get yourself a boyfriend?"
"I don't want a boyfriend," I said, raising my chin.
"Your mother and I were married by the time she was your age."
"Daddy."
"What? You know it's true."
"Maybe I'm not cut out for all that," I muttered, embarrassed.
"Nonsense. Don't you want a farm of your own? Children?"
I didn't want to waste a rare good day by telling him no. "Of course," I lied, convincing myself that it was okay to lie on Sunday if it was only half a lie. After all, I did want a farm of my own. That I would likely need a husband to go with it was an inconvenient reality I was still trying to make peace with.
"Then maybe make eye contact with some of the boys at church,"
Dad suggested, picking his paper up again.
"That would be a good start."
I stopped at the linen cupboard on my way to the Model T, fetching a small towel to protect the dress, then stopped again to pat the horse and to check on her harness. Jessie and Joker were all we had left by way of livestock, other than the chickens. And although the chickens still gave us plenty, the horses were the most valuable asset we owned now. A man from the bank arrived without warning one day to load the tractor up onto the bed of a truck. The only sign we'd ever even owned it was the mound of debt it left behind. Around the same time, we could no longer justify the cost of running the Model T. We tried to sell it, but with so many cars for sale, no one wanted to pay a fair price. Henry and I removed the engine and then took out every bit of glass and superfluous metal from its body, making it as light as possible. When we finished, we rigged up a mechanism to fix the horses to it, turning the car into an elaborate cart. Plenty of others had the same idea. We called them Hoover wagons, after the president we loved to blame for our miserable circumstances.
"Come on, Lizzie,"
Henry called impatiently as I pitted Jessie's nose. She was taking us to church that day, and Henry was already in the driver's seat, holding the reins. Mother beamed at me from the front passenger seat, pleased with his enthusiasm, and I sighed and made my way to the back. The week's eggs were all packed carefully onto the seat beside me, ready to go to the grocer on the way to church. I wiped my side of the seat with the towel before I climbed in. As Henry steered the cart along the drive, dust billowed up around us, and I looked down at the white dress and felt a pang of despair. "Dusty today," Mother said. But the ambient dust those wheels were stirring up was the least of our worries. Dust and sandstorms were blowing through with such regularity that we had a whole routine when we saw one on the horizon. Henry would lock the horses in the barn, Mother would hurry to take any clothes off the line, and I'd run from room to room, checking that windows were closed. It was Dad's job to prepare his bedroom for us all to shelter in. By the time we all ran inside, he'd be ready to close the door behind us and put a wet towel down against the gap beneath it. He'd have food and water inside his closet, tucked under a blanket to shelter it from the dust. Dad would hang a damp sheet over the window to catch the dirt that threatened the gaps. On the bed, he'd have a pail waiting with wet dish towels for us to put over our mouths, and a little tub of Vaseline for us to smear into our nostrils. The dirt in the air during one summer storm had irritated the lining of our noses such that we all had nosebleeds for days. All of this, and it wasn't nearly enough. Dirt or sand or dust would sneak in between the gaps in the floorboards or the walls, and by the time the bad storms passed, those wet tea towels would be black or red or yellow with the dirt they'd kept from our lungs, and there'd be mounds of dirt around the skirting boards. Every storm was different depending on whether the soil blew in from Oklahoma or Ohio or Kansas, or maybe the farm right next door. In the beginning, we'd peer at the dirt and discuss its potential origins, analyzing the color and texture and wind direction. By the time the storms were coming almost every week, the novelty of our dirt detective game had worn off. One storm lasted a full 24 hours. By then, we were so accustomed to them that we didn't even panic. We just sat in Mother and Dad's room, and we listened to the wind howl for hours on end. "How long are we going to be stuck in here?" I muttered at one point. "That's the wrong way of looking at this, Lizzie," Mother gently chided me. "We have a roof over our heads, somewhere to shelter. We have one another."
"We aren't stuck in here," Henry added. "We're safe in here."
But over time, Even Mother had grown tired of the relentless storms and the dust that seemed to permeate every single crevice in our lives. Now when a storm came, we just sat in a miserable, heavy silence, listening to the wind as it bathed our house and fields and vegetable garden and barn in dust. Even on a beautiful Sunday morning on our way to church, we barely saw the sun or the bright blue sky. All we saw was the dust.
"Good morning, Mrs. Davis,"
Judge Nagel greeted us, nodding politely as we mingled in the vestibule of the church before service.
"And you too, Miss Lizzie."
His gaze landed on my brother, and he added quietly, "Henry."
"Good morning, sir. Mrs. Nagel, you look lovely today,"
Henry said, but he rushed through the words. It was obvious he only had eyes for Betsy, who was standing beside her parents. She looked beautiful as she always did. That day she was wearing a yellow dress with a soft skirt that skimmed her calves. She'd probably made it herself, because Betsy sewed for fun, even though she could afford to buy clothes ready-made. "I love your dress, Lizzie," she said sincerely. "Those cute little buttons. It suits you so much." I flushed, embarrassed at the attention, but remembered my manners enough to thank her before I shuffled away to take my seat. Any other girl might have been mocking me with a compliment for such an old dress, but Betsy was nice. The judge and Mrs. Nagel were good people too, of course, even if I'd become increasingly nervous about Judge Nagel's demeanor. Henry said that I was imagining things, but with every passing Sunday, Judge Nagel seemed a little cooler toward us, toward Henry in particular. That made perfect sense to me. Henry borrowed all of that money 2 years earlier, and he'd promised to repay it by the coming harvest. The judge would know as well as anyone that we had almost no chance of doing that now. I swallowed the lump in my throat as the service began. Pastor Williams was in good form, bringing yet another variation on the theme of the times. Keep faith. God is in control. Every Sunday it was a similar angle, because what else was there to say to people who were suffering so immensely? Our whole economy ran off produce, and after so many failed crops, farmers had long since run out of savings and were down to their last ounce of faith. The main street of Oakden was one long row of boarded-up windows, because all but the most essential stores had already gone bust. I saw how empty the collection plate was each week, and yet every Sunday, Pastor Williams took to that pulpit to thunder about resilience and hope and faith.
"Bow your heads and pray with me,"
he said at the end of the sermon. But as I bowed my head, I glanced across the aisle and felt a chill run down my spine. Everyone else was praying, but Judge Nagel was staring at Henry. The judge wasn't angry. He was heartbroken. Somehow, that was worse. I tried to talk to Henry as we made our way out to lunch, but my brother was busy chatting up the older ladies in church. When I caught his arm, he waved me off impatiently. Being the most handsome and popular boy in town, Henry got a little vacation at church from the stress and isolation on the farm. Most weeks I was content to just find a quiet corner to wait for him to finish charming his way through conversations.
"Miss Davis, you look so lovely today,"
a deep voice said. I glanced impatiently toward the source of the voice and found Chad Glass, a boy a few years older than me. He was handsome enough and polite enough, but he was also a mechanic. The last person on earth I'd want to date was someone who didn't even have a farm to offer me. "Thank you, Chad. Please excuse me," I said, stepping around him to chase after Henry. But my footsteps slowed when I saw that he was with Judge Nagel. The two exchanged some quiet words in the vestibule. Then Henry sucked in a breath as he followed Judge Nagel out the door. I walked briskly after them, reaching the door just in time to see them crossing the street and disappearing together into the courthouse across the road. I hesitated for a split second before I slipped from the church, jogging unsteadily in Mother's old shoes until I stood beneath the windows of Judge Nagel's office. At first, I couldn't hear anything, but a sudden sliding sound fixed that. The judge was muttering about the heat and had opened the window. That allowed me to hear the low murmur of voices.
"Son, I understand, but I know you've seen Main Street. More than half of the businesses gone bust are in buildings I hold mortgages on. I still have to pay the bank, but no one is paying me rent. I can't even sell those stores because this town is dying. I need you to repay me that money. All of it. Some of it. Whatever you can come up with."
"I'm really sorry, sir," Henry said. I could imagine my brother maintaining eye contact, looking cool and calm as he started to panic inside. Part of Henry's magic charm was his ability to appear neutral even when he was guilty as hell.
"As I'm sure you know, the harvest isn't looking so good this year for us either. Surely you have an asset you can sell?" "Sir, we don't even have a tractor anymore, and I tried to sell the car, but no one was buying." "Then, we find ourselves at an impasse,"
the judge said heavily. There was a pause. Then his voice was barely above a whisper as he said,
"Henry, I don't think you appreciate how desperate I am. It's been almost 2 years, son, and all of that time, you've done no more than throw a few pennies my way. You owe me hundreds of dollars."
"I know, Judge," Henry said urgently. "I'll think of something. I really will." There was a terse pause. I pressed my hand to my mouth.
"Do you know what would happen if I tried to sue you, Henry?"
"No, sir."
"The case would go before the court in Dalhart. And do you know who the judge is there?"
"No, sir."
"Judge Nolan Wickingham. I'm not saying he'd rule in my favor, Henry, but I am saying I went to law school with him, and I was best man at his wedding."
"Sir, I promise you, I'll do everything in my power to pay you back as soon as I can. But I have nothing for you to take even if you did decide to sue me."
"You have land."
"My father has land," Henry corrected him. I could hear the panic in his voice, and I felt it in my chest.
"I'm not so sure Judge Wickingham would see it that way, Henry. That asset will be yours soon enough. Maybe the courts would see fit to pass the land on to me a little early, so that I can sell it to recoup my losses."
"Sir," Henry croaked, "I mean no disrespect, but who's buying farmland right now?"
"No one is buying stores in a dying town in the middle of nowhere, but I know I could find someone to take a 500-acre farm off my hands for the right price."
"Sir, please."
"I don't want to do this, Henry. Do you hear me? I need you to find some money somehow, or I'll have no choice."
I heard sudden movement inside and worried that the judge was moving toward the window. I panicked and ran back to the church. I stepped inside just as Mother put her hand on the door, apparently about to come looking for us. She had a plate of food in her other hand. "Where on earth have you been?" she asked, peering at me in confusion. "You're missing the luncheon. Go quickly before all the good food goes." When I remained frozen in place, catching my breath, she dropped her voice and added, "You know as well as I do this is the best meal you'll have all week. This is not the time to go wandering away." I saw Henry and the judge walk into the vestibule a little while later. Henry had Mother's coloring, warm brown hair and skin that tanned instead of burned. But that day, he was as pale as I'd ever seen him. I waved at him and pointed to the chair beside me, where the plate of food I'd fixed for him was waiting. Beads of sweat covered his brow as he moved the plate to sit down. "Everything okay?" I asked him.
"Everything's just fine,"
he lied, forcing an unconvincing smile as he began to pick at the food. The next day, Henry and I went to check on the crop in one of the fields farthest from the house. We rode the horses side by side, their hooves sinking into the thin dust with each step. My cheeks were wind-burned, and nothing I did seemed to help. I tried smearing them with Vaseline to protect them, but by the time I walked from the house to the barn, the Vaseline was coated in dust. The best I could do was wear a kerchief over the lower part of my face for as much of the day as I could stand. The wind had become relentless, blowing for weeks. The only difference each day was whether it was a gale or a breeze. That day, it was somewhere in the middle. I'd wanted to talk to Henry the previous night, but as determined as I was, he seemed equally determined to avoid me. He'd gone to bed at the same time as Mother and Daddy. Now was my chance. "I followed you and the judge to the courthouse and listened through the window," I told Henry, deciding it was best to just blurt it out. The only sign he gave that he'd even heard what I said was the way his mouth tightened. "Do you think he's right? Could he really take the farm?"
"This is their game. I don't even know the rules I'm playing by. Maybe Judge Nagel just said he'd take the farm to scare me. He seems as desperate as we are, so I guess that's possible. I just don't even know who to talk to. We can't afford a lawyer of our own. I don't even have a copy of the contract.
So, what do we do? I asked, feeling queasy. Henry brought his horse to a stop and swung down to the ground. He fetched a small spade from the toolkit he kept on his saddle, and in silence, he started to dig, sending dust flying all over the withered plants in the field. Less than half the seeds had germinated that year, and most of the plants that did died before they even formed seed heads. Our fields contained row after row of patchy and deformed brown stalks. Even the weeds were unusually sparse that year. All the soil seemed able to produce was the occasional patch of Russian thistle or bull nettle. The dead thistles rolled all over the fields in the dust storms, getting stuck on the wire and providing a framework for the dust to settle on, until every fence had disappeared beneath the mound of dirt. "What are you doing?" I asked Henry, but he kept on digging. He dug until his brow was covered in grime from dust and sweat, until his face was red with exertion. I knew that there was no resistance in the soil, and that didn't change, even as Henry dug down 12 inches, 2 feet, and farther he went until he was standing in a hole. After a while, I swung off my horse and stepped closer, touching his shoulder gently to get his attention. Henry looked at me, his eyes wild with panic and rimmed red with sweat and irritation from the dust, and maybe some tears. This wasn't like Henry. He was usually calm as a cucumber, even when he'd messed up.
"Look at this," he said, his voice breaking. "Just look at it, Lizzie. They say that there was damp soil all over these high plains, down at the 3 feet mark. It didn't matter how dry the season was. The moisture was always there. But look at this. Just look at it."
I looked down at the dusty hole he was standing in.
"No wonder the crops aren't growing," he whispered miserably. "We're trying to grow them in a goddamn desert."
With Henry standing in that hole, for the first time in our lives, I was taller than he was. I clapped my hands onto his shoulders and gently shook him.
"Sorry," he said.
He cleared his throat and lifted his chin.
"I'm sorry, Lizzie. Don't fret. I promise it's going to be fine. I'll fix this. Maybe I can get a job on an oil field. Or I read in the paper that there were jobs in El Paso on one of those New Deal projects. I'll move away, get a wage. Then we can keep the farm and pay him back."
Henry. Mother and Dad seriously considered letting him go off in search of work after the bad harvest in 31. Dad talked him out of it because he expected things would turn around quickly. And in a good year, or even a reasonable year, it would have been tough to run the farm without Henry. But it was way too late for that. The papers were full of stories of rural folk like us who left their farms, hoping to find better conditions in the cities, only to find things there were a different kind of awful. "What are we going to do?" I whispered unevenly. Henry climbed out of the hole. He dusted himself off, and he swung himself back up onto the horse.
"The best we can do is go down to the far field and see if there's any good news down there. Then we go back to the house, and we'll collect the eggs. We'll feed and water the horses."
He nodded, as if he was talking to himself more than me.
"Yep, that's it. One foot in front of the other. We'll think only about whatever the next step is, and we'll do that over and over for as long as we have to, until things get better."
After that day in the field, Henry just stopped talking. He was still working as hard as he always did, always fixing something or building something, making the most of every minute of sunlight. But as soon as the sun went down, he went to bed. And most mornings, I had to wake him up because for the first time in his life, he was sleeping in. He didn't even want to go to church. One Saturday night, after he'd gone to bed early again, I sat out under the stars on my own, looking up through the lingering dust haze to the stars. I was trying to figure out what to do. I didn't want to alert Mother and Dad to the situation with the judge because I didn't want to betray Henry's confidence. But I couldn't shake the feeling that my brother needed help. When I heard the door open, I assumed Henry changed his mind about going to bed. But it was Mother who sank into his chair opposite me. I started and almost dropped my mug of Henry's bathtub gin in my haste to hide it. "Give me some of that," she said. "It's, Mother, I know about Henry's grain alcohol, Lizzie," she said, making a grabbing motion for the mug. Shocked, I passed it to her, only to be even more shocked when she knocked the whole lot back. She shuddered, then exhaled and rested her head against the back of his chair. "You think you're like your daddy, don't you?" she said, eyes still closed. "I am like Daddy," I replied. Everyone always said so. Dad and I were famously quick with a scowl or to point out the negative in a situation, unlike Mother and Henry, who were the sunshine to our rain. "Honey, you're me all over. You have your dad's hair and his pragmatic nature, but that's about it. You're strong as an ox in body and spirit. Those boys of ours aren't like us." "I don't know what you mean," I said. "You and me are survivors, Lizzie. We keep moving forward. We find a way, and if there isn't a way to be found, we make one. Those boys are more inclined to crumble and break than you and I are to even consider giving up." "Henry isn't like that," I argued. "Henry is like you." "Don't kid yourself, honey. I don't know what's going on with Henry at the moment, but that boy is every bit as tormented as your father is on his worst days." "Judge Nagel wants the loan settled," I blurted. Mother sucked in a sharp breath. "He's pressuring Henry for money. The judge is having trouble of his own because so many of his tenants have gone bust. He says he might sue Henry to get the farm, even though the deed is in Daddy's name. It can't be true, can it?" "Honey," Mother said gently, "if Dad had been able to get that loan from the bank 2 years ago, we'd have already lost the farm." I was startled to realize she was right. Whether the money came from Judge Nagel or from the bank, we still had no way to repay it. I looked out over the moonlit fields and felt a pang of presumptive grief for a loss I hadn't even realized was inevitable. "Mother, I love this place." "I know, Lizzie. I do too. But you know what I love more?" I looked at her, and in the darkness I saw the gentle smile she offered me. She reached across and squeezed my hand. "This family, honey. Family is everything. I thought I'd already taught you that." "You did," I said. We weren't the kind of family to say I love you or to express our feelings aloud, but she taught me in other ways. Even those hours she spent on the bench near the Texas live oak reinforced to me that what mattered in life was to love so deeply that sometimes you were truly tormented by it. The weather let us down, not the judge. At least he gave us a chance, and he bought us 2 more years here. We should be grateful to him, not scared of him or angry with him. Knowing the judge as I do, I know he wouldn't be demanding money from us unless he really needed it. I bet he's as distressed about this as we are." There was strength and dignity in that statement that astounded me. I stared at Mother in the moonlight, all calm and compassionate, even though she just acknowledged she was on the verge of losing everything. "How are you so strong?" I asked. "That's what I'm trying to tell you, Lizzie. You are just like me. I know they say women are the weaker sex, but there's nothing weak about the women in this family. The strength of generations runs through our veins. It doesn't matter what life throws at us. We find a way to keep going. And it seems to me that those of us who are strong have an obligation to care for others when they aren't." Mother suddenly pushed herself to a standing position. "You aren't going to solve this sitting out here on your own tonight. Let's skip church tomorrow. We can drag Daddy and Henry out for a drive if the weather is good. Maybe they can get some perspective if we get them off the farm." 12. Lizzie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. I'd heard Calvin use a sharp tone a handful of times over all of the years of our marriage, but never before had it been directed at me. I didn't quite know how to deal with it.
"What the hell were you thinking?"
"I was thinking that this is insanity," I blurted, pointing to his office window and the civilized party beyond it, still taking place on the lawn just a few hundred feet away. They just bring a bunch of Nazi families here and let them roam free and think everything is going to be fine?
Not
Every German was a Nazi, Lizzie, he sighed. But some of those men were, I said quietly. Cal inhaled sharply. I'm willing to play the game in public, but when it's just you and me, I shouldn't have to pretend I don't know that.
You call that playing the game?
Cal said, waving vaguely toward the window overlooking the party.
This new program is a golden opportunity for Huntsville, and it's a golden opportunity for me. I need your support in this.
I scoffed impatiently, and Calvin threw his head back in frustration.
Do you even know who you were shouting at down there?
Does it matter? I exclaimed.
It was Sofie Rhodes, Lizzie. Jürgen Rhodes' wife.
Oh, hell. Out of all of the German scientists, there were only a handful that Calvin seemed particularly awed by. And Jürgen Rhodes was right at the top of that list.
He's waited 5 years for her to join him here, and before I even had the chance to introduce myself, you started an argument with her.
She started the argument with me, I muttered.
It doesn't matter,
he shouted, and I startled in surprise. Calvin squeezed his eyes closed and drew in a shaky breath.
Lizzie, you're my wife. Even if you can't support me, I need you to pretend you're behind me all the way.
I am behind you, I snapped. But you were outraged at all of this too a few years ago. These men didn't change. You did. I spun on my heel and left his office, slamming the door behind me. My temper ran hot, even as I walked from the office building, across the lawn and back to the party. As I returned, I was pleased to see the Rhodes family walking across the lawn toward the cars. It felt a little like Sofie Rhodes was running from our argument, and that was infinitely satisfying. But Brianna was crying, sitting awkwardly on Becca's lap, her face pressed into her mother's neck. My heart contracted at the sight of her. Over the years, I had grown so fond of Brianna, and her sister Ava, too. "What's all this?" I asked her, taking the seat beside Becca. Brianna pointed to a nasty scrape on her knee. "That German girl pushed me over." Just as my anger started to fade, it burst back. Becca was shaking her head in disgust. I didn't see it, but Avril did. She said some kraut kid came barreling around the tree and just pushed Bree over. She didn't even apologize. "Typical," I muttered, shaking my head. I brushed a lock of Brianna's hair back from her face and said quietly, "Don't you worry about it, honey. You just stay away from those kids, okay? They'll be at your school this week, but you don't have to play with them. It's not right that they're here. You're a nice girl, so I know you want people to like you, but you don't have to go along with something when you know it's not right." The sun was low in the sky as I parked in the driveway, but the lights were out in Henry's apartment above our garage. Calvin would soon follow me in his own car once he finished saying goodbye to the guests. He was still angry with me, and I hated that, but I wasn't sure what to do about it. I found Henry in my kitchen. A pot of potatoes was bubbling furiously on the back burner, and on the front he was frying chicken. I said, surprised. "That smells good."
"I was bored, so I thought I'd cook us some dinner," he said, looking down at the pan. "How are the Nazis?"
"Terrible," I muttered, throwing my keys and handbag onto the table. "One of their kids pushed little Brianna clean over and then refused to say sorry, and one of the women actually picked a fight with me." Henry looked up at me in alarm.
"Who picked a fight with you?"
"You know how Cal keeps talking about Jürgen Rhodes, the man who designed those V2 rockets that did so much damage to London?" Henry nodded. "Well, I was talking to Becca, and then his wife started yelling at me about—" I broke off. It was all a bit fuzzy, my memory blurred by the champagne and the anger I'd felt. Something about how segregation is the same as the extermination camps. I paused. That wasn't quite it, but it was close enough. Henry stared at me, his jaw open, but his eyes a little glazed, like he wasn't quite following the conversation.
"Segregation is terrible," he said.
"I know," I sighed. Having lived in El Paso for years, I was no stranger to bigotry. Half of that city was Mexican or of Mexican descent, and white folk often acted like that was a bad thing. Huntsville was like two separate towns that happened to be co-located, and it seemed that having poorly treated black staff members within a household was just the normal order of business for some. I hated it. Not that I was about to admit that to Sofie Rhodes.
"My division liberated a camp in Germany,"
Henry said suddenly, turning his attention back to the chicken. It was my turn to feel dazed. Henry spoke so rarely about his deployment that I'd given up asking about it a long time ago. "You did?" I said, stunned.
"It was April. Like now,"
he murmured, almost to himself.
"There were wildflowers growing on the side of the road as we advanced, and that morning I was thinking about Betsy. A few years after I enlisted, I wrote her and asked how she was. She wrote me back and told me she'd married a man and was expecting a baby. I bet that baby is real cute, but I was glad she didn't send me a photograph."
"You never told me any of that."
"I wanted her to know I'd found my feet, you know? That I thought of her fondly and always would. And ever since that first letter, she's written to me every few months. If I'd found a way to marry her, I'd have picked those wildflowers in Germany and preserved them to bring them home to her."
"And the camp?" I prompted gently. He reached for the tongs, then lifted a piece of chicken out of the pan to rest on a plate. "Henry?" I prompted. The front door slammed, and Henry startled. He dropped the tongs and accidentally touched the hot plate when he tried to pick them up, then cried out with pain and panic as he looked to the kitchen door as an unsuspecting Calvin appeared. Since Henry's troubles began, I'd come to suspect he had what they called combat fatigue, although I'd never been able to get him to see a doctor. One day, I went to the library in El Paso to find some information. One of the books the librarian gave me said that when a man had combat fatigue, the trauma of war didn't return to him as memories, but as reactions. In moments like that one at the stove, it really did seem that Henry's brain had been switched off, and every move he made was pure, unfiltered instinct. "Henry?" I said softly, but he was still looking around the room like he wasn't sure where he was. I spoke louder, stepping closer to him again, trying to get his attention. "Henry, are you okay? Honey, I'm right here with you."
"What's going on?"
Calvin asked, concerned. Henry pushed past me and Cal, stomping down the hall and out the back door toward his apartment, slamming the screen door behind him. Calvin looked at me, scanning for injuries.
"Did he hurt you?"
"Of course he didn't hurt me," I snapped. 5 long years had passed since the war ended. Most of the time I thought I'd come to accept that Henry would never again be like he was. But every now and again, I discovered I had to grieve all over again. I pointed after my brother as I glared at Calvin and said, "This is what those bastards did to him. And Christopher seriously thinks I'm going to invite them over here for coffee?"
"You know I don't mind helping Henry, however and whenever we can. But if having the Germans in town is too much for him, we should try to find him somewhere else to stay. Because these people are not going anywhere."
We stared at one another, the space between us thick with tension. And then Calvin sighed miserably and left the kitchen, as if he couldn't bear to keep arguing with me. I understood. I hated arguing with Calvin, too. I already felt enough guilt at the unusual nature of our marriage. I hated to add to it by finding myself on the other side of a disagreement with no easy solution. But this was too important. The injustice of the situation was just too great for me to ignore, not even to please my husband. When I went to check on Henry in his room an hour later, he was lying on the bed, staring at the wall. "Are you all right?" I asked him tentatively.
"Yeah,"
he said. His voice was still hoarse.
"Sorry for all that."
"You've seemed so much better lately," I said quietly. Henry had been flat and irritable at Christmas, but since returning a few weeks ago, even Cal remarked how much calmer he seemed. Henry sighed, shrugging noncommittally. "Is your hand okay?" He rolled toward me and lifted his fist. The skin on his knuckles was busted, and there was a purple bruise forming. I was confused at first. I'd been asking about the burn from the stove, but this was something else. "How did you do that?"
"Sorry,"
he whispered, pointing to the wall beside the door. I turned and saw the 4 jagged holes he'd punched in the drywall. I swallowed a gasp.
"I'll fix it up when I get my next paycheck."
"Don't you even worry about it," I said, but my voice was strained. For all of Henry's troubles over the years, that kind of destructive violence was new, and I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. I patted him gently on the shoulder and rose to leave the room. but as I took my first steps, he said,
"Lizzie,
"Yeah?"
it's not right,"
he said.
"Those people coming here after what they did. I sometimes walk past Sauerkraut Hill, and there are some real nice houses there. It really worries me that the families in those blocks around them might not realize who their new neighbors really are. And besides, why have those men been given such cushy jobs working with the very army that lost so many good men defeating them?"
"I know, Henry," I sighed.
"Why did they come here anyway?"
"The men didn't have a choice in the beginning," I reminded him. "They were brought to America as prisoners. But they do have it pretty good here now. Why would they leave?" He sighed too and rolled away from me, staring at the wall again.
"It's just not right," he murmured. "It's just not right."
I agreed, but as I left his apartment, I was only grateful that Henry didn't know the half of it.
13. Sofie, Berlin, Germany, 1933. A few days after the election results were announced, I took the children to visit Jürgen's great-aunt Adela. As I opened the gate between our courtyards, Laura was on my hip, chewing on her fist and drooling all over my shoulder. Georg ran ahead, stopping to inspect some chamomile blossoming along the edge of a garden bed. He bent to pick a bunch, then, clutching the stems tightly in his chubby fist, toddled along in front of me, making a beeline for the entrance to Adela's apartment. When we found her setting up morning tea at the eat-in table in her kitchen, Georg ran toward her to show her the flowers. "Oma," he greeted her. Georg had seen Adela most every day of his life, but every time we stepped into her house, he seemed surprised to find her there. "Flower, blue flower." "These are white flowers, Georg," she said. Adela made a great show of taking the makeshift posy and inhaling the scent as if it were a rose. She rested the bouquet on the table, then scooped my daughter from my hip and promptly pressed a hard ginger cookie into her hand. "Chew on that. It'll help with those sore gums." I had no idea how old Adela was. She said it was impolite to ask, and if anyone tried to, she refused to answer. She was Jürgen's late grandmother's eldest sister, and he guessed that she was in her late 70s or maybe early 80s. Adela religiously wore a hat outside, even in the winter, and her face was surprisingly smooth. Her long white hair was invariably wound into a bun, or, for special occasions, elaborate braids. Like Maim, she was a part of the circle of our little family. Adela adored Maim and Jürgen, and she all but worshipped my children. Her feelings for me were obviously more complicated. "Why, Sofie?" I overheard her ask Jürgen when he and I first started dating. "She's spoiled, shallow." "She's wonderful," Jürgen said simply. And although that warmed me, the knowledge that Adela did not approve of our relationship hung over our courtship in the early years. Jürgen was 7 when his family home in Freiburg was bombed in the dying days of the Great War. His parents and infant sister Ilsa perished. Adela was in Berlin, on the other side of Germany, grieving the loss of her own family. Both of her sons and her beloved husband, Alfred, were all killed at the front. 3 miserable telegrams over 3 miserable months. And then I was alone, she told me. But then a 4th telegram arrived. This one was from a friend of Jürgen's parents, and it informed Adela that Jürgen had been orphaned, and she was the only family they could find who might care for him. Adela's sister, Jürgen's grandmother, passed years before, and until that telegram arrived, Adela didn't realize her nephew had married and had a family of his own. Still, she had her driver take her to collect Jürgen the next day. 10 long hours in a car, traversing the country. She had cared for him ever since. Even now that he was an adult with a family of his own, she still sometimes babied him. Over the years, I'd made some kind of peace with Adela's reluctance to embrace me. I'd also made peace with the reality that I had an obligation to care for her anyway. She had been a godsend to my husband, and that meant I was going to do my best to be a godsend to her, whether she liked it or not. "How are you?" I asked her, and she rolled her eyes at me as if the very question were absurd. "Just fine," she said, quickly turning her attention to Laura. She tickled Laura's cheek, and my daughter gave a grin, opening her mouth so wide that the inflamed buds of her new teeth were visible on her lower gum. "Where's our Mayim today?" She seemed anxious. I suggested she go visit with her parents. "Ah, that is good," Adela said, nodding in satisfaction, but also surprise, as if it were a great miracle that I'd done something that pleased her. "She needs them, and they need her as we wait to see what the great buffoon is going to do to this country." I walked around the table to fill her kettle with water. Once I'd set it on the stove, I turned back to try to reassure her with words I didn't quite believe myself. "We'll probably be back at the polls before we know it, and common sense will prevail. We just have to be calm and patient." "Don't you dare come into my house and speak to me like I'm a senile old fool, Sofie von Meyer Rhodes." Adela gently rested Laura on a rug on the floor beside Georg, then dropped herself heavily into a chair at the kitchen table as she shot me a sharp look. "Even if there were another election tomorrow, those Nazis wouldn't honor the results. They started as thugs in 1920, and they have done nothing but stir up instability ever since. I am old enough to know that history is not an archive. It is a crystal ball. People don't change, and political parties change even less than that. From the party's very inception, its intent has been clear. They plan to segregate Jews from Aryan society and to strip them of their rights." "We just have to stay calm and keep level heads," I repeated. I had plenty of practice ignoring Adela's rants and her tendency toward hasty judgment. There isn't anything we can do about it now anyway. Adela sighed wearily, then turned her attention back to the children seated on the rug beside her. "I only care for the sake of you young people, you know. Hopefully God will take me soon, and I can be with Alfred and our boys. But you and these babies have a lot of living left to do, and so does Mayim and her family. I just can't see how a man like Hitler can bring anything but chaos, especially for the Jews." "We could talk about this all day, and we still won't solve it. Let's talk about something more pleasant." "Actually, there are some other unpleasant matters that you and I must discuss," Adela said. Then she tilted her head at me. "I've been waiting for an opportunity to talk alone. Don't think I haven't noticed your artwork and furniture vaporizing over the last 6 months. I know things are tough for you and Jürgen. He tells me that you are determined to hold on to your family home, and I understand that better than most." Like me, Adela had grown up in a family of considerable wealth, and Alfred made a comfortable living for them both. But Adela unexpectedly found herself with a young child to care for right when the hyperinflation crisis began. She laid off her personal staff, and when that wasn't enough to stabilize her financial situation, she remodeled, converting her family's expensive ancestral home into apartments. She kept the smallest of these for herself and Jürgen, and rented out the rest. Her apartment now comprised only the back part of the ground floor of her building. Her front living room was a studio apartment occupied by an elderly Bavarian couple. and her entryway and stairwell were common space for all of her tenants. Adela was left with her original kitchen, a bathroom, and her bedroom. And, most importantly, private access to her courtyard. She converted that space into something of a miniature farm, keeping chickens and rabbits and a small collection of fruit trees, berries, and vegetables growing in boxes and tubs. Adela had a network of widowed friends all across the city. And in the worst times, I'd watched a seemingly endless stream of silver-haired women visiting each day, leaving with a basket of produce. I once saw Adela's best friend, Martha Brewer, holding a box as she waited for the trolley. As I approached her, one slender grey ear appeared from the top. "Is that a rabbit?" I said blankly. "Do," she chuckled. "Where on earth are you taking those?" I asked her, and Martha shrugged. "There's a poor family on my block with a new baby on the way. Adela insisted I take this breeding pair of rabbits for them. They'll have fresh meat for the babe next summer." Adela was savvy, hard-working, stubborn, and compassionate. It stung sometimes that she seemed capable of boundless love for strangers, but she still seemed to have little affection for me. "Sophie, you and I also know that my nephew is a man of great intelligence, but he is not without his limitations." Adela sighed heavily. "We both know he's unlikely to ever find work outside of academia, and even when the economy stabilizes, your family income will be modest. What is your plan for the future?" "We're getting by," I said stiffly. But she wasn't wrong about Jürgen's employment prospects. His undergraduate focus was engineering and physics, but he'd focused his postgraduate studies narrowly around rockets, a technology that remained in its infancy. The last time I went to a Space Society launch, I'd watched the little prototype fly as high as 40 or 50 feet, then tilt alarmingly to fall right back down toward the group of men who'd designed it, sending them all scattering in a panic. No one was going to pay him to play with dangerous toys. "Why don't you take whatever money you have left and remodel, as I did? You could sell or rent the top floors as apartments." "No one is buying apartments now, Aunt Adela," I pointed out. "A house is always worth something, Sophie, even in a bad market," she said patronizingly. "Now, if you were really smart, you could sell the whole lot and move in here." "Are some of your tenants leaving?" "No one is leaving," she said abruptly. "I meant you could move into this apartment with me. It would be a little cramped." "A little cramped," I repeated incredulously. "When Jürgen was a child, she gave him the sole bedroom while she slept on the sofa in her kitchen. Did she think I could put my children in her bathtub to sleep each night?" "Aunt Adela, that's a very generous offer, but it's just not practical. We wouldn't fit here. And where would Maim go?" "She'd have to go home, of course, but the rest of you could live here for free. You could live off the profit from the sale of your home for a long time if you were careful with it, regardless of what happens with Jürgen's job." "Father borrowed against the villa when the market was high," I interrupted her, flushing. "If we sell it now, we lose my family home and we still walk away with a debt. All we can do is hold on and hope things turn around." "Wishful thinking is not a plan." "But wishful thinking is all I have left," I snapped. I spun back to the kettle and moved it off the heat too fast, splashing drops of scalding water onto my skin. I cursed and dropped the kettle into the sink, then ran cold water over my hand. Small, angry spots appeared on my skin, but it wasn't a bad burn. My pride hurt more than my hand. Adela rose, approached me slowly, and peered over my shoulder at my hand. You know it is my intention to die in this house, just as I was born here. But, Sofie, attachment to our family homes doesn't mean we can't adapt. You simply must find a better way forward. I didn't stay for tea. I packed the children up and left to nurse my aching wrist and my bruised pride at home. When Karl invited us to meet him and Lydia for a picnic on Saturday morning, Jürgen and I were of two minds about accepting their invitation. He might have news about this job, and it would be good to know one way or another, Jürgen said heavily. Besides, I want to ask them what their thoughts are on these new laws. The Nazi government utilized the Enabling Act and passed the law for rectification of the distress of nation and Reich. It allowed the chancellor and his cabinet to create legislation and to enshrine it in law without the support of the parliament. Hitler argued that this was necessary to bring stability, but to me, it seemed increasingly apparent that whatever instability we were suffering from was by his design and at his pleasure. What if we don't like their answers? I said hesitantly. Then at least we'll know the friendship is over. Jürgen sighed. That was how we found ourselves spread out on a rug beneath an ancient red oak tree in the park between our homes, eating rye bread thick with cultured butter and salami with soft cheese. Karl and Lydia left their young twins, Horst and Ernst, at home with their nanny. But Georg and their 4-year-old son, Hans, were running circles around the rug. I invited Maim, but she opted to stay home with Lara. We spent a few minutes catching up, discussing the children's antics and swapping pleasantries. Lydia and Karl were both profusely apologetic for their unavailability over the past few months. This country has been adrift for far too long. We knew we needed to do our part to ensure our national future, Lydia offered by way of explanation. How do you feel about... I began. Then I broke off. It felt so awkward to raise the subject of the new government's tolerance for violence against the Jews, and I wasn't quite sure why that was, given I'd always thought of Karl and Lydia as reasonable people, and I was still hopeful they were as quietly as horrified by it all as Jürgen and I were. I tried again. I was wondering what your thoughts are on... Your concerns about the new laws, especially in the context of the Nazi racial policies, aren't you? Karl said, flashing me a gentle smile. I nodded, and he added, aligning oneself with a political party always requires a degree of compromise. You aren't concerned that Hitler now rules a dictatorship? Jürgen asked skeptically. Karl shook his head. The parliament is so hostile to this new government. How else could the party bring stability but to bypass them? He promised to restore law and order, Lydia reminded us. That's a difficult thing to achieve without a few hard decisions along the way. And these reports of the SA barricading Jewish businesses, of harassment of Jews on the streets, the book burnings? Jürgen frowned. What do you make of these things? Some incidents were real, but the rest of what you speak of is mostly rumors. Karl shrugged. You know how whispers spread, especially in certain communities. Which communities do you mean, Karl? I asked, frowning. Would you look at that? Lydia said suddenly, and we all followed her gaze to where Hans and Georg were seated side by side on the ground, a little collection of stones between them. Sofie, we must get Hans and Georg together more. They'll grow up to be dear friends, just as the 4 of us are. Karl turned to look at them too, and he smiled softly at the sight. But Jürgen and I exchanged a glance. The conversation was clearly over. but I didn't feel reassured at all. What were you and Carl talking about today when you walked away from us? Did he mention the job? I asked Jürgen later that night once we were in bed. He had been unusually quiet through dinner. When Georg made silly faces and Mayim and I gave him the laughs he so clearly expected, Jürgen barely managed a smile. But we'd been married long enough for me to know that Jürgen needed the cover of darkness to open up about his worries. And the minute my head hit the pillow, my curiosity got the better of me. Do you remember a few weeks before the election, when the Space Society held our last lunch? Jürgen asked. I do. Carl brought an audience without warning us. It turns out the men were senior officials in the Nazi Party. That startled me. I sat up and flicked on my bedside lamp, then turned to frown down at him. Jürgen also sat up and retrieved his glasses from the table on his side of the bed. We stared at one another. Did you know who they were at the time? No, I didn't. But I was humiliated, and frankly, irritated with Carl for bringing anyone at all. Besides, it didn't seem to matter much at the time. Jürgen drew in a deep breath. Only it turns out the Nazis want to establish their own rocket program. Carl told me today that the position he's been hinting at would be with a new division within Army Ordnance. A job? In rockets? I was so startled by this, I couldn't hide my shock. You've never taken my work seriously, Jürgen said abruptly. He was right. I had not. But for good reason. Your rockets explode without warning at least half the time, including this exact launch we're discussing, if I remember correctly. Isn't that what happened? He didn't reply, so I pushed again. It floated. It flew, Sophie. Rockets don't float. They're propelled with force. For 15 seconds. Then it exploded. Didn't you say that a chunk of debris hit one of the other Space Society members and burned a hole in his coat? At this, Jürgen fell silent. I sighed impatiently. I'm allowed to be a little skeptical. You're talking about flying to the moon with something that can't get more than a few feet off the ground. Do you really think I'd have invested these years into rocketry if it wasn't a viable technology? At present, our prototypes aren't reliable, but inevitably they will be perfected. Every failed launch is an experiment we can learn from. Have they offered jobs to everyone in the rocket group? Carl and I to start with, although I suspect others will be approached soon. As keen as Carl is on rockets, he's no scientist. He will handle the business aspects of the program, and they want me to lead the technical side. And the ultimate goal is to send a man into space, I clarified. Because this still seems so unlikely I could barely believe my ears. The rockets Jürgen's group experimented with weren't just unreliable. They were toy-sized. There's a possibility that they have an ulterior motive. What else could they possibly want them for? Sophie, think about the launches you've been to. Half the time the rockets explode, don't they? I stared at him blankly, and he prompted, They explode, just like a bomb. That's an unfortunate side effect of the fuel's volatility. But just imagine what they could do if we were to intentionally use them as explosive devices. To me, they always seemed like dangerous toys, foolish toys. But in an instant, I understood that in the wrong hands, those toys could have a distinctly dark purpose. Jürgen's friends were very careful when handling the rockets, but even so, from time to time, someone suffered an injury. The best launch they had ever achieved stayed in the air for a full 5 minutes before it exploded. But it exploded nonetheless. You think they want to... Weaponize them! An attempt at reaching space makes some sense in terms of rebuilding our international reputation. Simply getting a device to the edge of the atmosphere would attract worldwide praise. It would be incredible, I whispered. But is that possible? With the right team and the right budget, I'm confident we could produce rockets capable of traveling many miles. How many miles? I could almost see the cogs turning in his mind as he considered this. After a moment, he said, "The moon is 200,000 miles away. And although I still believe it can be done, I'm not convinced I'll see it in my lifetime. The edge of space is around 60 miles. With enough money and a few decades of development, that's likely possible. The problem is that even in designing a rocket that can travel 60 miles vertically, we'd have inadvertently designed an explosive device that could land far from its launch point." At my blank look, he explained patiently. Gravity is an immensely powerful force. They'd only need to develop ways to manage the angle of the fall, so they could target the impact point. It's a hideous thought, but a well-designed rocket could bomb countries some distance away without requiring a pilot. But we are prohibited from rearmament under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, and exploding rockets, bombs. Ha, you see, that's the trick, isn't it? The treaty doesn't mention rockets. Jürgen sighed. Only a handful of people in the world had even heard of the concept in 1919 when the treaty was written. Oh, if representatives of any other chancellor of our lifetime made me this job offer, I'd have accepted that a space mission was the goal, probably without thinking twice. For as long as I've known you, you've always imagined that one day someone would pay you to work on these prototypes. My income from the university is unpredictable at best now. I'm not a great teacher, but I could be great at this. And we're at real risk of losing this house. But despite all of that, it's too risky, I finished quietly. If you took the job, and the Nazis told you to turn them into bombs, it would be too late to protest. Jürgen nodded. He seemed relieved that I quickly realized this too. The door closed the minute it opened, but I was apparently keen to torture myself because I asked, "Did Carl mention the salary?" The budget is virtually limitless. The salary is commensurate with the importance of my unique set of interests and skills. They are setting up at Kummersdorf, but they'd give me a car for the commute. They'd even pay for me to complete my doctoral dissertation while I worked. But if this technology works the way I imagine, it could be co-opted into the most destructive weapon man has ever seen. I'd be placing that power into the hands of a regime that already terrifies me. We fell into silence. After a while, Jürgen asked me to turn the light out. We shuffled into a new position, side by side, hands entwined. I lay staring at the ceiling for a long time. As the alarm clock beside our bed clicked over to 1 a.m., Jürgen cleared his throat. "I'm sorry. I want to give you everything, to provide the kind of life you and Georg and Laura deserve," he whispered. "But the risks are just too great." After a moment, his hand tightened on mine. "You understand that, don't you?" "Of course I do," I whispered sadly. "The Nazis are dangerous, my love. I told you right away, I know you can't take the job." He shook his head, and I trailed off, frowning. "Well, what do you mean?" "I just want to make sure we're on the same page about this, in case they try to assert some pressure to force our hand." Jürgen said gently, "What makes you think they would do that?" I said, alarmed. "There are few people in Germany who could do this job. It's even more reason for me to say no. But we need to understand that they may not like it if I do. Whatever happens, I promised, I support your decision. It was an easy promise to make in the dark of night, when we had no idea that the decision had already been made for us.
14. Lizzie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. Cal was a civilian aeronautical engineer with the Fort Bliss Experimental Aviation Division through the war. After it ended, he was quietly promoted to a classified project so secretive that at first he wouldn't tell me a single thing about it. I was too easily deterred from pushing him for the details, distracted as I was by Henry's behavior after the war. The rest of the world was celebrating, but my brother was sleeping at all hours of the day and night, and irritable whenever I tried to encourage him to get out of the house. Then came the drinking, and after that, he started disappearing for days, returning broke or beaten up, or sometimes just beaten down. After a year, Henry told me he needed to stand on his own 2 feet and announced that he was leaving El Paso. I tried to convince him to stay, and Cal tried too, but Henry was determined that he knew what was best for him. We were worried, but he was an adult. We had to let him go. Only after Henry left did Calvin finally tell me the truth about his new job. He was supervising a handful of highly trained, specialized scientists captured in Germany after the war ended, brought to America under the Operation Paperclip program. I knew right away that something was rotten about that arrangement. Even if my common sense didn't tell me that inviting a bunch of German scientists to America was a bad idea, Calvin's tense, uneasy tone did.
There's a dossier on each of them, he said heavily. I've read them all, and they suggest that these men were geniuses and spent the entire war making scientific discoveries. Apparently, their hands are clean.
But you don't believe that's true? Cal pushed his glasses up and rubbed his eyes.
No one can know what I'm about to tell you, Lizzie. It has to stay between you and me.
Of course.
It's just too convenient. I asked Newsom when he was in town last week. At first, he insisted the dossiers were completely accurate. Only when I really pushed him did he admit the truth. It seems some, maybe most, of the German scientists we're working with were active in the Nazi Party. He's even seen evidence that some of the senior scientists were officers in the SS.
My mouth went dry. I followed the news about the Nuremberg trials so closely, it was borderline unhealthy. I knew all too well what kinds of evil the SS had been responsible for. Those Germans must have lied to our officials. Our government would never knowingly allow anyone like that to come here, I whispered sickly.
Truman only allowed Operation Paperclip to proceed on the condition that no Nazi Party members were included. But the skill these men have to offer us is so valuable. Even the junior Germans I'm working with are skilled far beyond any of the Americans on my team. One senior German scientist was deemed to be so important, a team of U.S. soldiers was sent into Berlin to capture him before the dust settled on the German capitulation. American lives were put at risk to secure that man's knowledge. I can easily imagine officials at the office of the Army Secretary looking at someone like him and deciding to whitewash his history.
Christopher Newsom can't be comfortable with this, I said uneasily.
He said he's come around to see the logic in it. He believes that those who were mixed up in the party were probably forced to join.
Forced? I scoffed. There's no circumstance on earth that would have convinced you or me to join the Nazi Party. Calvin gave me a helpless look.
That's exactly what I said.
Don't you have a right to know who you are working with? These men could be murderers, Calvin, I pressed.
I'm frustrated and concerned, sure. But I guess I have to remind myself that these Germans are locked up on base and no threat to anyone at Fort Bliss. We can learn from them now, then ship them home to face trial later, if that's what the situation calls for.
But over the years, more and more German scientists were brought across the Atlantic, and as the size of the team expanded, their privileges expanded too, until the Germans lived and worked on base, but were free to do as they pleased. Calvin protested this fiercely. but his pleas fell on deaf ears. So, will these men still face trial once they finish sharing their knowledge with you? I asked Calvin one day.
I thought that was the plan, but it's looking like they'll be offered permanent jobs. Maybe even citizenship.
But you said some were probably party members. Some might even have been SS officers, I exclaimed furiously. We can't just let them become Americans. What happened to justice for their victims?
I'm not thrilled about it either, Lizzie. But these men really can change the world. Their skills and knowledge can be the foundation of a space program. Space. One of the senior scientists is convinced we can get a man to the moon. And you know what? I'm starting to believe him.
The moon? I repeated, staring at him in disbelief.
Working with these men? Yes. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, he said passionately. I've done nothing remarkable with my life, Lizzie. We don't even have children. But if we can learn to accept the moral compromise of working with these Germans, I could go down in history as the man who took this country to space. This could be my legacy. Tell me you understand.
Ours was a complicated relationship, but I adored my husband, and I wanted to please him. I could see that he wanted my approval, but I couldn't give that to him. And it turned out he didn't really need it. I begged him to look for another job, but he stayed with the program anyway. And for the first time in over 11 years of marriage, we found ourselves on the opposite sides of a moral divide, with no common ground to be found.
15. Sofie, Berlin, Germany, 1933. We were eating dinner when a knock came at the front door. The children had been fussing, and Mime and Jürgen had taken turns tending to them. But I'd just finished my meal, so I motioned toward my plate as I rose. I'll get it. Are we expecting anyone? Jürgen asked. I shook my head and pulled the front door open. I was startled to find Carl on the doorstep, carrying a small model rocket mounted on a stand. A few days had passed since Jürgen told Carl he would not take the job. We'd both been surprised at how easily Carl accepted the refusal. But my heart sank now, realizing he hadn't accepted it at all. Carl flashed me a charming smile.
Mrs. von Meyer Rhodes, he said playfully. How are you this evening?
It had been reasonably easy to keep Lydia and Carl out of our house since we'd laid off the staff. The park between our homes was usually a better option anyway, given our house had only the small courtyard, and Hans and Georg both loved to run. When that approach failed, I always suggested their house. It was easily twice the size of ours, set on acres of gardens, and Lydia was always happy to host. I knew that Carl and Lydia would find out about our financial problems sooner or later, but I was determined to put it off as long as possible. With Carl arriving unannounced for the first time ever, I feared the moment had finally come. "Carl, we weren't expecting you," I said. His charming smile did not shift one bit.
I know, and I am sorry to just drop in unannounced like this. I was hoping you and Jürgen might give me a few moments of your time.
The house is a bit of a mess, Carl. That much at least was true.
Sofie, please understand that I am here as a friend first and foremost, even though I am also here on official business. I wasn't permitted to offer Jürgen the job until he was thoroughly investigated. I was as surprised as anyone to learn of your financial problems.
At my look of alarm, he raised a hand as if to pacify me, and his gaze softened.
I'm here to help, my friend. We both know you cannot afford for him to refuse this position.
Why don't you go wait in Jürgen's study? I said heavily, motioning toward the doorway off the hall.
Hello, Carl,
Jürgen said as he appeared behind me. I'll go make some tea, I started to say, but Carl stopped me.
Actually, Sofie, I was hoping you'd join us.
I frowned, glancing between him and Jürgen, who gave me a bewildered shrug. I'll just ask Mime to watch the children. By the time I returned to the study, Karl and Jürgen were seated opposite one another by the window. That little model rocket was now sitting atop Jürgen's bookshelf. I glanced at it as I pushed the door closed. Karl followed my gaze.
"This was one of our earliest prototypes at the Space Society," he said. "It misfired, remember?"
Jürgen nodded slowly.
"I kept it, thinking that once we perfected the technology, you and I could look back at that model and marvel at how far we'd come. When you called me a few days ago, it occurred to me it might make a nice gift. So I had it mounted."
His gaze shifted to Jürgen.
"I wanted to remind you of the dream we've shared for all these years."
I forced a smile, but Jürgen still looked somber. I took the seat beside him, and he immediately reached for my hand.
"I told you on the phone,"
Jürgen said quietly.
"This job isn't for me. I'm happy at the university. We are getting by. That's simply not true, and we all know it. So can we just drop the pretense?" Karl said impatiently. "Let's focus on the bigger picture. Bigger than your finances. Can you imagine the way the world would react if we were to achieve the first space flight? If you won't take this job to solve your family's financial woes, then do it for your country. Jürgen, you could be instrumental in restoring our reputation on the international stage. Could you guarantee that any potential rockets this program created would never be weaponized?"
Jürgen asked bluntly. I held my breath as I turned my gaze to Karl, who answered calmly.
"We are prohibited from rearming by the Treaty of Versailles. I'm not a fool, Karl."
It was rare for my mild-mannered husband to raise his voice, and I jumped. Karl stared back at him impassively.
"I'm saying it as plainly as I can. The goal is space," he said flatly. "This isn't a job developing rockets for the Nazis. Certainly not a job developing weapons for Hitler. It's just like taking a job as a town planner for the city of Berlin, or as secretary for the Department of Health. You'll be working for the people of Germany, not whomever the current government happens to be."
I could see Jürgen was unconvinced. His lips remained pursed, his shoulders stiffly locked. We sat in silence for a long, tense moment. Then Karl's tone abruptly softened as he pleaded with us.
"Jürgen, Sofie, just promise me you'll think it over, okay? This is the chance of a lifetime. As your friend, I can't bear to watch you let it pass you by, especially now that I know how badly you two need the money."
Jürgen caught my eye, and I gave a subtle shake of my head. That Karl was pushing this hard only reinforced my feeling that this job was not a smart move for Jürgen. I saw the relief in my husband's eyes.
"I'm sorry, Karl," Jürgen said. "This job is not for me."
Karl seemed frustrated, but he stood, and Jürgen and I followed him to the front door. There he paused.
"I am your friend, and I understand your decision. I just hope you both realize there may be others who do not."
Less than an hour after he left for work the next day, Jürgen returned home, calling out to me as he came through the front door. I found him in his study, standing at his desk, staring down into a large box, a distant expression on his face. "What on earth are you doing home so early?"
Professor Koch said it came from above his head, above the dean's head even. He said they had no choice but to let me go.
"Who gave them no choice?" I said tightly. Jürgen reached into the box and withdrew a folder, placing it down into his drawer. "Jürgen? Who? Was it Karl?" He was silent as he reached into the box again and withdrew a book. silent as he walked across the room to place it on a shelf. When he turned back to me, I was startled by how pale he was.
It doesn't really matter who did this, because we do know why they did it.
That night, Jürgen and I sat around the dining room table with Adela and Maim, trying to find an alternative to the army ordnance position.
Cut your losses. Sell the house, Adela announced. Move in with me.
I'll move home, Maim said quietly.
It won't be so bad. Aunt Adela, there simply isn't enough room unless you evict a tenant. And we all know you could never bring yourself to do that, Jürgen said gently. Besides, even if we did move in with you, you can't support us forever. I'd still need to find another job.
Maybe I could look for a job, I said.
Everyone stared at me. I scowled.
What?
You're no more qualified for a job than I am, Maim pointed out.
And I've never even come close to finding work.
Even if I do find another job, who's to say this won't happen again? Jürgen said, frustrated. Whoever insisted I be fired today must have immense power, and they must desperately want me in that program. We are still discussing this as if you have some choice here, Adela sighed. The men who had you fired are likely the same men who are running the country. Today, they are playing with your career. What will they try next if that fails?
After a sleepless night, we woke to find a letter from the bank waiting for us on the floor of the front hall, having been pushed through the mail chute while we slept. I watched anxiously as Jürgen tore it open.
What does it say? I asked, although I already had an inkling.
He raised his gaze from the paper to mine, frustration and shame in his eyes.
They've been alerted to a change in my employment circumstances. And if I can't prove we have a source of income to cover the mortgage, they'll have to call in the loan.
Will you figure something out, my love? I whispered through numb lips. He gave me a frustrated look and went into his study, closing the door firmly behind him. Maim and I took the children next door to visit Adela after that. I was trying very hard to remain calm, but as I sat down over my steaming cup of tea, all I could think about was Jürgen alone in his study.
They say this program is all about space, I blurted.
Maim and Adela just looked at me. It was always Jürgen's dream to work with rockets like this. If he must take this job, it might not be so awful for him. Adela sighed and shook her head, shooting me a frustrated look.
Mark my words, child. If Hitler wants to develop a rocket program, you can bet your last Reichsmark that at some point in the future, it will be used to hurt someone.
But in just 2 days, the Nazis had taken away our only source of income and threatened our home. We knew the pressure would only increase if we continued to resist. But we had so little left. Only the most important things in our world. Our family and our lives. Once we realized that, saying no was no longer an option. By the end of the following week, Jürgen had started his new, highly paid civilian position at the army facility at Kummersdorf. 16. Sofie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. Jürgen and I agreed that we should try to get into a routine as quickly as possible. A whole group of German children were starting school the Monday after the party, and Gisela was starting with them. I helped her don her favorite dress and styled her hair into 2 long braids, then showed her the lunch I'd prepared for her, dark rye bread with liverwurst, and nutty Alisenlebkuchen cookies for snacks. She barely managed to smile.
Are you ready to go?
Jürgen asked as he joined us in the kitchen dressed for work. He had purchased a second car for me, but it wouldn't arrive until later in the week, and I needed time to learn the road rules anyway. So, for the time being, he would drop Gisela at school, and Felix and I would walk to pick her up afterward. "Mama," Gisela whispered, "I'm so nervous." "Just stay with the other German students. You'll all be in the same boat, but the very best way to learn a new language is immersion. Isn't that right, Papa?"
"It absolutely is," Jürgen said in English, and Gisela gave me one last terrified look, then followed him out the door. As soon as they were gone, I crouched to meet Felix's gaze. He had been hiding beneath the dining room table.
"Are you ready to come out yet, little man?"
"Is he gone?"
Felix asked, glancing anxiously about the room.
"He's your papa,"
I scolded him gently. "You're going to have to get used to him sooner or later."
"Later,"
Felix decided, and he climbed out and hooked his arm around my thigh, resting his head against me. I reached down to touch his soft curls.
"Breakfast, Mama?"
Once Felix ate and was dressed for the day, I packaged one of the extra batches of Elisenliebkuchen into a brown paper bag, and we walked hand in hand toward Claudia's house. I knocked on her door, and when she opened it, I offered her the bag. "I brought you a little gift," I smiled. "I thought maybe we could have a cup of coffee, get to know one another." She reached tentatively for the bag, but didn't move out of the doorway. Instead, she tilted her head at me.
"I haven't forgotten how awful it was back then," she said, dropping her voice as she glanced at Felix. "Sometimes you had to pay a price just to keep your family alive. I do understand that, but is it true?"
"I don't know what you mean," I replied. Her eyes narrowed.
"I think you do. Can you honestly tell me that Jürgen wasn't involved in what happened at Mittelwerk?"
How could one word have so much power? As Claudia said Mittelwerk, my stomach dropped, and a wave of shame and guilt rushed over me, so powerful I swayed with the force of it. Felix was oblivious to all of that. He tugged at my hand, impatient to go inside to play with Claudia's son Louis. Eventually, I wanted to tell my children everything, but he wasn't even 5 years old. It wasn't time yet for him to overhear a conversation like the one Claudia was trying to prompt. My voice was thick with emotion as I managed. "As you say, Claudia, things were very difficult during the war. Some of my friends joined the party, or turned a blind eye to the harassment of Jews on the street," she said stiffly. "These things I can forgive. But I absolutely draw the line at running a—" She looked from me to Felix and then mouthed dramatically, "Forstlebercamp." "He didn't run a camp," I exclaimed fiercely. But then I sighed, knowing I'd already lost this battle. "Maybe we can sit down and the children can play while I tell you the whole story. We didn't have any choice about what happened." I felt sure if Claudia heard me out, she'd understand the impossible position Jürgen and I had found ourselves in. But she had already made up her mind. She stepped back inside and gave me a grim look. "There's always a choice, Sophie. Always." She moved to shut the door. But I couldn't let the conversation end like that, so I stuck my foot out to hold the door open. "As I understand, you and Klaus were living a long way from Berlin during the war," I said firmly. "And you're younger than us. I'm assuming Klaus was very junior at his workplace back then. You don't know what you'd have done if you were in our position." Claudia raised her chin. "Actually, we refused to join the party, and that meant Klaus was passed over for every promotion and pay raise. At times, those people made our life very uncomfortable. But more importantly, We held on to our self-respect. She flicked a glance down to Felix and added, I understand that Klaus and Jürgen will work together. That is unavoidable. But I have come a long way to remove my children from the influence of Nazi ideology. I am sure you understand why I do not want them mingling with the families of a man who enforced it. But please excuse me. I need to do some housekeeping. She pushed the door, and I had no choice but to remove my foot. As the latch clicked into place, I looked down at Felix, who was staring up at me with big, sad eyes. Am I going to play with Louis today, Mama? Not today, I said heavily, turning back toward home. Misery threatened to envelop me, but I shook myself. I had to keep perspective. Things in America were more complicated than I'd expected, but still not as bad as everything we'd already endured. 17. Sofie. Berlin, Germany, 1935. Once, when I was young, I tagged along on my parents' resort vacation to Étretat in France. I was fascinated by l'Aiguille, the famous needle rock formation, as well as the archways of rock that looped out over the ocean. But my favorite feature was a little cave, tucked at the other end of the beach opposite the resort. I'd been exploring its nooks and crannies all week. On the last morning, I sat with my nanny, side by side at the cave's mouth, watching the waves roll toward our ankles. How did this happen? I asked her. I stared up at the rock ceiling and enjoyed a shiver of adrenaline as I thought about the weight of the coast's famous alabaster chalk above us. It takes a very long time to carve out a cave like this, she said. Millions of years. Every wave washes away just a tiny bit of the rock. Even this week it's grown. It's just happened too slowly for us to see it. I thought about that a lot after the Nazis came to power, and the trickle of anti-Jewish decrees began. The new laws were so narrow at first that they attracted little outcry. First came the law for the restoration of the professional civil service, which mandated that civil servants provide proof of Aryan heritage. Most were easily able to do this. Those who had Jewish heritage, like Maim's father Levi, were quietly dismissed. Then came limits on the number of Jewish students at certain schools and colleges. Few beyond those directly affected even understood the impact of this. And when restrictions came for Jewish doctors, their licenses weren't revoked. Not at first. They could still practice. Only now they could not claim reimbursement from public health insurance funds. Who would protest a minor administrative change? Not the Aryan doctors, that was for sure. They benefited because their Jewish competition soon went out of business. And by then, the rest of us were awash in propaganda that painted Jews as money-obsessed and greedy. Few paid any attention when Jewish doctors tried to protest. Hundreds of these decrees were passed, one by one. This is how polite society gives way to chaos. The collapse that comes at the end of the process is a consequence of the slow erosion over time. The shift was happening with Lydia and Karl, too, long before I recognized it. That polite distance between the two Schillers and Maim was once easy to explain away. But ever so slowly, the pattern of inviting Jürgen and me to this outing or that, leaving Maim out of the equation altogether, became entrenched. Maybe Maim could tag along, I suggested one day when Lydia invited us to the opera. Oh, I only have 4 tickets, she told me. And then a few weeks later, when I wanted to bring Maim to dinner,
Carl and Jürgen need to talk about rocket business, and you know how secretive all that is. After that, Lydia called to plan a trip to the Berlin Zoo for Horst and Ernst's birthday. I twisted the telephone cord around my hand, feeling strangely nervous as I suggested. Mime can join us. She loves the zoo, and she'll be such a great help with the children. Oh, no nannies this time. Better if it's just us, I think, Lydia said lightly. You know very well that Mime is not our nanny, Lydia, I snapped. Do you have a problem with her? Of course not, Lydia said, laughing easily, as if I were foolish to ask. I prefer we keep it a small group, that's all. Carl and Jürgen now worked closely together, and there seemed no easy way to extract myself from my friendship with Lydia, even after a dinner party that removed any doubt. I'd been anxious about the dinner for weeks. Lydia assured me we needed new dresses for the occasion. And, well, I was grateful to be able to visit the dressmaker without worrying about the cost. Her insistence only reminded me what a milestone this event would be. The rocket program was almost 2 years old, and the tiny team that once comprised only Jürgen and Carl had grown to dozens of men. This would be the first social gathering of the most senior of the staff with their wives. And most importantly, Jürgen and Carl's boss, Otto Werner. Well, aren't you a vision? Jürgen said when I joined him in the foyer. He had been paid a huge bonus when the rocket program successfully launched a small prototype the previous summer, and he'd given me every cent. I saved some in the safe in Jürgen's office and gave the rest to Mime, and she convinced her parents to take it. After Levi lost his civil service job, he found work in a quarry, but within a few months, he badly injured his back. Now he couldn't work at all. Some days, the injury left him bedbound. The family had been surviving on Mouchet's scant wages from his part-time bakery job before school, as well as help from the Reichsvertretung, the Jewish self-help charity. Jürgen and I agreed that we would give them every Reichsmark we could spare. I admired the fit of Jürgen's double-breasted silver-grey suit and the tight knot of his navy and white polka-dot tie. He scooped a grey hat from the rack, then extended his elbow toward me. Shall we? But then the children appeared on the landing, dutifully coming downstairs to say goodbye. Georg was 5 and looking forward to entering the Grundschule, elementary school program in the summer. Laura, at 3, had a striking combination of my auburn hair and Jürgen's thick waves, his bright blue eyes and my petite nose. Mama, you look so pretty, Georg told me, eyes wide. The morning of the party, I'd been to the salon and had my hair set, and I'd purchased a new lipstick. I was touched that my little boy noticed the extra effort. Thank you, treasure. Laura has some lipstick too? Laura asked hopefully. Mime, who joined us in the foyer, hid a smile as she extended a hand. Laura ran unsteadily down the last set of stairs to take it. Maybe you can try some of mine on after we have dinner, Mime told her. Laura gasped in delight as they waved us off. I was nervous about meeting Otto. He wasn't just Jürgen's and Carl's boss and a manager with the program. He was also a senior member of the Nazi Party. Otto's wife, Helena, would be in attendance too, as well as the other senior staff from the Kummersdorf program. And our neighbors, Dietke and N. Schneider, who lived across the road from us. Dietke had recently been appointed the official Nazi Blockleiter, our neighborhood block warden. He was the perfect choice. He had always been the neighborhood gossip, and the authority that came with the role only amplified his keen observation skills. I had no idea how he kept abreast of the business of the entire neighborhood, but if a window was smashed, he knew how it happened, seemingly before the owner did.
If a husband and wife had an argument, he knew who was at fault and who had been wronged. It was because of Dietger that Jürgen, Mime, and I realized we had no choice but to adopt the now standard greeting, the Hitler salute. Another neighbor from around the corner, Leopold Braunbeck, refused to give Dietger the salute. By the next morning, Leopold was imprisoned in one of the horrid concentration camps the Nazis had set up to punish their political enemies. It was months before Leopold was released, and when he came home, he was a quiet, compliant shadow of his former self. Maybe once upon a time we'd have said a variation on hello or good day a handful of times each day. But now we were absurd parrots, greeting every person we encountered with a Heil Hitler. Dietger's remarkable ability to keep track of the neighborhood's business was deeply unnerving. In the beginning, I dared to mention this to some of the neighbors, and we all agreed we were feeling more than a little paranoid. But over time, as none of us could figure out how he knew so much about our private lives, we realized it wasn't even safe to speculate. A call from a blockleiter to the Gestapo guaranteed trouble, usually starting with a knock at your front door in the middle of the night. Our second-story bedroom window opened to the street, and I'd heard some of those overnight visits. First came the roar of an engine, then the sound of hard-soled boots on the pavement and men scurrying like rats. Even if I didn't hear the thumping on the door and the cries of protest as people were dragged from their homes, I often heard the car speeding away. Dietger was always there, seemingly delighted at the cascading fallout from his phone calls. "What should I expect tonight?" I asked Jürgen as he drove us to the party in his new Daimler 15. I pressed my hands over my stomach, trying to quell the nervous butterflies. Jürgen's entire life had changed with that new job. He now worked from sunup to sunset, 6 or even 7 days a week, out at Kummersdorf, a 40-minute drive from Berlin. But while I'd been a first-hand witness to the changes in wider Berlin society, I felt so removed from Jürgen's work life. "The staff are all scientists. Just ask them about their work, and you can let your mind wander while they ramble on. You're good at that after all of these years with me." "Very funny." I swallowed a lump in my throat and prompted hesitantly, "And Otto and Helena?" "I've never met Helena. Otto takes some getting used to." "In what way?" "He reminds me of your brother, actually." Jürgen paused, then clarified. "Which one is the pastor? Is it Alvin?" "Alvin married that peasant girl," I corrected him. I didn't blame him for confusing my brothers. They all looked similar, and he'd only met them 3 times, at our wedding, and then at each of my parents' funerals. Edvald is the pastor. So Otto is very religious? He's a zealot, but not for the Christian faith, Jürgen said heavily. He's a party man, very much all about his ideology. It's hard, Sofie. I won't lie to you. You'll hear things you don't like. But for God's sake, don't argue with him. It would do me no favors at Kummersdorf. And from time to time, I get the impression he only tolerates me because he needs me. I hoped that the program was so focused on the rockets, you weren't dealing with any of that. Jürgen parked the car, then turned the ignition off. He sat for a moment, pondering this. Then he turned toward me. My work, my team's work, is about the rockets, that's true. But there's no escaping that. Not even at Kummersdorf. I bite my tongue every day. Every hour on the worst days. You never talk about that side of it. Of course I don't, he said. I'm your husband. It's my job to shelter you, not burden you. But I want to support you, to help.
His expression softened, and Jürgen reached for my hand. My love, he said quietly, as you'll see tonight, there's really not anything you can do to help with this. We just have to keep our heads down and not draw attention to ourselves. I nodded silently, but there was a rock in the pit of my stomach. Whenever I asked Jürgen about work, he always spoke only about the science, and never in much detail, because the program was becoming increasingly secretive. We mingled in Lydia's sitting room, a space so expensive it may as well have been a banquet hall. Every new scientist I met said some variation on the same thing. Jürgen is a genius. Jürgen is my hero. Jürgen is a visionary. As he often did at parties, Jürgen followed me around like a lost puppy. He waved away these compliments and occasionally blushed in a way I found so endearing. But while I found the scientists exactly as I expected, Lydia surprised me. We'd gone to such lengths to plan our new outfits, and I'd expected Lydia to dazzle in her new plum frock, inspired by the heights of the season's fashion. Instead, she was dressed in Trachtenkleidung, a traditional folk outfit. She wore a long, full brown skirt with a thick black band encircling the hem, paired with a white blouse with gathered sleeves and a crocheted collar, and over the top, a black bodice. I'd known Lydia since my first day at finishing school, and I'd never seen her dress in such an old-fashioned way. I tried to ask her about it, but when she wasn't busy with guests, she was busy with her staff. After a while, I decided I would talk to her when things were a little quieter. While I waited, Jürgen and I made obligatory small talk with Dietger and Anne.
"And how are things at the Rhodes household?"
Dietger asked. I smiled politely and rested my head against Jürgen's arm, stifling my irritation. He knew how things were in our household. He spent a good portion of his life staring out his front windows, watching us.
I hear you are doing great work for the Reich these days, Jürgen,
Anne said quietly. I am fortunate to have the opportunity to work with such exciting science, Jürgen said carefully. Just then, Otto and Helena approached, exchanging warm and familiar greetings with the Schneiders.
"And you must be Sofie,"
Otto said, finally glancing my way.
"It's a pleasure to meet you."
His tone conveyed a different feeling. His brow furrowed as his gaze roamed over my face, and then quickly down my body before he pursed his lips. I flushed self-consciously, then glanced at Helena. Otto was older than I'd imagined he would be, at least in his 50s, maybe older. He was a portly man with thinning silver hair. Helena was decades younger than Otto, and she was pregnant, her small belly jutting out. Like Lydia, Helena was dressed in Trachtenkleidung. Unlike Lydia, Helena did not wear a scrap of makeup, and her light hair was clumsily braided. Was my modern style the reason for Otto's displeasure? "Do you have children?" she asked me quietly. "Two," I told her, smiling. "Georg has just turned 5, and Laura is 3.
"Your husband is a gifted man, Sofie,"
Otto said.
"I hope you realize how lucky you are to bear his children for the Führer. The Reich needs Aryan families to be productive."
I lifted my wine to my mouth to take a sip, only to choke as I swallowed. Jürgen gently tapped me on the back, the gesture both comfort and warning. We did hope to have more children, but we were also unconcerned that I hadn't got pregnant again. I was only 24, after all. There was plenty of time left for us to expand our family. Just then, Lydia sailed past me on her way to the kitchen. I excused myself, insisting she required my help.
I caught up with her in her kitchen, where she was delivering sharp chastisements to her staff about a delay with the starters. When she was done, she turned to me. My gaze dropped to her clothes automatically, and she grimaced. "Yes, I know. I look like I've just come in from the fields on some godforsaken farm," Lydia whispered. "But it's the newest style, apparently. I picked it up from the Deutsches Modeamt today." The Deutsches Modeamt was a fashion department backed by the Nazi government, advocating for German designers and German fabrics. I'd heard they made beautiful clothing, but as I took in Lydia's outfit, I struggled to hide my confusion. "I think this was the style some time ago. Didn't we move on to more modern clothing?" "And did you notice Helena isn't wearing makeup?" Lydia murmured as we walked back toward the party. "I bought a traditional outfit when Carl asked me to. But if he tells me to stop wearing my eyeliner, I'll throw myself off a cliff." I doubt Carl even knows what eyeliner is. She laughed. "Otto says it's unfeminine for women to wear modern clothes or makeup. But the worst," she groaned and touched a careful hand to her blonde bob, "he says German women should never dye their hair. I can't go back to mousy brown, Sophie. I just can't." Lydia visited the salon so often, I never noticed a shadow at her root line. "You really needn't concern yourself with what Otto thinks," I said quietly. "He's not your husband." "Sophie," she scolded, "don't you realize how important Otto is? Our husbands have the ear of a man who has the ear of the Führer." It quickly became clear that what Otto thought about any particular subject was of great concern to the rest of the dinner party, and he monopolized the conversation that night. It didn't matter who was speaking or what the discussion was about. Otto found a way to interject, often to disagree. I always loved Lydia and Carl's dinner parties in that beautiful dining hall with its high ceilings and elaborate chandeliers. That night had all the makings of a fun evening. Dressing up, socializing with clever and important people, beautiful surroundings, excellent food. Jürgen was seated to my right, beside Otto, and on my left was Aldo Radke, a recent university graduate and the youngest scientist present. As the scent of roasting pork knuckle wafted from the kitchen, I sipped on my wine and turned to Aldo, trying desperately to ignore Otto's booming voice.
"I've only been working at Kummersdorf for about 6 months, Mrs. von Meyer Rhodes."
"Please, call me Sophie."
"Sophie,"
the young scientist said, his cheeks turning pink.
"I'm an electrical engineer. You see, there are many ways to control."
But once again, Otto was delivering a sermon. My ears pricked up, and I turned ever so slightly toward him.
"When a man is sick, you cannot just treat the symptoms. You have to rid him of the underlying cause of the sickness, the germs. It is like this with the Jews, you see. While the Reich is riddled with Jews, society cannot function as it should. That's why the party's highest priority is addressing the scourge."
I turned fully toward Otto, but I was looking beyond him at the reactions of those at the table. Whenever I'd encountered such hateful comments in the past, I'd noticed a split-second pause after the words, as if the audience held their breath to see how others would respond. Even if no one spoke out, that pause reminded everyone that a line had been crossed. But there was no pause when Otto spoke. Every single guest seemed enthralled. A chill ran down my spine when my gaze landed on Lydia. She was seated beside Carl. Her cheeks were rosy red, from the fire, or the wine, or the excitement of the evening. Her eyes bright. I wanted so much for her to look at me, even for a second. What would I see in her eyes? We once had a good friendship, a solid friendship. But my respect for Lydia was disappearing by the minute.
They look human, I know,
Otto continued, louder now, pleased to have the attention of the entire gathering.
It can be confusing to those who do not yet understand. But the science is clear. Jews are truly subhuman creatures. They lack the intellect and the moral purity the Aryans possess. It is such a problem that they have weaseled their way into secret positions of authority, pulling the strings of so many inferior nations, even our nation in the past.
Which is it? I whispered under my breath to Jürgen. The Jews are intellectually inferior? Or they are smart enough to secretly run the world? Surely both things can't be true.
Sofie,
Karl called on me suddenly.
Did you have something to add?
All eyes turned to me. I imagined two paths forward. The first, where I repeated my question again, louder. This was surely the moral thing to do. How could I sit idly by? But how would the room react? Otto would be embarrassed and furious. Even if he didn't report me to the Gestapo for disloyalty, Dietke surely would. Who would support me if that happened? Karl was the man who put me on the spot. Lydia looked confused, her gaze flicking between me and Otto. Jürgen turned to face me too. I saw a mix of panic and pleading in the depths of his blue eyes. My face flamed as I realized I had no choice but to choose the other path, the lesser path. The Nazis had not just made comments like Otto's acceptable, they'd made them fashionable. That was why there was no pause, no silent acknowledgement of the line that had been crossed. The line had been moved. How on earth had the Nazis flipped things around so quickly? I'm embarrassed to admit it, I said, forcing a weak laugh. I was just wondering how far away that pork knuckle is. Doesn't it smell delicious? The brittle tinkle of laughter echoed around the table. Jürgen almost slumped with relief, and he fished for my hand under the table, then squeezed it hard. But Otto's eyes stayed on me a moment too long, as did Dietke's. Before the main course was served, I was counting down the seconds until we could leave. Guests were excusing themselves by 11 o'clock. Dietke and Anna were the first to go, rubbing their full bellies and thanking Lydia and Karl as they left. When Aldo rose to leave, he stumbled as he tried to push back his chair. The wine and beer had flowed thick and fast all evening, and many of the men looked disheveled. There was a flurry of conversation about how everyone would make their way home. Jürgen offered to take Aldo. We'd be traveling well out of our way, but I didn't mind. The young man was clearly in no state to drive. Others decided to drive despite their evening of indulgence. To my surprise, Otto asked for assistance.
Do you think you could see to it to have your driver help Helena and me get home?
He asked Karl. He'd had plenty to drink, but it was over many hours, and he seemed relatively sober compared to some of the others. I'll fetch Gerhard, Lydia said, offering Otto a reassuring smile before she turned toward the staff wing. Jürgen was still deep in conversation with another colleague, so I fell into step beside her, frowning. Gerhard? It struck me suddenly that it had been some time since I'd seen Karl's driver, Fischl. That wasn't unusual. The Zuschela staff generally remained invisible, unless there was a need for them. Yes, she said lightly, our lovely new driver. What happened to Fischl? It was time, Sofie, she said, dropping her voice. You fired him? My stomach dropped. Fischl worked for Karl for years, since even before he married Lydia. I thought the two men were friends. He moved on. she simply said. And thank God he did, because I'm fairly sure Otto is only asking to use our driver to double-check that we let the Jew go. It really was for the best. If I'd been a braver woman, I'd have asked, the best for who? But that lonely moment at the table was so fresh in my mind, and I hadn't even had the chance to sort through my thoughts on it. I fell behind as Lydia powered toward the staff quarters. But a sudden wave of sadness hit me, and instead of waiting for her, I turned and walked back to Jürgen and Aldo.
You just can't do things like that,
Jürgen said. We were still at the curb out front of Aldo's parents' home, watching as the young man walked unsteadily up the path toward the front door. Jürgen pinched the bridge of his nose, knocking his glasses askew.
I told you in the car on the way to the party. You have to ignore the comments you don't like. It's the only way.
Did you know Karl and Lydia fired Fischl? Jürgen sighed and tilted his head back as if looking to the heavens for help. What? I said impatiently.
Of course, they fired Fischl.
But
unlike me, or most of those men you met tonight, Karl is replaceable. He doesn't have a science background to bring to the program, so instead, he plays politics to advance his career.
Jürgen said.
It's working for him so far. Otto is fond of him.
But Fischl has been on Karl's staff as long as we have known him. I cannot believe that Karl would fire him just to climb the ladder.
Maybe Karl's decision is just like when you and I realized we simply have to give the salute.
So, you don't think Lydia and Karl really buy into all of that nonsense about the Jews? I asked Jürgen uncertainly.
If they are acting, they are doing a very convincing job of it.
We could ask them.
He pulled away from the curb, sighing heavily. It's my intention to do everything I can to focus on my work. If we force a confrontation with the Zuschillers, there's a good chance we're going to be disappointed with how they respond. And by asking the question, we've revealed our discomfort. It's like listening to Otto when he rants about the Jews or the disabled or the homosexuals. I could argue back. I mean, for God's sakes, what science is this? But does that really help? Does it change Otto's mind? No. All it does is force him to confront the reality that he and I disagree. It's best to stay focused on what we still have in common. In the case of Karl and Otto and me, that's the rocket program. For you and Lydia, it's our children and our friendship.
In those first few early years of Nazi rule, each day mostly felt like the one before. Warm family dinners, lunches at the park with Lydia while our children ran wild around us, frustrating and wonderful moments with my children. Mime and I chuckling over some private joke, sharing glances at Adela each morning as I somehow, yet again, managed to offend Jürgen's aunt with a single word or phrase. But when I was forced to look back at how life changed in such a short period of time, I could barely believe I was in the same city. Outside of our family and outside of our home, the nation had morphed, and every interaction was now fraught. As Jürgen parked the car on the street outside our house, I looked across the road to the Schneider house just in time to see an upstairs curtain swing back into place.
Dietger keeping watch on us? Jürgen asked.
When I sighed to confirm his suspicions, Jürgen waggled his eyebrows at me and leaned in as if he was going to kiss me.
Should we give him a show?
I laughed and moved to push him away playfully, but he caught my hands in his, and his expression suddenly sobered.
I'm important to the program in a way that Karl is not. I have no interest in joining the Nazi party, let alone climbing its ranks. I hope we'll be okay. But you do need to understand.
He cleared his throat then jerked his chin toward our house. "I hope to God it doesn't happen. But the day may come when it's a problem for a man like me to have a Jewish friend, especially one who lives under his own roof." I opened my mouth to protest, but he said gently, "You've seen how quickly things have changed. You know in your heart that what I'm saying is true." My heart sank. I looked back toward the house, chest tight as I whispered, "And if that day comes—" "Let's cross that bridge when we come to it," he said. I turned back to scowl at him, and Jürgen's gaze softened. "I just wanted to make sure you were thinking about it, because the day may come when our relationship with Maim becomes a problem." Early at the start of the new school year, Maim's brother Moshe learned that his school's quota of Jewish students had been reduced. He was 16 and had already decided to train as a baker, so he dropped out to free up a space for another student. Levi and Zidone decided that Moshe should go to Krakow to live with his grandfather because it's only a matter of time before it becomes illegal for a Jew to even bake bread in this country. Like Zidone and Maim, Moshe was a Polish citizen. This was not an uncommon scenario. There were tens of thousands of people born in Germany to Polish parents who were automatically granted Polish citizenship. A boy like Moshe had become a walking target on the streets of Berlin by then. He'd been harassed by Hitler Youth thugs a number of times and lucky to escape with only minor scrapes and bruises. Maim asked me to go with her to say goodbye to Moshe, so we left the children with Adele and took the trolley car across to Mitte. By the time we arrived at the tenement building, she was weeping. We paused at the bottom of the stairs so she could compose herself. "I don't want to upset my parents any more than they already are," Maim sniffed as she wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. "Moshe is a strong boy, and he's resourceful. Remember that summer at Potsdam when he had been sick, so your mama wouldn't let him tag along when we played in the creek? And he set that dishcloth on fire in the kitchen sink to distract her so he could run off after us?" She laughed through her tears, but the grief and the fear returned to her eyes almost immediately. "He's just 16. He shouldn't be sent away like this. We barely know my grandfather." "Your grandfather also raised your mother, and she's one of the finest people I know." I felt like an intruder as they prepared to say goodbye, a feeling reinforced by the fact that there wasn't enough room in the kitchen for a fifth chair. Zidone insisted I take hers, but that simply meant she hovered behind me, wringing her hands and sobbing. Levi was beside me, his face blenched with pain as he sat twisted on the hard wooden chair. He was determined the family should farewell Moshe together, and the original plan was for us to meet at the train station. But his back was so bad that day, the kitchen was as far as he could manage. "We mustn't take long, or Moshe will miss his train," he said stiffly. And after that, Moshe went to fetch his suitcase from his bedroom. When he returned, Maim embraced him, weeping into his chest. "I love you. I'll miss you," she choked out. I couldn't remember when he grew taller than us, but at 16, Moshe towered over Maim and me. He seemed mature beyond his years, calm and reserved. When the time came for Moshe to hug me goodbye, he spoke quietly in my ear. "Look after her, won't you?" I'd been dry-eyed as Maim's moral support, but the concern in his voice made my eyes sting. I cleared my throat as we separated and tried to keep my voice light as I said, "Isn't it you we should be worried about, venturing off into the big, wide world on your own?" Moshe shook his head. "I'll only be in Krakow," he said quietly. He glanced toward his family, then dropped his voice as he added, "I wish they could all come with me." The rest of the family were Polish citizens, but Levi was not. and Poland was issuing few entry visas to German Jews. Papa says Germany is our home. But is a place really home if you're not welcome there anymore? I'll be safe in Poland. I wish I could say the same for those I'm leaving behind.
18. Lizzie. Dallam County, Texas. 1935. Mother was baking bread. I smelled it in the air before my eyes opened at dawn, the delicious scent overpowering the ambient scent of dust. Today was going to be a good day. We had fresh bread, and Mother knew about Judge Nagel, and she thought I was strong like her. I talked to Dad last night, Mother murmured as I came into the kitchen. My jaw dropped, and she smiled sadly. We don't keep secrets from one another, and he needed to know. Was he... He took it about as well as you'd expect. Makes it even more important that we have some time together today. That's why I'm making us a picnic, she told me firmly. That bread I smell? Dad called gruffly from the bedroom. Yes, Hank. Get yourself up and dressed. We're going out. I don't feel... Hank? I couldn't even see Dad's face, but I could sense the change in mood. There was a stretch of silence, and then a heavy sigh before I heard him moving about in the bedroom. Mother and I shared a smile. One down, she said under her breath. One to go. There was no resisting Mother in that mood. Henry wouldn't even try. I threw my arms around her, feeling a rush of affection. I love you, Mother, I said. The words felt stiff and awkward on my tongue, and for the briefest moment, I wasn't sure how she'd react. She loved me. Of course she loved me. But did she want to hear me say it? Mother's arms wrapped around me, and she squeezed me back hard. I love you too, honey. Now boil me up some eggs. We're having egg sandwiches. It was the perfect day for a picnic. After weeks of that constant wind that left us so tired, the day was completely still. The dust haze cleared, and the heat felt promising instead of menacing, like the spring days of old. A basket full of egg sandwiches and some bread and butter pickles didn't fix a single thing, but it did give us an excuse to take the Hoover wagon into Dalhart, where we sat in the park beneath some trees. It had been some months since Daddy even made an attempt to leave the farm, and I couldn't actually remember the last time we'd all been out together for fun. We sat on a rug as Mother poured sweet tea from a thermos into little metal mugs. No sadness today, she announced. I don't want anyone talking about the drought or the wheat or the farm or what's going to happen. Today, we're just together. She made eye contact with each of us, then added pointedly, Got it? We all nodded obediently, and for the next few hours, it was like we didn't have a care in the world. Later that afternoon, Dad and Mother left me and Henry to do the Sunday chores while they went into Oakton to drop the eggs off at the grocer. As the cart rolled out the gate, I glanced up at them and saw that Dad had his arm around Mother, and she was resting her head on his shoulder as he drove. The picnic had gone a long way to soothing the ache in my soul, and something about that brief glimpse of the affection between my parents settled the last of it. What are you cooking for dinner? Henry asked. Who says I'm cooking? Mother just said we have to do it. Lizzie, please. You know I can't cook. He held up his hands, always stained with dirt and rough from work, his fingernails black and chipped. These hands were made for man's work. I held up my hands, too. They looked exactly like Henry's, only smaller. He grimaced, then said wryly, Geez, no wonder you can't find a boyfriend. Shut up, Henry, I exclaimed, but I was laughing as I said it because he seemed so much better that afternoon. The day off the farm seemed to have lightened his mood. I think I'll make us hot water cornbread and heat up canned rabbit to go with it. Henry had a love-hate relationship with that canned rabbit meat. Jackrabbit had been breeding like crazy through the drought, and the population was now dangerously out of control, so the community had to reduce numbers. We would line up in a giant square across acres of land, spaced out at first, but gradually coming closer together, pushing the rabbits into a fenced area in the middle. There, the animals would be clubbed to death, and the carcasses distributed for food. Jackrabbit drives were unpleasant, brutal even, but we knew they were necessary. Henry knew those animals would destroy our crops and breed until they took over every square inch of our land, but he could not stand to see them suffer, and as hungry as we were, he struggled to eat them.
Is there anything else?
He asked. Not that I know how to cook. I shrugged. He sighed, nodding in resignation. We have to wash some clothes, too. I was dreading that task even more than the cooking. We were washing the clothes in handmade soap, formed with tallow and lye. It was hell on my hands.
Well, since you're doing the washing and the cooking, the least I can do is fetch you the water, Henry announced.
So gentlemanly of you, I muttered. And then what are you going to do?
I might take a nap.
My jaw dropped, and he threw his head back and laughed.
I'm kidding. Mother asked me to shovel some of the dirt away from the barn in case we get another storm.
The dirt was halfway up the side of the barn now. We'd only been shoveling it away from the door, doing the bare minimum to get the animals in and out. Henry, we are idiots, I said suddenly. We should have offered to take the eggs in for them. Henry and I looked at one another, and then we both started laughing. I was drying my hands on my apron as I walked onto the porch just after 5 o'clock. The fine strands of hair that had come loose from my bun suddenly rose until they were standing high above my head, as the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck rose too. The eerie sensation left me shuddering, and I knew exactly what it meant. A duster was coming. And given how strong that static electricity was, this was going to be a big one. I took 2 more steps, looking toward the horizon, but then stopped. There was no wind to warn us what was coming that day. Just a silent wall of black, so high and wide that I wondered if I was seeing things. That couldn't be a dust storm, not with such clear edges. Dust storms weren't so self-contained that you could see bright blue sky right above them. They came on slowly, always preceded by a noisy high wind. This one wasn't following the rules.
I just got shocked off that metal near the barn. So bad it knocked me down. The wire on the fence is glowing blue, too. Feels like a big duster is
Henry said behind me. But then he, too, stopped dead in his tracks.
What in God's name is that?
We stood there staring for a beat longer than we should have, because whether we could comprehend it or not, that monstrous black wall was moving toward us, swallowing the flat fields of half-dead wheat.
Get inside, Lizzie,
Henry said. I ignored him, spinning toward the gate to see if Mother and Dad were, by some miracle, back already. All I saw were the hens running for shelter and the long, empty drive beside them.
Lizzie, Henry shouted, get inside and get some cloth ready.
The panic in his voice startled me. I spun back into the house, trembling as I ran to the linen cupboard. I scooped a whole stack of whatever cloth I could find into my arms and threw some sheets on top, and I ran to the pail beside the stove. I'd washed cornbread batter off my hands in that water 2 minutes earlier, but there was no time to fetch a fresh bucket. I threw the cloth into the bucket and took it into Mother and Dad's room. I closed the window, then hung a dripping sheet from the frame and set the sopping towel near the door, ready to block the gap beneath it. I fumbled in Mother's dresser for the Vaseline for our noses, then ran through the house. Every window was open, so I closed and latched them all before I went back to the porch. The wind was picking up. A gentle breeze now rustled my static-ravaged hair. The storm was moving so fast, already at the far reaches of our farm. The duster would swallow the house in minutes. "Henry!" I shouted, my voice breaking. "Henry, hurry!" He sprinted up the stairs onto the porch, grabbing my elbow to tug me inside. I stopped to close the door, then tore the drapes down from a nearby window to stuff them under the door. One more gap plugged, although I knew it would make little difference. Henry had the presence of mind to take the tub of batter I'd made and drop it over the fire, instantly smothering the flames with a sizzle and a burst of oddly delicious corn-scented smoke. Next, he scooped a lantern off the kitchen table, and I followed him back to Mother and Dad's room. While I pushed the wet towel beneath the door, he lit the lantern.
"We can sit on the bed today,"
Henry reminded me, when out of habit I moved to sit on the floor. I felt a pang of distress. "They're out in this," I whispered.
"I know."
"There isn't even any glass in that car."
"I know, Lizzie. They'll stop at someone's house. They'll find shelter. They know what to do.
We could see the road when we moved the sheet over Mother and Dad's window. In that direction, it might have been an ordinary afternoon. The wind was picking up, stirring the dust around the house, but the sun was still shining. As I spread gobs of Vaseline under my nose, I stared at the road, hoping to see the Hoover cart. The golden afternoon light was tinged with brown and gray, and then the whole world took on a red-brown sheen as if the glass became colored. Then, so quickly I could scarcely believe it, the light faded away until I couldn't even see the empty driveway, not 3 feet from that bedroom window. We had been swallowed into the belly of the beast. "Henry," I croaked. As swirling dust began to creep in through the cracks in the roof, the walls, the floor, carried by startlingly icy air. Henry already had his wet cloth over his mouth and nose, and he motioned for me to do the same. It had been so still all day, but now the wind began to thunder against the house until the whole structure was shaking, and so were Henry and I. We sat side by side in a terrible, terrified silence, listening helplessly as the barn of the chicken coop collapsed and as a window in another room of the house shattered. "Do you think this is the end of the world?" I asked Henry after a while, my voice small.
"Don't be silly, sis," he said. "It's just another storm. It's a bad one, sure, but it's just a storm."
By then, there was so much dust in the air in Mother and Dad's bedroom that my eyes were watering. I closed them because there was no point keeping them open. I could only just make out the flame in the lantern 2 feet away from me. In the rush of the wind outside, I imagined I heard sounds of suffering, a horse neighing, chickens clucking their distress, coughing and crying, and someone hollering for help.
"Do you hear that?" Henry said suddenly.
There it came again.
"Help! Come help! Please! Oh God, please!"
We both shot off the bed, but Henry reached out to stop me.
"You stay."
"Like hell I will!" For only a split second he hesitated, then he fumbled for my hand and squeezed it fiercely.
"Do not let go of me," he hissed. "If we lose each other, we're gone. Do you hear that?"
"Stop babying me and just go." I followed Henry by feel, not by sight. He had the lantern in his hand, but I could tell from the cautious steps he took that it wasn't helping much. Henry stumbled near the door, and I felt the crunch of corrugated iron beneath our feet. A piece of the barn roofing had come through the window. He struggled but managed to pull the door open, only to find that walking outside in that wind, thick with dirt, was like swimming through cement. We were making such slow progress that I was starting to fear we'd be dead from suffocation before we even figured out who was calling out for us.
"Help!"
The voice came again, and this time I knew it was Daddy. Henry sped up just a little, stumbling forward down the stairs of the porch. I lost him for a brief second, so threw myself forward and went weak with relief when my hand landed on his shoulder.
"Call again, Daddy,"
Henry shouted.
"Henry, I'm over here,"
Dad called back.
"Keep calling so we can follow your voice."
Slowly, we inched toward the sound of Dad's voice, but it was only when I kicked the wheel of the car by mistake that I realized we'd overshot our mark. I tugged on Henry's shoulder to pull him in the right direction, and we felt our way along the car. Finally, my hand connected with hair, covered in a layer of soft dirt. "Mother!" I cried. I pulled the car door open and bent down to shelter behind it. Mother was curled in a ball between the back and front seats. "Oh, honey," she wheezed, and then she gave a spluttering fit of coughs. "Clever girl. You found us." She sounded hoarse and weak and defeated. I took the wet cloth off my mouth and pressed it over Mother's, ignoring the way she fumbled at me to protest. I tried to stifle the immediate urge to cough, but every breath I took now filled my lungs with unfiltered dirt. Soon I was coughing and wheezing just like Mother.
"How far are we from the house?"
Dad shouted.
"Close,"
Henry shouted back.
"Maybe 12 feet. I tried to find my way, but I was too scared I'd get lost and wouldn't get back to Mother in the car."
We figured it out quickly from there. I'd follow Dad, holding on to the back of his shirt. Dad would carry Mother, throwing her over his shoulder so one hand was free to hold on to Henry's hand, and Henry would lead the way. Henry said it was only 12 feet or so from the car to the house, but every single step into that swirling black dust felt like a marathon. I was dizzy from lack of air, like every panting breath I sucked in only brought me closer to suffocation. By the time we made it back to the bedroom and Henry closed the door and propped the towel beneath it, I couldn't take another step. I sank to the floor in a heap by the door. The wet cloths we'd taken outside were now dripping with mud, a whole other kind of suffocation. There was no way to filter the air other than to pull our dry shirts up over our mouths, a measure so ineffective we wouldn't have bothered except that we were desperate for any measure of relief. For an hour, we sat and waited. Finally, the wind began to slow, and then the darkness lifted. And then after all of that, the thickness of the dust in the air started to ease. I was too exhausted to be relieved. Crumpled in that weary heap by the door, I was gradually becoming aware that I was hurt, that the sand-filled wind outside had burned my exposed skin, especially my cheeks. Henry was the first to rise. He came to my side, gently swept the dust from my head and the uninjured skin of my face with his fingertips.
"You're bleeding here,"
he said gently, motioning toward my face.
"I figured,"
I whispered back, both of our voices raw and thick. He helped me up, and dust poured down from my clothes, running down my body like waterfalls after rain. I blinked over and over again, trying to clear my blurry vision, only to realize that my eyes were as burned as my skin was. I wouldn't see clearly again until they healed.
"Mother? Dad?"
I croaked, fumbling toward the bed. I could hear the rattling of Mother's breathing even from the door, even over the sound of the fading wind. But it was only when I came closer that I realized how bad she was. Dad had her in his arms, and he was touching the skin of her face gently, whispering in her ear. He was wearing a strange, panicked smile on his face, as if he were trying to stay calm. One side of his face was bruised, the skin around his eye black and purple and swollen. I sat gently beside Mother and took her hand. It was icy cold, so I rubbed it to warm it between my fingers.
"What happened?"
Henry asked, coming to the side of the bed beside me.
"Tried to beat the duster, but it came on so fast,"
Dad said hoarsely.
"Never seen anything like it. I completely lost my bearings once it got dark. Kept getting in and out of the car trying to figure out where we were. Couldn't find any landmarks I recognized. And the barn wasn't where I expected it to be, so I thought we'd come in the wrong gate. Jessie was flailing, knocking the cart around as she reared up, so I got out to let her off her harness, but she knocked me to the ground. That's the last thing I remember for a while."
"Why is Mother in such bad shape?" I asked Dad, and he looked stricken.
"She must have unhitched Jessie, and then she somehow hauled me back into the car, because by the time I came to, I was in the back seat, and she was curled over my face, trying to keep the dust off me. I don't know how long she was exposed like that. Too long. The dirt was filling up around us in the car. I thought we'd drown in it."
We all looked to Mother then. Her lips were tinged with blue, and the skin on her face had a gray hue.
"We need a doctor,"
Henry said.
"How?"
Dad said brokenly, looking toward the window. It was light out again, but the sun would set soon, and all I could see was dust. The barn was completely buried. I could tell from the height of the mound that it had collapsed under the weight of dust. Poor Joker was gone, and whether she ran out into the storm or suffocated, Jessie was as good as gone too. Our nearest neighbor was 3 miles away, and just like us, the Hutchinson family had neither a phone nor a car. There was a chance if one or more of us tried to walk there, even through the dark and the tail end of the storm, we'd find they were not in any position to help us, and then we'd have a 3-mile walk home in the dark to contend with.
"I'll go,"
Henry said.
"You can't,"
Dad said flatly, shaking his head. Henry opened his mouth to protest, and Dad exclaimed,
"God damn it, Henry! Would you think something through for once in your goddamned life? What if the storm rears up again? The only reason Mother and I didn't suffocate right away was that we had the car to shelter in. It's not worth the risk."
"But she looks," Henry started to say. Then he broke off. "Dad," I whispered, a different kind of tear filling my eyes now. "I don't know if Mother can wait until tomorrow."
"Well, she has to,"
Dad snapped, but then his expression crumbled, and he looked between me and Henry, remorse in his gaze.
She'd kill me if I let you go out there again. We just have to wait.
He turned his attention back to Mother, and he kissed her forehead and whispered gently.
You have to hold on, Ida. You hear me? Just until the sun comes up. Then we'll get you help.
Henry went outside to bring us fresh water and to survey the damage, but he refused to give us details of what he'd seen. Dad stayed in the bedroom with Mother, but I got a broom and started to clean. I swept so much dirt out of that house that there were piles of it, 2 and 3 feet high, all along the edge of the porch. Within an hour, it was dark again, this time as it was supposed to be, because the sun had finally set. I don't know when I realized Mother wasn't going to make it. Maybe I should have known from when I first saw how bad she was. Or maybe it was better that I didn't realize, since there was nothing I could do anyway. Slowly, though, over the hours of that long night, I started to wonder, and then I started to suspect, and then a heavy dread settled over me. Dad was crying on and off, sometimes silent tears rolling from his eyes that might have been from the dust anyway. Other times, his whole body shook with sobs. Henry sat on the floor in the corner of the room, arms wrapped around himself as he stared off into space. I took a clean, damp cloth and wiped the dust from Mother's face and hands. I wet her lips and tried to trickle water into her mouth. Her breaths grew shallower as the night wore on, and the hint of gray and blue in her skin became more obvious, even in the dim light of the kerosene lamp.
I'll go anyway. I'll walk all the way to Oakton if I have to, Henry blurted, stumbling to his feet, but Dad shut that right down. It's still windy outside, and we have no idea if the whole storm has passed. I am not losing 2 of you in one night.
Henry slumped again, and the next time I tried to get Mother to drink some water, it ran from her lips onto the pillow. She was limp and heavy against the bedding. "Please wake up, Mother," I choked out. There was still grit in my eyes and in my hair and even between my damned teeth. We were all still covered in the very thing that was taking her from us, and there was no way to fix that. We just had to sit in it. "Mother, I love you. Please wake up." Not long after that, she exhaled one last, gentle breath, and she never took another. By then, we were all too exhausted to cry. We sat around her body on the bed, me and Dad holding her hand, Henry slumped by her thighs. The horrible events of those past 12 hours started to feel warped, like I was caught in a surreal dream. Henry eventually climbed up onto the bed beside Mother's body, as if he were too tired to hold himself up. I stretched out too, still holding her hand. I didn't mean to doze, but the highs and the lows of that day drained every bit of strength from my body, and sleep simply overtook me. Sometime later, I was startled awake by a loud sound. I sat up, confused and bleary-eyed, then cast my gaze around the room. Mother's body was on the bed beside me. Henry bolted upright too, his eyes as red raw as the skin on his face. But Dad was nowhere to be seen. I went to slip off the bed to look for him and to investigate the sound, but Henry put his hand out to stop me.
"No," he whispered. "No."
"But where is—"
"Stay here,"
he hissed. And something about his tone scared me so badly, I did. I watched him run from the room, my heart starting to race with a fresh wave of confused dread. Then I finally looked at Mother. The sun was rising outside, and she was bathed in the delicate light of a new day, casting a pinkish glow over her skin. I touched her cheek, telling myself we got it wrong, and she was still there. But her skin was cold, and she was really gone. How on earth would we go on without her? Not all of us would. Some of us wouldn't even try. And then I knew what the sound had been. I scrambled from the bed after Henry, running through the house and over the dusty porch, stumbling through the mounds of soft earth that had been dumped all over our home and yard. I came to a screaming halt when I rounded the corner of the house closest to the bench seat and that Texas live oak. The sun was rising behind the tree, casting vibrant shades of pink and red and gold over the new morning. In silhouette, I saw the outline of that battered tree, and I saw the bench beneath it, and then I saw my brother on his knees in the dirt, cradling my father's body in his arms.
19. Sofie. Huntsville, Alabama. 1950.
How was her day?
Jürgen asked as he walked into the house that afternoon. I was sitting on the couch, Felix on one side of me watching the television, Gisela on the other, crying miserably into my shoulder. I looked at him pointedly and his face fell.
What happened?
Kids here don't eat real bread, she wept.
Jürgen gave me a confused look. Americans eat a lot of bread, Gisela. Maybe you're confused.
Their bread isn't brown. It's white. It's different. And they were all laughing at me because I had the wrong bread. I didn't know any of the words my teacher said, and Mrs. Schmidt's children said they weren't allowed to play with me, and then none of the other German children wanted to play with me either. And the American children already hate me. So I sat by myself, and I hated here. Later, once she'd calmed down a little, we retreated into his bedroom and closed the door. I spoke to Claudia today, I told him. She told me she doesn't want her children mingling with ours. She said it's one thing for Klaus to work with you, but that she has come too far to protect her children from Nazi ideology to allow them to mingle with the likes of us. Jürgen rubbed his face wearily.
Should I talk to her or to Klaus?
I thought about the anger in Claudia's eyes, and I shook my head. No, not yet, anyway. But if the German children won't play with Gisela, and the American children won't play with her, she's going to be miserable.
Let's just give it a little time. We can start with her lunch. If eating our food is really such a big deal, we'll go to the grocery store right now and buy some American food.
I don't even know what American children eat, I winced.
Then maybe we need to find you an American friend, he said pointedly.
And all of a sudden, I remembered Avril Walters. Mama! I heard Gisela cry from the front yard the next morning.
Sofie, can you come here, please? Jürgen called.
I was in the bathroom doing my hair, and I sighed, frustrated with the interruption. What were they doing back already? They'd only walked out the front door a few minutes earlier. Avril Walters was due in an hour, and I needed to wash the dishes before she arrived. What is it? I called as I walked to the front door. I glanced in at Felix, who was sitting just a foot away from the television, eyes wide as he stared at the screen. He seemed determined to sit in front of it every waking moment. I wasn't thrilled about that, but reassured myself that at least he was hearing some English. I found Gisela sitting on the doorstep, resting her forehead in her palm. She gave me a miserable look. What is it? Look, she muttered. It's not just the kids at school who hate us. It's everyone. Jürgen was at the side of the road, standing with Claudia and Klaus. Several other neighbors had come out of their houses, too, to see what the commotion was about. It was a beautiful day, blue skies and bright sunshine. But no one was looking up at the sky because everyone was staring at the road. I left Gisela on the doorstep and went to see what the fuss was, but my heart sank as I came closer. In crude red letters, almost as high as the narrow road, someone had painted the word Nazis. The graffiti had been carefully positioned right at the mouth of the street, centered right in front of our house.
I can sort this out. You head into that safety protocol workshop, Jürgen told Klaus as I approached. But Claudia, since Sofie isn't quite up to speed with American road rules, would you mind driving Gisela to school with Mila?
Jürgen gave her a hopeful look. Claudia muttered something under her breath about it being the first and last time. But the next thing we knew, she was backing out of her driveway with Gisela in the back seat. I called Avril to postpone our coffee to the next morning. She was horrified when I told her about the graffiti, and her reaction reassured me. Some Americans were kind. even supportive. After I hung up, Jürgen called the police. I sat in the living room with Felix and listened to his side of the conversation.
Right out the front of my house. That's at 1401 Beetle Avenue, sir. Yes, it says Nazi. I'm not sure what you mean. Well, no, sir. Actually, yes. I did think you would come too. I see. Is defacing public property not a crime in this country? No. I understand. Yes, okay. Thank you. Fine.
He came to the door of the living room, his expression grim. What are they going to do? I asked.
Officer Johnson said if it was bothering me, I could paint over it, he said, shaking his head in disbelief.
Aren't they coming to investigate?
Jürgen unwound his bow tie as he shook his head.
But why not? This is harassment.
The police officer said it's to be expected, given the circumstances.
Jürgen muttered bitterly.
He suggested I might want to buy the paint in bulk, so I've got some ready for next time.
20. Lizzie. El Paso, Texas, 1935. Henry and I sold everything we could at a yard sale and bought bus tickets to El Paso. We arrived on a blustery spring day in 1935, just a week after we buried our parents, and checked into a rooming house, with every little thing we had left in the world neatly packed into 2 suitcases. I'd never been to a city before. I'd seen photos in the newspaper, so I thought I knew what it would be like, but I wasn't prepared for the sensory overload. Cars and trucks roared past us, people hurried by, store signs and street signs and clothing were all so bright. Even the air smelled wrong, like a tractor had just backfired right near me. There was no time to say goodbye to the land we loved or to begin to mourn our parents. But as I found myself completely out of place, the immensity of the loss and the abruptness of the change all hit me at once. I hadn't cried much other than the day Mother and Daddy left us. I didn't even cry when Pastor Williams picked us up from the farm to take us to the bus stop. But it wasn't car exhaust causing my eyes to sting as I looked around the tiny room Henry and I would be sharing. He set his suitcase on the bed, and I set mine on the little sofa, staring down at it so Henry didn't see the tears in my eyes. "Lizzie," he said gently, and when I composed myself and turned back to face him, he grinned and pointed to a string hanging from the roof. Back home, electric lights were only for the rich, but it was obvious that the rooming house wasn't a place for rich people. I found the contradiction to be perplexing. I walked briskly across the room to tug the string. The light flickered on, so I pulled the string again to turn it off, then repeated the process, momentarily distracted by the novelty. "And indoor plumbing, too," Henry said, as he stretched out on the bed and crossed his arms beneath his head. "See? This is fine. And once I start working for the CCC, you'll have this room all to yourself." Henry was convinced he'd find work in the city, all because of an article he'd read in the newspaper about Roosevelt's Civilian Conservation Corps, the CCC. He was only a few months away from 25, and as far as we could tell, the program was only for young men up to 25. But Henry had a good feeling they'd take him anyway. "What kind of a job do you think I'm going to get, Henry?" I shifted the pile of linen to the side of the sofa and sat. It was springy and lumpy, and it smelled suspiciously like someone else's sweat. "Well, sis, you just have to ask yourself what you want to do. I like working with my hands, fixing things, building things. What do you like?" "Farming," I said flatly. Henry winced. "We're in the city now." "That's my point, Henry. All I know how to do is drive a tractor, collect eggs, help a horse if she's stuck in foal. I can sew a button on, but I can't sew a dress. I don't have any skills." "Tomorrow, you get out there and go talk to some businesses." "And if the CCC hires you, you'll live there?" I asked. My voice wobbled, but I lifted my chin. I told myself that things had changed, and I just needed time to get used to it. But I was terrified of being separated from Henry. All that had got me through that awful week was the hope that he'd make sure that we were both okay.
You aren't afraid, are you? You've never been afraid of anything.
If only he knew. There wasn't much in life that scared me, but the thought of being all alone in that city was enough to make my stomach cramp. "Don't be ridiculous," I said abruptly, and I started to make up the sofa. "I'm just wondering when I get the good bed." But just 2 weeks later, Henry and I found ourselves standing on the street with our suitcases by our feet. As cheap as it was, the rooming house fees had cleaned us out, and the CCC did not offer Henry a job. Even if they had hired him, his employment would only have lasted till his 25th birthday, just 2 short months away. Not even Henry's charm could circumvent the eligibility criteria for an in-demand government program. We learned that when the CCC advertised vacancies in the past, the line of applicants stretched around several city blocks. For every potential job in El Paso, there was 100 or more desperate candidates.
It will be okay, Henry said firmly. Maybe we sleep outside tonight, but something good will come up tomorrow.
I was already growing a little tired of Henry's insistence that things were going to turn around, but it would do me no good to discourage him. I scooped up my suitcase and pointed to the west. "I saw a camp of homeless folk that way," I said wearily. "Let's see if we can find somewhere to sleep down there." Days began to blend into weeks, but I was too tired to keep track of how long we'd been in the city. We found ourselves a cast-off square of canvas, and Henry fashioned it into a kind of tent, strung across rope between a tree and the side of a bridge, in a camp full of other makeshift tents. We slept on piles of old newspapers I collected from trash cans, while Henry lined up at a church, waiting to be given someone's old blankets. Henry and I traversed the city knocking on every door, asking for work, until we knew its dead ends the same way we'd once known every field on the farm. At the end of the day, we would meet up at a soup kitchen for dinner. At night, as we lay top to toe beneath that tent, I'd think about Mother. I knew what she'd say if she was still with us. She'd remind me that I was strong, a survivor, she'd say. She'd tell me to have faith. She'd tell me to keep going, even when it felt hopeless. But while I waited and I prayed and I tried to be patient as I persevered, I came across an emotion I'd never felt before. I started to feel lost. I knew downtown El Paso back to front after a few months, but I still couldn't figure out who I was in that place, or who I was meant to be. I'd been knocking on doors in the industrial district one day, and I was running a little early to meet Henry at the soup kitchen for dinner. I didn't want to stand in the line on my own, so I was dawdling when I found myself standing opposite the new Hilton Hotel, the tallest building in downtown El Paso. I scanned the opulent front entrance, then cast my gaze up over 21 astounding stories to the rooftop balconies. Just then, a woman emerged from the laneway beside the building. I recognized the exhaustion on her face. I'd seen it in the mirror 100 times. That was the look of someone who had worked an honest day's living, who had made it to the end of the day, tired, dignity intact. I knew that feeling. I wanted to feel that kind of tired again so bad I could taste it. That exhausted maid emerging from the hotel represented the first glimmer of familiarity I'd experienced in months. She might have laughed if she knew how inspired I was by the bags under her eyes and her slumped shoulders, her feet that dragged through sheer weariness. But when I saw her, I also saw a way forward. I'd spent months trying to find work, finding every door I knocked on remained closed. Something had to change. I was going to master city life, just as I'd mastered every skill I'd ever needed on the farm. I still didn't know how I was going to do it, but I had just decided where. 21. Lizzie. Huntsville, Alabama. 1950. As I pushed open the door to the restaurant, I studiously avoided looking at the Whites Only sign hanging in the window. Ever since Sofie Rhodes mentioned those signs, I was keenly aware of them everywhere I went. I was late again that day. I'd noticed that one of Henry's shirts on the clothesline had stains on it, so I took it back inside to treat it with turpentine. Henry did his own laundry, one blessed habit he'd picked up in the Army, but advanced stains like paint were beyond his skill set. He didn't like me to baby him, so even once I got the paint out, I had to quickly rewash the turpentine smell out of his shirt and hang it on the line so he didn't notice I'd interfered. It had been hard to motivate myself to shower, fix my hair, and put my makeup on after that. Some part of me always wanted to skip those lunches, but forcing myself to go had become an ingrained habit. Now my heels echoed against the tiles in the restaurant as I walked briskly to the table where the Fort Bliss women sat. "We almost started without you," Becca said lightly. I reached to smooth my hair and forced a smile. "Sorry," I said. "Busy day." I paused to hug her and Juanita, then Gail and even Avril. When it came to Avril, I was polite all of the time, warm when it suited me, and never trusting. I had learned that lesson the hard way, once upon a time. The five of us swapped notes on the move. Who was still unpacking, whose kids were enjoying the new school, who had the worst neighbors. And then Becca sighed happily. "I'm so glad we all wound up here together after all," she murmured, lowering her voice. "It feels like we moved from an emerging city to a dying small town." "My new neighbors are so excited that we're here," Gail said, smiling to herself. "One of them says Huntsville will one day be known as Rocket City. Maybe we're arriving right at the start of something amazing." "And what does your new neighbor think about these Nazis?" Becca asked pointedly. Gail shrugged. "She doesn't seem too troubled that some of us are German. Besides, Trevor said that they aren't actually Nazis. He said they just had ordinary government jobs in Germany. It's not their fault the government happened to be run by the devil himself." "I just find that so hard to believe," Becca said helplessly. She glanced at me. "Right from the beginning, you said there was something rotten about the whole arrangement, didn't you, Lizzie?" I'd never hidden my concern or displeasure at the program Calvin was working on, but as he'd requested, I never told anyone why. I tried to shrug non-committally. "You know what Bob told me once?" Juanita said suddenly. Everyone turned to look at her, and she leaned forward and whispered, "He said he heard rumors at Fort Bliss that some of those scientists really were in the Nazi Party. He even heard that a few were in the SS. "There's no way they'd have been brought to this country if that was true," Gail said abruptly. "I didn't make that up, Gail," Juanita said defensively. "One of the translators told an engineer, and that engineer told Bob. He said that someone in our government falsified some of the German records so more men could come here." "You shouldn't say things like that," Gail snapped. "It's just not fair. If those men had anything to do with what happened back there, they'd be rotting in a jail or executed at Nuremberg, not free on our streets." I dropped my gaze to the menu, wishing I could hide under the table. When a long moment passed and no one spoke, I looked up reluctantly, only to find the whole table staring at me. "You know who'd know for sure," Juanita said, watching me closely. "Calvin," Avril said. "He wasn't thrilled when they were first allowed to move freely around El Paso, was he?" Becca said, then helpfully reminded me, "It's just, I do recall you telling me he'd been arguing with Christopher Newsom when they were first let off base." I glanced quickly at Avril, reluctant to confirm any of this. Cal would not be pleased if his name were attached to these rumors, especially since there was potentially truth behind them. But I couldn't figure out how to extract myself from the discussion without lying. Instead, I tried to redirect it. It almost doesn't matter if they were truly Nazis or if they had regular government jobs. Because even if they just had regular jobs, they stayed in those jobs. Gail, you know as well as I do that if Truman suddenly turned into a monster like Hitler, your sweet Trevor would be the first to resign. That these men didn't do that tells me they were supportive of what the Nazis were doing. "I know you're not pleased they're here, Lizzie, but you really think the Germans are dangerous?" Becca asked, her voice a hushed whisper. "My brother says men like that are always dangerous, and you all know he served in Europe, so he would know." "I understand that these German men know an awful lot about rockets," she said with frustration. "What I do not understand is why most of the American scientists on the team have been so quick to assume they are worthy of a comfortable life here. They're Nazis at worst, or Nazi sympathizers at best." "I'm not sure it is sunshine and rainbows for all of them," Avril said, in a tone that foreshadowed some exceedingly delicious gossip. I hated Avril's gossip and had been the victim of it myself. She seemed to delight in causing drama. Sofie Rhodes called me a few days ago and begged me to come around for a coffee because her little girl is having some problems at school. I asked Patty, and she said that even the German kids won't play with Gisela Rhodes. It made sense that the American kids would be a bit wary of these new students, but the Germans ostracizing one of their own? She gave us a triumphant look. And I suppose you all heard about what happened at Sauerkraut Hill yesterday. When we shook our heads, Avril leaned forward and murmured, "Just before I was due to go meet her for coffee, Sofie called to cancel. Overnight, someone painted the word Nazis right on their street." "Is it true, Lizzie?" Gail said. I wasn't sure what she was referring to. "About the street? This is the first I've heard. About records being falsified. About some of these men being members of the Nazi Party or even the SS." She paused, her eyes narrowing. "If anyone would know for sure, it's your husband. And you changed the subject when Becca asked you." I cleared my throat. I never was good at lying. "I shouldn't say," I said stiffly, but there was a collective gasp around the table. I flicked a glance at Avril Walters. She seemed equal parts scandalized and delighted. My heart sank. "Do you know which of the Germans were Nazis? Who was in the SS?" Becca whispered in shock. I shook my head hastily, mind racing as I tried to figure out how to undo the mess I was making. Cal was going to kill me if he found out. "If this is true, I bet they'd only have done it for the scientists they were really desperate to work with," Gail said slowly. The rest of us fell silent as we all thought about the superstar scientist on the team. "And," Gail nodded toward Avril, "you said the German kids were ostracizing that Rhodes kid. It might just be that an SS officer for a father is just too much stigma even for them. The other Germans would know the truth." "Ask Cal tonight," Becca pleaded. "He won't tell me anything. He's still mad about the party, and I know he's sick of talking about this." I glanced at Avril and suddenly frowned. "Did you say you're having coffee with Sofie Rhodes? I thought we weren't doing that." "Oh, she's so lonely," Avril said sadly. "I just couldn't help myself. You know what a bleeding heart I am."
22. Sofie. Berlin, Germany, 1935. Georg's first day at Grundschule had arrived. Mime stayed home with Lara so we could walk him to school on our own. At the front door, she bent to kiss his cheek. "Have a great first day, Georg," she said. He beamed at her, revealing his 2 missing front teeth, a gap that caused certain sounds to escape with a lisp. He threw his arms around Mime's neck. "I'll tell you everything tonight, Mime. I promise." "I know you will, little buddy," she laughed, squeezing him tightly. Lara came running down the stairs, almost tripping on her feet, then launched herself at Georg in a forceful embrace. "Have a good day," she said, squeezing her eyes closed as she hugged him. Georg hugged her back, and they stood like that just for a second. Mime and I exchanged quiet smiles. When Lara released her brother, she took Mime's hand. Then, almost overcome with emotion, she shifted to stand behind Mime's leg. Her gaze fell to the floor as she mumbled, "Goodbye, Georg." Georg raised his chin and drew in a deep breath as if bracing himself. Then said bravely, "Goodbye, Lara." I reached for Georg's hand as we stepped onto the sidewalk outside our house. But he either didn't notice or was reluctant to hold hands with his mother now that he was a big kid. That stung. It seemed like one minute I was shaking with nerves while holding my newborn for the first time. The next, we were walking to school. "Are you scared?" I asked. "No, Mama," he said. "Hans and me are going to have so much fun." Hans was a year older than Georg, and already at school, but the boys were the best of friends. Lydia was waiting at the school gate with Hans.
The boys ran toward one another, meeting with a duet of excited chatter and cheering, then ran through the gate into the playground without even saying goodbye. Shocked tears sprang to my eyes. Lydia laughed gently as she patted me on the shoulder. "The first day is the hardest, Sophie. But there's no need to fret. These teachers will take your baby boy and transform him. He will leave this place well on his way to becoming a strong German man, the kind of man who will do this nation proud." I looked into the schoolyard, hoping to catch one last glimpse of Georg. An icy chill ran down my spine as my gaze landed on the flag of the Reich, blowing gently in the breeze above the playground. We soon found a new rhythm to our days, our routine now based around Georg's school hours. "I wish I could take him," Mayim said suddenly one morning as I was pulling on my shoes at the front door, trying to make up some lost time because we were running late. I forced a smile. He'll be able to walk on his own soon anyway. Berlin offered only hostility to a woman like Mayim, and that meant it was not safe for my children to be out with her. Besides, Georg was a fledgling part of the school community, and we were all anxious about what the other children and parents would say if they knew about Mayim. I could picture the crowd of parents at the gate hearing her Hebrew name and recoiling in shock. It was awkward and awful, but Mayim and I both knew that it was best she stay home. Over the summer, Mayim, Adela, and I liked to sit in the courtyard after the children were in bed. We'd share a glass of wine, willing to endure the buzz of mosquitoes for the company and the chance of a cool evening breeze. On one of these evenings, Adela brought over strawberries from her garden, cut into thick slices and macerated with fine sugar. It was still warm that night, but to my great amusement, Mayim wrapped herself in her knit blanket anyway. "Laura would be jealous if she knew," she said, helping herself to a strawberry. "Laura need not be jealous," Adela said dismissively. "I saved my best strawberries for the children, as I always do." Mayim and I shared a smile. I stretched out my legs and rested my head against the wall behind me, casting my gaze over the silhouettes of the trees and the buildings behind us as the golden sun dipped behind them. "No Jürgen again tonight?" Adela said. I could hear the disapproval in her voice. "So he's working the weekends then. You need to help him find some balance." "And how do you propose I do that, Aunt Adela?" I asked, swallowing a sigh. She wasn't wrong. Jürgen was sleeping on the couch at his office more and more. "Did you hear about Mrs. Haas?" Adela asked us grimly, referring to one of her widowed friends. "Gestapo. They took her a few nights ago. She was no more engaged in activities disloyal to the Reich than I am a pumpkin. She was fighting with Walter Berner. He lives upstairs from her, remember? He just didn't like the way her dog barked at night. It seems clear that he called in a tip to the Gestapo out of spite, and now that poor fragile old woman is in a concentration camp somewhere." Mayim and I exchanged a glance over Adela's assessment of Mrs. Haas as fragile and old, given the woman was probably at least 10 years younger than Adela. Even so, the thought of the Gestapo dragging her from her home left me ill. "Aunt Adela," I dropped my voice, "you shouldn't speculate like that. You never know when someone is listening." The courtyard was relatively safe, surrounded by other courtyards, and I couldn't hear any movement, so I assumed they were empty. But beyond the courtyards were windows, and who knew who might be behind them? "I'll speculate all I want, Sophie," Adela said, looking down her nose at me. "What are they going to do? Arrest me for pointing out the blindingly obvious?" "You really do need to keep your voice down," Mayim whispered, her tone slightly panicked. Adela sighed, then nodded.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Mayim. Every night before I go to bed, I review every interaction from that day and ask myself, did I do anything that might be perceived as disloyal? Mayim said softly, startling me. Some nights I can't sleep, because I worry that I might have accidentally said something to draw attention to myself, to cause trouble for us all. I hate that you have to live like that, I whispered, throat tight. The calculus is different for you, Mayim, Adela said gently, and you have your whole life ahead of you. This is no way to live. Have you thought about that? What your future will look like? I think about it every day. Adela took a deep sip of her wine. I don't say this lightly, but you need to leave Germany. I think of you as I think of our Sofie, as the granddaughter God forgot to give me, albeit a rather less aggravating version. Thanks, Aunt Adela, I said wryly. She winked to let me know she was joking, but quickly sobered, as did I. But where would the Nussbaums even go? Adela looked at Mayim, her gaze intense. Can you and your parents not simply go to Krakow with Moshe? It is not simple, Miss Adela, Mayim replied. My passport says I'm Polish, but I've never lived anywhere but here. Besides, my father can't just go to Poland. Even if he could secure a visa, he couldn't handle the train ride with his back. Things in Berlin are uncomfortable, but I am fortunate that I have you and Jürgen and Sofie and the children. And you, Adela said, turning her attention to me. Have you thought about what will happen if they insist that you ask Mayim to leave? It is not illegal to have a Jewish best friend, I said stiffly. Sofie, she sighed impatiently. The time may come when it is indeed illegal. I hate that we're even discussing this, I whispered. Not discussing it would be worse, Adela said abruptly. We need to face the facts. She turned to Mayim. You know I am not wealthy, but between all of us, we could find the money for your father's visa. Truly, thank you, Mayim said miserably. But that's really not the problem at all. Please, Mayim, Adela urged. Please try to think of a way. It feels like the danger comes closer to this house every single sunrise. I can barely sleep at night worrying for you all. Later, Adele excused herself to retire, and after she'd closed the little gate in the fence between our courtyards, Mayim asked me, Is she right? I don't know, I admitted. After a pause, I blurted, Mayim, I'm so scared for you and your parents. Germany doesn't feel safe anymore. Mayim looked away from me, toward the fading red-gold sunlight that framed the apartment building behind us. I heard the sniffles she tried to hide, and I reached to squeeze her forearm. She turned back to me, her cheeks wet with tears. How much worse is this going to get before it gets better? I don't know, I admitted. I just don't know. After a few months at school, Georg was proud to bring home his first satchel of readers to practice at home. Shall I read them with you? I offered, as I finished dressing Lara after her bath. Georg gasped in horror. These are special home readers, only for me and Mayim. I kissed him good night and watched as he walked to his bedroom, holding Mayim's hand. I tucked Lara into her bed and then went downstairs to make tea for me and Mayim. When she joined me in the sitting room a few minutes later, the color was gone from her face. She sat opposite me and rested Georg's satchel on the coffee table between us. Open it, she said. Her voice was hoarse. I opened the satchel and withdrew the books.
On the cover of the first was an image of a street parade. Most of the adults and children were giving the salute, and no less than 8 swastika banners and flags were displayed in the scene. I made a sound of surprise, and Mayim reached forward, her movements jerky, as she withdrew the rest of the books to spread them side by side. I reached to pick the next one up. Children, what do you know about the Führer? I leafed through the pages, watching a fiction unfold about a benevolent Hitler who was restoring the fatherland to glory. The second book was called The Crossbreed, and while the cover was of a cute puppy, I only had to skim the first few pages to realize it was a simplistic parable discouraging relationships between Aryans and Jews. By the time I picked up the third picture book, my hands were shaking. It was called Never Trust a Fox on the Green Heath and Never Trust a Jew by His Oath. On the first page, a handsome Aryan man was depicted beside a rotund, coarse man, ostensibly representing the Jews. When I looked up, Mayim was weeping. "Please tell me you didn't read these to him, Mayim," I whispered sickly. "He wanted that one," she choked out, pointing to the last book. "He liked the cover best. I managed to convince him we should read one of his own books, and he was easily distracted. But that won't last forever. Sooner or later, he's going to realize that the Jews he's learning about are the same as the Jew in his house." "I'll talk to him," I started to say, but her eyes widened in alarm. "And tell him what?" she said. Then she dropped her voice to a whisper. "Tell him that the Führer is wrong. The Jews aren't the enemy. You can't say those things to him. If he repeats them at school, you'll have a visit from the Gestapo. But I can't just let him think that this is okay," I whispered back. Mayim choked on a sob. "He must have spoken about me in class. His teacher told him to make sure I read them with him. She was trying to make a point." I was only grateful that Jürgen was coming home that night. He'd warned me he would be late, but I waited up for him. "What is it?" he asked, taking one look at my face. "We need to talk," I said grimly. "Can we talk as I take a bath?" he asked tiredly. He waved a hand down over his rumpled suit, and then scrubbed his palm over the bristly growth on his cheeks. "It's hot as hell out there, and it's been days since I washed. It's been a long week." I followed him into the bathroom and explained what had happened. "We can't say anything," Jürgen said abruptly. I stopped pacing and frowned at him, surprised by his tone. "But maybe we just need to look at other schools. Maybe—" "Almost every schoolteacher is now a member of the National Socialist Teachers League. The newspapers said it's over 95%. "The papers lie," I hissed. I knew that better than anyone. The press was an arm of the Department of Propaganda, controlled down to the font the newspapers were printed in. Maybe the papers lie about some things, but not about this. The curriculum has been standardized across public and private schools. We could move Georg to any school in the country, but this isn't going away. So we're supposed to accept that he'll be brainwashed by this nonsense." Jürgen sighed as he stepped into the bath. He scooped water up to wash his face, then rested his head against the tiled wall behind him. "All right-minded German parents are trapped, just as we are," Jürgen said tiredly. "I don't even think we have a right to complain. The cage we're trapped in is at least a gilded one. Sooner or later, he's going to realize that Mayim is Jewish. His teacher is going to make sure of it." We stared at one another in the harsh light of the bathroom. Jürgen closed his eyes again. "I know," he whispered, shaking his head. "I just
don't know what to do about it.
Later, I stretched out on my luxurious mattress in the beautiful house I'd been so desperate to keep, but I had never felt less comfortable. Just a few weeks later, Georg seemed to sink into a funk, and he wouldn't tell me what was wrong. After several days of trying to cheer him up, I called Lydia to see if she or Hans could shed any light. "It's to be expected," she said sadly. "I don't know what you mean." "Hans said the boys have been teasing him about—" She paused, and then her tone sharpened. "Sofie, you know." "Mayim?" I whispered. "You can't harbor a Jew in your house and not expect the other children to notice." "We aren't harboring anyone. It's perfectly legal for her to be here." "Children are more perceptive than we realize sometimes," she said. "Look, why don't you come around tomorrow morning for tea, and we can discuss it? I hate that your boy is unhappy, and it's been so long since we caught up. I'm sure we can figure this out." It had been a while since I saw Lydia. All of our old friends were increasingly engaged in Nazi party activities, and I'd found myself withdrawing more and more. I was desperate to help Georg, though, so we agreed that I'd meet Lydia at her home the following day. But as soon as I hung up the phone, a burst of frustration and anger overtook me. I picked up the handset and dialed Jürgen's direct line. "I need you to come home tonight."
I can't, he said automatically.
His team were preparing for yet another test launch, and there seemed to be no time in his schedule for anything else.
"There's this panel giving us some trouble.
I think Georg is being bullied at school, and I'm so sick of dealing with every little thing in this family on my own. I need you to come home tonight."
"Okay," Jürgen sighed. "Okay."
"Good," I snapped. But by the time Jürgen walked through the front door, my impatience with him had burnt out. I pulled him close and kissed his cheek. "I'm sorry," I said.
"Me too," he said. "I know you're carrying the load of the family. I don't think you're enough for that."
"I'm worried about Georg. Lydia said some of the boys may have been teasing him about Mayim."
Jürgen said, wincing. Then he sighed heavily. "I'll put him to bed tonight and talk to him, man to man."
For the first time in a long time, the 6 of us were home for a meal. We sat at the end of the long dining table in the formal dining room, Lara happily tucked between Adela and Mayim, Georg beside me opposite them, and Jürgen at the head of the table. I was struck by the warmth that burned in my chest at the simple pleasure of us all being together around a table spread with good food. Adela served juicy slices of roast chicken, while Mayim and I began to dish out the vegetables. But when she tried to ladle carrots onto Georg's plate, he pushed the spoon away aggressively. His expression was sullen, and he refused to look at her. "What's wrong, little buddy?" she asked him gently. "Aren't you feeling well?" "Georg," I said, surprised. "You love carrots." He looked up, then around the table, his eyes filling with tears as he flicked his gaze between me and Jürgen and Adela. I noticed then that he was going to some lengths to avoid looking at Mayim, dropping his eyes to the table every time they might pass her. "I don't want carrots either," Lara said, as if she sensed a chance to avoid her vegetables.
"Everyone is having carrots," Jürgen said firmly.
But then Georg burst into noisy sobs, pushed his chair back and ran from the room. Mayim and I exchanged startled glances, as Jürgen also pushed his chair away from the table.
"Let me talk to him."
I left Lara with Adele and Mayim and followed Jürgen and Georg down the hallway, but lurked outside Georg's bedroom out of sight.
"What is it, Georg?"
Jürgen asked softly. "Papa," Georg said hoarsely, "is it true? Is Mayim a dirty Jew?" There was a long pause, I could hear my pulse in my ears as I waited for Jürgen to respond.
Please don't use those words, Jürgen said carefully. But yes, it is true that Mayim is Jewish. Why are you worried about that, Georg?
Mrs. Muller says that the Jews are the enemies of the Führer. Is she going to hurt us?
Of course she won't hurt us, Jürgen said, flustered and frustrated.
But the boys say that if she's in our house, she will steal our money and make us sick.
Georg gave a shuddering sob.
Papa, Hans won't play with me at school because he said I have dirty Jew germs. He said we might even die.
That's silly, Georg. You know that Mayim isn't dangerous.
But Hans said...
I know what Hans said, Jürgen said abruptly. I could almost hear the cogs of my husband's mind turning. To defend Mayim was to invite trouble from the Gestapo. To not defend Mayim was to fracture our family. He paused, then called helplessly, Sofie. I came around the corner and joined him in the room. Jürgen was seated at the end of Georg's bed. I sat beside Georg's pillow. He sat up and threw his arms around me, suddenly weeping anew.
Mama,
I heard him whimper.
I don't want Mayim to give me carrots anymore.
I wrapped my arm around him and looked over his head at Jürgen. My husband's shoulders slumped as he stared down at the carpet. We gave Georg the option to return to the table to eat his carrots. He told us he just wanted to go to bed. Tears in my eyes, I kissed him good night and let him have his way. By the time we emerged from Georg's room, Mayim was in her own room and her door was closed. Let me put Laura to bed, and then I'll see myself out, Adela said quietly. It sounds like you two need to talk. Thank you, Aunt Adela, Jürgen said, and he bent to kiss her cheek. We retreated into the study with a bottle of wine. I locked the door behind us, then wandered past his heaving bookshelves, over toward the armchairs in the corner. The study had grown dusty with Jürgen away so much. I hated to clean, and we could have afforded a housekeeper. But I couldn't figure out how to bring someone into the sanctuary of our home without bringing Nazi ideology with them. There was simply no escaping it. I dropped myself into an armchair, stretching my neck to look at the ornate plastering on the ceiling. We could leave Germany, I blurted suddenly. Jürgen was uncorking the wine at his desk, but he paused and looked up at me in surprise. Where would we go? Adela has been trying to convince Mayim to go to her grandfather and Moshe in Krakow. We could pack up and leave Berlin behind. We're going to uproot our entire family and move to Poland just because Mayim's grandfather lives there, Jürgen said wryly as he poured us each a glass of wine. I slumped. It was a terrible idea. I don't love the idea of Poland. Neither one of us speaks Polish for a start, but we could think about leaving Germany. Then where would we go? England? My English is basic, but you know I'd pick it up quickly. You could help me. Or France, I suggested, since we both also spoke rudimentary French. We stared at one another, as if we were assessing just how possible this was. How would we survive? I'd find work at the university. His salary would drop, and we'd be back to trying to stretch our money as far as we could. Poverty seemed almost appealing if it came with the freedom to raise my children, right? Only one thing gave me pause. Mayim's parents rely on the money we've been giving her, I said uneasily. We had been giving Mayim money every month, ever since our own finances had stabilized. And I knew she passed almost all of it on to Levi and Zaidoni. Jürgen considered this for a moment, then he sighed. I suspect they would sooner see her safe abroad with us. They would find another way. And Adela? There was no hesitation this time before Jürgen said, we'd try to convince her to join us too.
She would never agree. I know. He rubbed his eyes. She was born in that house. And she will die in that house, I finished on a sigh. So you really want to leave the rocket program? Truthfully, Sofie, it would be a relief, he admitted, staring down into his wine. His shoulders were stiff, his expression taut. In the time that passed since he took that miracle job, my husband had aged. There were fine lines around his eyes and bags beneath them. Has it not been going well? Hitler is rebuilding the German military. It will be public knowledge soon. I gasped in shock. Otto says that Hitler expects the world will sit idly by, and then the remilitarization will snowball. The rocket program has made incredible gains. But that only means that if they asked us to weaponize the technology, we could do so in just a few years. I've been trying to figure out how to extract myself for some time. But it's not going to be easy, he admitted, dropping his voice to a whisper. They need me too much. They'll never let me walk away. We'd have to do this quickly and quietly. If you're serious about this. I am, I blurted. Our eyes locked over the wine. He nodded. Saturday. We'll pick a border, find the back roads, and pretend we are just going for a drive. This Saturday? If we're doing this, we need to do it right away. Okay, I breathed, my heart rate accelerating. Talk to Mayim tomorrow. I'll talk to Adela. Other than that, we cannot breathe a word of it.
23. Lizzie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. Calvin was leaning against the kitchen door, looking up at the ceiling as if he were praying for patience. This conversation was one I could not afford for my brother to overhear, so I waited until Henry was in bed before I confronted Calvin about Gail's suspicions. So, is it true? I asked. Was Jürgen Rhodes in the SS?
Lizzie, sweetheart, you know I can't talk to you about this,
Cal said, but he avoided my eyes as he spoke. My God, I whispered, my mouth going dry. He lives on Sauerkraut Hill with the rest of them, doesn't he? There's an SS officer living 2 blocks away from us? Free, in our community?
Even I don't know for sure,
Calvin said flatly.
But yes, when Newsom admitted he'd seen evidence a senior scientist was in the SS, it was Jürgen he was referring to.
This is an outrage!
Lizzie, don't fly off the handle.
Even you said in the beginning that it wasn't right.
I should never have said anything to you about any of this. It just never occurred to me that we'd end up living in the same community as these men,
Calvin said. Because you knew it was dangerous.
I was nervous in the beginning, yes. But when it comes to Jürgen, I'm certain that the good he can do for this country far outweighs any risk he might have posed.
Calvin, you have an SS officer working with American Jews, I gasped. Do you really think he's suddenly decided they are worthy of drawing breath after all?
Jürgen works closely with Eli Klein, and I've never seen him speak to that man with anything but the utmost respect. Trust me when I say that man has no interest at all in anything outside of rocketry and his family.
Men like that don't change, Calvin, I whispered. My voice thickened with emotion as confused tears sprang to my eyes. Calvin gently touched my upper arm, his gaze steady.
War is brutal, Lizzie. Even if the rumors are true, there's possibly a whole background and context we can never understand.
War is brutal because of men like that. This war didn't start itself. Nazis started it. Nazis perpetuated it. Nazis murdered millions of innocent people. There is no doubt at all who the villains are here. We both heard movement in the hallway then. Cal and I stared at one another in alarm. Then he spun and pulled the door open. Henry was standing there, frowning. I thought you went to bed, I blurted. I could not have sounded guiltier if I tried.
I just wanted a glass of milk,
Henry said defensively. He moved slowly, opening the refrigerator, pouring the milk, putting the bottle back into the fridge. As he was leaving the room, he shot me a pointed look. Good night, I said weakly.
Night, Henry,
Cal added.
Henry said, frowning.
We watched until he disappeared out the back door, back to his apartment above the garage.
Do you think he heard?
Cal said. No, I said, heart rate already settling. He wouldn't have been so calm if he had.
Henry can't know what we just talked about, Lizzie. Not just because no one is supposed to know. In Henry's case, it wouldn't be good for him to know.
My first concern is always Henry's welfare, I snapped. I woke that night to a thud and then a pained cry, and threw myself out of bed, rushing into the hallway. Calvin was there, standing in the doorway to his bedroom. We'd never shared a room, something that perplexed Henry the first time he stayed with us. I explained that Calvin snored terribly, and while my brother seemed unconvinced at first, the buzzsaw-like sound that echoed down the hallway later that night when Cal went to bed seemed to reassure him. Now I came to stand beside Calvin, and I rubbed my tired eyes as I mumbled, "Was that Henry?"
I think so,
Cal said.
Lizzie!
I heard Henry cry. The sound was coming from the kitchen. Calvin ran ahead of me down the hall and pushed open the kitchen door just as Henry shouted,
"You leave her alone!"
His voice was strained, and he was flailing wildly. I reached for the cord to turn the light on, but Calvin caught my hand.
"He's sleepwalking,"
he whispered.
"Just leave the light off, and we'll gently reassure him first."
Then he raised his voice a little and said firmly,
"Henry, you're safe. No one is here."
"Henry?" I called, keeping my tone soft. "Honey, wake up. You're okay." Henry was throwing himself around the room as if he were tangling with an invisible assailant, and as his arms flailed, he knocked the fruit bowl to the floor. Apples rolled over the floorboards, and I sighed impatiently as I pulled the light cord. Cal looked at me incredulous. "One of us was going to break an ankle if I didn't," I muttered. Then Henry launched himself while Calvin was distracted.
"It's just me,"
Cal groaned as Henry knocked him violently into the refrigerator. Calvin's glasses fell off and clattered to the floor. "Henry!" I gasped, grabbing his upper arm and tugging at it. Henry shook me off, and I stumbled backward into the door, releasing a cry of pain. Just then, Henry backed away from Calvin, looking blankly around the room as if he had no idea where he was. He soon dropped to cower near the stove, panting as if he'd been sprinting, clutching his forehead in his hands. I pushed past Calvin to crouch beside my brother. Up close, I noted the sweat on his skin and the tears in his eyes.
"He was here,"
Henry said, still dazed. He looked around the room, then shook his head.
"Where did he go?" "It was just a dream,"
Cal said softly.
"You were alone."
Henry blinked away the last of his tears, then scowled at Calvin.
"I know the difference between a dream and a reality. He was in this house."
"This has happened before," I remind him. "Remember when you first came home to us in El Paso?" Henry's dreams were so vivid when he first returned from Europe, and he often wandered around the house, sound asleep. After the night I found him standing at his car, keys in hand, but deeply asleep, I began hiding his keys after he went to bed. Those dreams seemed different from this episode, though. Back then, even when Henry acted out a dream, he was always fully alert as soon as I spoke to him, quickly aware he'd been dreaming. And he'd never hurt anyone before. But I shudder to think what might have happened to Calvin if Henry hadn't snapped out of it right when he did.
"Someone was here, Lizzie. It must have been Rhodes,"
Henry insisted. Calvin bent, then felt around on the floor until he found his glasses. He sighed when he realized they were broken, and Henry looked at him stricken.
"What happened to your glasses, Cal? Did Rhodes do that?"
"You were in here alone," Calvin repeated. Henry frowned, shaking his head.
"He must have left before you came in."
He paused, then nodded as if he'd convinced himself.
"That's it. He must have."
His gaze drifted to the window, and he frowned again. It was closed, the latch locked. His eyes flew to the door.
"He must have gone out that way, down the hallway, out the back door."
"Why don't you sleep in the guest room tonight?" I suggested.
"We need to call the police,"
Henry said. He shot me a look of impatience, as if I were the irrational one. "No one was here, Henry."
"You're not listening to me,"
he exclaimed, raising his voice again.
I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. Why don't we call the police in the morning? Calvin suggested. He caught my eye, and I gave a subtle nod. Good idea, I said gently. If someone was here, they're obviously gone now. Let's get some sleep and try to figure this out in the morning. Once I got Henry settled in the guest room, I went to Cal's bedroom and closed the door behind me. Calvin was sitting on his bed, wearing his spare glasses. He was staring at the floorboards, his expression grave. He hurt us for sure, I muttered. I know. What do we do? He needs to see a doctor. A doctor? I repeated. For what? Nightmares? I don't know what kind of episode that was, but it was more than a nightmare. I shook my head. He doesn't need some doctor telling him he's crazy, Calvin. He just had a bad night, and it's our fault anyway since he heard us talking about... I cleared my throat. Your colleagues. He knocked you into that door, and he was ready to tear my head off. I'm worried about him, sweetheart. Me too, but he hates doctors. Do you want me to talk to him? I shook my head. Then you need to do it, Lizzie. Please, just check in with him. Maybe he just needs some sleeping pills? I slept on the sofa that night because it was in the room opposite the guest room. Every single time Henry stirred, I shot upright, ready to go to his aid. Henry came into the kitchen and scooped up one of those bruised apples I'd put back in the fruit bowl at 2 a.m. He was dressed and ready for work, but looked as exhausted as I felt as he took a bite out of the apple and sat opposite me. Did I hear you talking to someone a while ago? I asked him cautiously. I took a quick shower as soon as I woke, hoping to be dressed by the time Henry woke up, but almost as soon as I stepped under the stream, I heard Henry speaking quietly in the hallway. By the time I was dressed, he had returned to his room. Yeah, I called Walt to let him know I'd be late, he said. He took another bite of his apple, and I noticed the 1401 BASE scrawled in ink on the back of his hand. What did that mean? Was it a lumber thing? A reminder to do something at his job? Then I called the police. Someone is coming round shortly. What? I said as my heart sank. Henry, no. I know last night felt real, but it was just one of those dreams you used to have. You've never even met Jürgen Rhodes. How would you know what he looks like? How many other German men in this town have a beef with you, huh? Henry said, frowning. I know what I heard. When you woke us up, you were in the kitchen, thrashing around against no one, I said uneasily. You know I'm not a fan of those Germans, but in this case, the intruder was in your imagination. Henry's brows knit for a moment. Then he paused. Well, it won't hurt for the police to come and check the house. Hell, how was I going to get through to him? I didn't even have time to think about it because a quiet knock came from the door. I scurried after Henry when he rose quickly to answer it. The police officer was middle-aged and sharp-eyed. He stood in my foyer and peered into the living room, notebook in hand. Henry introduced himself, then pointed to me. Officer Johnson, this is Lizzie Miller, Mrs. Calvin Miller. Cal was here last night, but he's at work at Redstone Arsenal now. He works on the rocket program there. I'm Detective Johnson, Mrs. Miller, the police officer said. Pleased to meet you. And you too, I said weakly. Then I added, my husband and I really didn't see a thing. Sounds like the intruder came in, realized he was outnumbered and left, Johnson said grimly. He glanced at Henry and added, probably didn't expect to find 2 men here. You're sure the intruder was this Jürgen Rhodes? Pretty sure, Henry said. Then he paused. He was dark, but he had a German accent, and Rhodes makes perfect sense. My sister had an argument with his wife last weekend. The officer excused himself as he moved past me, glancing into each of the rooms. Henry followed him, and I followed Henry. I tried to see the house through his eyes. My home was a picture of perfect order. Expensive furniture and artwork, carefully selected and arranged, highly polished floorboards I mopped every single day, the drapes I kept free of dust, the windows I cleaned once a week. Surely the police officer could see that this was not the site of a break-in and attempted assault. Not a single item was out of place. Even so,
Henry spun the officer a story as he walked through the house.
I don't sleep well since the war. I was in bed, wide awake. Heard a sound. Went to investigate. Saw Rhodes in the house. Chased him. A bit of a scuffle in the kitchen. Pinned him against the fridge. Lizzie and Cal heard the noise and woke up just after Rhodes ran out. Probably out the back door. We never lock it.
This whole encounter was so absurd, I was starting to wonder if I was dreaming. I interrupted, as Johnson looked closely at the latch on the back door. Cal and I really didn't see or hear any of that. Not a thing. What was I supposed to do in this situation? I had to tell the officer that Henry was imagining things, but I didn't want to inflame him, and I certainly didn't want to embarrass him.
You probably slept through it,
Johnson said dismissively. He puffed out a breath of air, then looked between me and Henry.
These Germans worry me,
he told Henry.
Me too,
Henry said.
You're a veteran?
Yes, sir.
Pacific Theater?
No, sir, Henry said. Then he drew in a breath and straightened his spine.
Europe. Thank you for your service, son. Must be troubling to have them walking around the streets of this country.
It truly is, sir.
Extra cautious from now on, all of you,
Johnson announced, sliding his notebook back into his pocket.
Keep all the doors locked, and if you hear anything, you call us right away.
Thank you, sir, Henry said grimly. We all walked back along the hall to the front door in silence. My heart was thumping wildly against my chest. I had to fix this. I just didn't have a clue how. When the officer pushed my front door open, I panicked and blurted, "Are you going to arrest him?" Detective Johnson turned back to offer me a gentle look.
I'm sorry to tell you this, Mrs. Miller, but it would be very difficult for us to do that when none of you saw him clearly. I'll make some inquiries, and we'll keep an extra close eye on your house with a night patrol for a few nights, in case there's any more trouble.
Henry glanced down at the numbers on his hand and added helpfully,
He's at 1401 Beetle Avenue, sir, in case you decide to interview him.
As the officer scrawled the address down, I looked at my brother in shock. How do you know that?
His address is in the public phone book, sis. Just looked it up to save this busy officer from hunting it down. That's all.
I looked from Henry to the detective, sucked in a breath, and tried one last time. Sir, Cal and I really didn't hear anything.
Don't beat yourself up, Mrs. Miller, Detective Johnson interrupted me kindly. You're lucky your brother here is a soldier. He'll keep an eye on you.
He tipped his hat and walked along my porch, then down to his car waiting in the drive. Henry, I whispered uneasily. Why would Rhodes come to his boss's house in the middle of the night to cause trouble? It makes no sense. He wasn't here last night. No one was.
You were asleep, Henry said gently. Just lock the house while I'm gone, okay? And if you're home alone, don't answer the door unless you're sure who it is.
My gaze dropped to that number on the back of Henry's hand, and I blurted, Just promise me you won't go to Rhodes's house. Henry sighed impatiently.
I'm not about to go looking for trouble. I was just trying to help, that's all.
With that, Henry pulled his cap on and left for work. I stood on the porch and watched my brother disappear down the street, sick with concern. But as soon as he was out of sight, I forced myself to go inside and call Calvin. Henry called the police, and a detective came by this morning, I blurted, as soon as Calvin picked up my call on his office line.
He what?
Maybe there was someone here, I said hesitantly. Henry seemed so sure about it. I heard Calvin breathing over the line, and I could easily imagine his pensive expression.
He was fighting thin air, sweetheart. You saw that as much as I did.
I told them we didn't hear anything. I told the officer at least 3 times, I said heavily.
Is there going to be any trouble from this, Lizzie? Should I warn Jürgen? Should I call the station and try to straighten it out?
I asked the officer if they'd arrest Rhodes, and he said they couldn't because none of us had seen him clearly. He just said they'd keep an eye on the house, maybe make some inquiries.
Lizzie,
Cal said quietly.
Will you talk to Henry? Please. As a matter of urgency, sweetheart. He needs to speak to a doctor. This is serious now.
I agreed to speak to Henry that night, then spent the day wondering how I was supposed to do it without embarrassing him or setting him off. Henry beat Cal home from work that day. He tousled my hair as he came past me in the kitchen, and I nudged him away impatiently with my shoulder because my hands were covered in ground beef.
Is that meatloaf?
He said, peering hopefully at the bowl I was working on. Sure is, I said brightly. It was his favorite, and I was trying to butter him up. How was your day?
Great,
he said.
You? No trouble today?
Not a peep, I said lightly. I smoothed the last of the meat into the pan and washed my hands, then slipped the pan into the oven. Henry helped himself to a beer from the fridge and was sitting at the table reading the newspaper. Henry, listen, I was thinking you might want to see a doctor. He looked up at me blankly.
A doctor? I'm not sick.
Well, you said you don't sleep well now, I said carefully. Maybe some sleeping pills.
I've tried them,
Henry said abruptly. This was news to me. You have? Henry closed the newspaper and stood, taking the beer with him as he stepped away from the table.
Those pills aren't for me, sis. Besides, it's good that I don't sleep well at the moment.
How is that good?
I can keep you safe, Lizzie. I'll keep an eye on the house while you sleep.
He was walking away, beer in hand, already at the kitchen door, his swollen body straining the largest uniform the lumberyard had to offer, his shoulders slumped. My heart ached for Henry. No one was here last night, Henry, I said hesitantly.
Sis,
he said, glancing back at me to force a tight smile.
I know what I saw.
When Cal got home that evening, Henry was in the living room, chuckling at something on TV. Cal motioned for me to follow him into his study, then closed the door.
Have you spoken to Henry about a doctor?
I tried, I said. Calvin gave me a searching look. The compassion and sympathy in his eyes was so intense, it moved me to tears. Calvin Miller truly was the best man I knew. Can we just give Henry a few more days, Cal? I whispered. Please? Let's just let him settle in more before we make a big deal out of what was probably just a vivid nightmare.
Okay, sweetheart,
Cal said carefully, even though I could see he was unconvinced.
We can give him a bit more time to settle back in. But if there's any more trouble like last night, we'll have to force the issue.
Thank you.
I don't want to embarrass him. I truly don't. But it might just be that Henry's problems are finally bad enough that he needs to accept some help.
24. Sofie, Berlin, Germany, 1935. Jürgen and I talked until after midnight that night, trying to consider every possibility. Which border might we run for? How would we make sure we didn't arouse suspicion, especially with Dietka keeping such a close watch on us? What would Adela do? She would encourage us to flee without her, but we were anxious about leaving her behind. Would there be consequences for her? There were too many questions we couldn't answer, and with Jürgen's eyes red from fatigue, we decided we'd sleep on it. I tossed and turned, asking myself a million variations of, are we really going to do this? The last time I looked at the alarm clock, it was 2:33 a.m. I was roused from sleep less than half an hour later by a thumping from the front door, the sound loud enough that the windows in our room rattled. Bleary-eyed and bewildered, I rolled toward Jürgen and shook him. What's going on? He groaned as he pushed himself upright, then slipped his glasses on, looked at the alarm clock and turned back to me. A knock at the door at this hour can only mean one thing, my love. We stared at one another in the dim light. My heart was pounding against my chest, static ringing in my ears. I haven't done anything wrong, he whispered. I'm assuming you haven't either. I'm? I choked out, closing my eyes. We need to answer the door before the children wake up. I pulled on my housecoat and followed Jürgen down the stairs, my heart racing so fast I felt lightheaded. When we reached the ground floor, he reached for the handle and I caught his elbow. We can't just let them take her, I cried, belatedly panicking as I imagined Mayim being dragged out into the night. Jürgen hesitated, glancing between me and the door. The thumping returned. "Open up!" someone shouted. "I'm sorry, Sofie," Jürgen whispered, voice breaking. "We can't not answer." Above us, a floorboard creaked. I looked up to find Mayim on the landing above us. "What is it?" she whispered. "Go into the closet in Laura's room," I whispered fiercely. We could tell them Mayim wasn't home. Tell them only our little girl was in that room. Maybe they'd believe us. Surely it was worth a shot. We had to do something. "Hide, please." Mayim gasped, and a sudden terror crossed her face, but she didn't move. "If I hide in there, Laura may wake up and see them take me," she whispered back. She pursed her lips, then closed her eyes and whispered weakly, "I can't let that happen." "Sofie," Jürgen said. I looked at him, and his gaze was calm. "I'm sorry, my love. We can't hide her. We just can't." I looked upstairs again to see Mayim walking away, but she returned just a second later, pulling on her coat, her chin high, and her eyes clear. "But she hasn't done anything wrong," I cried, as Jürgen threw open the door to reveal a group of men on the doorstep. The Gestapo did not wear a uniform. They worked by stealth. These men could have just been a social group out for a late-night stroll, but for the murder in their expressions. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw Dietke hovering on the sidewalk behind them. "Jürgen Rhodes," the man at the front said. Jürgen nodded silently. "You need to come with us." My heart skipped a beat. "But, wait, what?" I choked out, stepping forward. Jürgen looked at me in alarm. Then he shook his head and shot me a frantic look as I took a step closer. I pressed a hand to my mouth, suddenly terrified. I was going to be sick. "Can I change?" Jürgen asked the men, motioning down at his nightclothes. "This isn't a social visit," the men snapped. Jürgen didn't resist, not even as the men led him out the front door and into the night. I took a step forward into the empty doorway. The streetlight glowed outside, bringing just enough light that I saw my husband pushed into the back seat of a black car. I watched until the car drove away, and the street was suddenly quiet again. I might have dreamed the whole thing, except that I was shaking from head to toe. And Dietke was still standing right outside the low stone wall between my front garden and the sidewalk. Through my tears, I met his eyes. We had been neighbors for years, and we were at least friendly. He gave me a sad look, then slowly shook his head, as if he were personally disappointed in me. "Where are they taking him?" I asked him hoarsely. Instead of answering, he turned and walked slowly across the road, back to his house. I paced in the foyer for a while, frantic and sobbing. "I don't know what to do," I blurted after a while. "Could you call Lydia and Carl?" Mayim suggested. She was also crying, but lingering on the stairwell landing, as if the front door represented a threat to her physical safety. I felt bad for waking Lydia and Carl, but to my surprise, there was no answer. I called again with the same result. "Maybe they went away," Mayim suggested, but I stared at her, then back to the phone, frowning. "But I phoned Lydia after I picked Georg up from school yesterday, remember?" I slumped, shaking my head. "We were supposed to have morning tea at her house tomorrow. Today. They must be home. What else can we do? We have to wait," I choked out. And that was what we did. But every time I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find how little time had passed. Eventually, Mime and I shifted to the sitting room, and the sun began to breach the horizon, golden rays of light slowly filtering through the drapes. Mime rose and made us some strong coffee in preparation for the children waking up. We sat together on the sofa and sipped the bitter brew. "You thought they were here for me," she said after a while. "It seemed the only obvious reason for their visit. You need Jürgen's job more than you need me," she said stiffly. "I'd rather stay at my parents' apartment than to watch Jürgen dragged from your house by the Gestapo on my account. Last night, Jürgen and I talked about leaving." "Leaving? His job?" she said, eyebrows lifting. "Leaving Germany. All of us. Him, me, you, maybe even Adela." "Adela would never leave. She was born in that house. She wants to die in that house." "I know," I laughed weakly through my tears. Adela had trained us all so well. We each understood exactly what she wanted for the end of her life. We were going to ask her anyway. But then I paused, considering the sequence of these events. Jürgen was so convinced they'd never let him leave. That was exactly why we intended to go quickly and quietly. "It was after you went to bed," I told Mime, trying to join the pieces of the puzzle. "We were in the study. The door was locked. No one could have heard us. Maybe Dietger was sitting outside," she said, "near the window. We were in the corner, in the armchairs. The window was closed." I rose and walked back across the hall to the study. I had no idea what a listening device might look like. But if there was a microphone in his room, surely I'd be able to find it? Mime came to help, but after we searched every nook and cranny, we found nothing. "Isn't it starting to feel like they have eyes and ears everywhere?" Mime whispered when we finally gave up and dropped our exhausted bodies back into chairs in the living room. "Nowhere is safe now. Not even our own home. And when we can't understand how they are surveilling us, we can't do a thing to avoid it." We sat in silence for a long while after that. The sun rose all the way over the horizon. The coffee left in the pot had long gone cold. "Mama," Georg said. I turned to find him standing in the doorway, eyeing Mayim warily. She and I shared a sad glance, and I rose from the sofa. "I'll help you dress for school, Georg," I said, my throat tight. I hated to take him back to that place, but there was no alternative. Not yet, and maybe not ever. Lydia's nanny was at the school gate dropping off Hans. "Has Mrs. Zuschiller been called away?" I asked her lightly. She shook her head. "No, she's at home. There was a family emergency, and I tried to call last night," I said hesitantly. The nanny looked at me uncertainly. "There's a handset near my rooms. I'd have heard the phone if it rang." "Would you mind asking her to call me when you get home?" "Of course." I sat by the phone in Jürgen's study, waiting for Lydia to ring. Mayim brought me more coffee, then took Lara outside to play in the courtyard. I stared at the window at the front of the room, trying to figure out how Dietger might have heard us. "Mayim said they've taken Jürgen," Adela cried, bursting into the study without warning. I startled, and she crouched in front of me, cupping my face in her rough palms. "Oh, my Lord, Sophie! I'm so sorry, treasure. I'm so sorry. Do you have any idea what this is about?" I looked around the room, suddenly too scared to give voice to my suspicions. No longer even trusting the sanctuary of my home. "I don't know," I croaked. Adela pulled me into an embrace, holding me hard up against her thin body with surprising strength. She released me, then rose.
Is there anyone you can call? Those two Sheila friends, perhaps?
I tried to call last night, I said. They didn't answer. I asked Lydia's nanny to have them call me.
Call her now,
Adela said abruptly. It didn't occur to me to disobey her. I reached for the handset and dialed. This time, an answer came within a few rings.
This is the Sheila residence, the housekeeper said.
Hello, it's Sofie von Meyer Rhodes, I said. Then I cleared my throat and asked, Is Lydia at home? There was an awkward pause before the housekeeper said stiffly,
Mrs. Sheila is unavailable.
She's expecting me for tea this morning, I said weakly.
Mrs. Sheila is unavailable, Mrs. von Meyer Rhodes, she repeated firmly. That includes for your morning tea, I'm afraid.
I'll speak to Karl then?
He's at Kummersdorf, of course.
Did you have some phone trouble recently? I whispered, closing my eyes.
At this, she paused. Then she said thoughtfully, It's the strangest thing. Both of the phones had been unplugged. I only realized this morning when I was dusting. It must have been one of the children.
The children hadn't touched those phones. It had been Lydia or Karl,
because they knew I'd be calling at an indecent hour.
There was a quiet knock at the front door just before noon. Adela rushed to answer it, but Mime and I followed at a safe distance. Jürgen was there, alone. One of his eyes was purple and swollen almost shut, and he was visibly disheveled. But it seemed he'd suffered no other serious injuries. Adela embraced him, murmuring prayers of gratitude to God. Then she stepped aside, making room for me. I threw my arms around his neck and wept. He stood still and silent, his hands against my back, his breathing steady and calm. But when I pulled away, I saw the miserable way he glanced between Mayim and me. And I knew this wasn't over yet. And Adela turned away and was facing the hallway toward the kitchen, as if she couldn't bear for us to see her cry. But her voice was thick with tears.
I expect you'll need coffee.
That would be wonderful. And we'll take it in the courtyard.
Thank you, Aunt Adela,
Jürgen said quietly. Adela and Mayim whispered as they walked down the hallway, leaving me alone with my husband.
The courtyard, I said, protesting. You need to rest.
I am tired, he admitted,
which seemed the understatement of the century.
Even so, he forced a smile.
The sunlight on my face will help to wake me up.
We sat on the wrought iron chairs in the courtyard. Mayim brought a tray out and set it up in front of us, with rye bread and Adela's black currant jam. And coffee so strong I could smell it as she stepped out of the back door. Once she was gone, Jürgen slipped his arm around my shoulders and drew in a deep breath, as if he were breathing me in.
They knew we were talking about leaving. That's why they took me. My options are limited, but simple. I'm alive, and I work for the rocket program.
Oh. He broke off, and I swallowed hard.
It's like I said last night. They need me too much to let me walk away.
Jürgen released me gently and poured himself a cup of coffee. He sipped it gingerly, then touched his swollen eye socket, wincing.
They said it sends the wrong message to the public if a senior employee like me associates with Jews.
Well, I said, trying to stay calm, we can just...
Sofie, she has to go. We have to erase her from our lives. That's what they said.
His voice sharpened with disgust.
Erase her. She's like your sister, and that means she's like my sister. She's a part of our family.
We can't, I choked out, stricken.
We'll be an example to the public one way or another. Do you understand what that means? It means if we aren't an example of how to shun a Jewish friend, we'll be an example of what happens to people who don't. I don't know how we survive if I lose this job, let alone if...
I wondered about the timing of this, I whispered. Mayim thought maybe Ditka was outside the window.
They repeated back to me what you and I said last night. Jürgen said, there is no way Ditka would have heard us so clearly if he was outside. It was as though the Gestapo were in the room with us.
I checked the study this morning, I said, shaking my head. Surely, if there was a microphone in there, we'd be able to see it?
Maybe not, Jürgen said hesitantly. He glanced at me. There was talk at Kummersdorf about a weapons designer who went rogue. They say he was caught because of a passive listening device in his office. The Gestapo was supposedly sitting in the next building listening to every word he said. I never took the rumors seriously until last night. Secret listening devices? So small that the person wouldn't even notice them? So small that they can't even be found? The very idea seems so fanciful. I figured the rumor was just more propaganda. It would suit the Gestapo for people to think they could hear us even in the privacy of our offices or our homes too.
But there is no sign of a device in that room. Could they really have invented invisible microphones that don't even need electricity? There must be another explanation.
If you told an electronics engineer that I have reasonably reliable rockets firing on a regular basis, he'd probably say that's absurd. For all we know, someone else working for Army Ordnance has designed passive microphones that really could be hidden in plain sight. We have to act as if it's true.
We have to assume they can hear everything we say? Everywhere we go?
It's probably safe out here, he whispered. Maybe there are ways we can cover the sound of our whispers inside, but we'll have to be careful. We'll never know which rooms they are listening in on. He motioned toward Adela's building next door, or even which homes.
Ditka was there when you were taken last night, I said, my throat tight.
The existence of such a technology might explain his mystical ability to stick his nose in everyone's business. I felt physically ill.
I tried to call Lydia after the Gestapo took you. I didn't know what else to do. She didn't answer, and this morning their housekeeper told me they unplugged their phones last night.
Jürgen and I stared at one another, connecting the dots in the only way that made any sense. They knew you'd be calling, Jürgen said finally.
You were friends with Carl, and I was friends with Lydia long before you and I even started dating, I said. If we can't trust them, who can we trust? The answer was in my husband's eyes. Moving forward, we would have to trust no one outside of our family.
What do we do about Mayim? He asked. I could never bring myself to send Mayim away, but she couldn't stay. We couldn't allow our children to be brainwashed. But we had no choice other than to allow our children to be brainwashed. I couldn't join my thoughts together in a way that made sense.
My love, Jürgen said suddenly. I turned to him and he gave me a gentle smile. The skin around his swollen eye crinkled.
Leave it with me, will you? Let me think on it.
He went inside to take a nap after that. Mayim retreated to Adela's house with Laura, and I went next door to join them. Adela made me sickly sweet milky tea, and every time I finished a cup, she refilled it. In the end, we sat in near silence, but for the sound of Laura's chatter as she pottered around. I nursed that final cup of tea in my hands, too full to drink it, but drawing comfort from the warmth. When Jürgen woke, he joined us, and he insisted I go home for a nap too. And when I roused again, I slipped out of the bedroom and into the living room, where I found Jürgen and Mayim sitting across from one another on the sofas. Mayim was crying, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. "I had already decided to leave, Sofie," she said. "But how will you survive?" I asked, stricken. "I'm strong. My family is strong," she said, her voice breaking. "Besides, we don't have a choice. You know that's true, even if you wish it wasn't." In the foyer, less than an hour later, I stood opposite my best friend, staring into her eyes. "I'm going to be okay," Mayim insisted. But she was pale, and I knew that she did not believe that any more than I did. I had been increasingly aware that she and her family were in danger. Until that moment in the foyer, I fooled myself that as long as she was in our house, she was safe. But I had become someone who would sit at a dinner party and crack jokes about pork knuckle when a man spoke of Mayim and her family as vermin. I was someone who would let my child read anti-Semitic books. I was someone who would let my best friend be sent away, even as our country turned its back on her. She was in danger, and I was a part of the problem, not the solution. I just didn't know how to fix any part of that without risking Jürgen's life. It was an impossible, unbearable position. "I don't know how to get through the day without you," I blurted. "Me either," she whispered unevenly. "That is something we are both going to have to figure out. I want my children to be like you," I said, hot tears rolling onto my cheeks. "I wanted you to help me shape them to be better people. I don't know how to be a good mother without your help." "Nonsense." She pressed a hand to my chest, flattening it over my heart. "It's all here, Sofie. You're already a better mother than you know." We were both sobbing now, each of us increasingly distressed. We'd been children together, and then we'd navigated adolescence and those first brave steps into adulthood at finishing school. And then she'd been by my side when I married Jürgen and had my children. Undeserving of her love, though I knew myself to be, I was certain I was every bit as important to Mayim as she was to me. That was a part of the wonder of her, that she loved me dearly, despite my flaws. "Sofie," Jürgen said. He had taken her bags to the car and was waiting to drive her to her parents' apartment. He gave me a helpless look. "Mayim and I need to go." I threw my arms around her one last time and I whispered fiercely in her ear, "Go to Musha. Go to Poland." She stiffened, and I choked on a sob. I dropped my voice further until I knew she had to strain to hear me. "Please, please." Adela was right. Germany is not safe for you anymore. It hasn't been safe for a long time. Adela came across that night and cooked dinner for us. I knew that the sausages and mashed potatoes would have been salty and buttery and delicious, but I pushed the food around my plate, too distraught to eat. Georg and Laura were unsettled too, each protesting at feigned outrages I was too depressed to acknowledge. When Laura threw a piece of sausage at Jürgen, seemingly without provocation, he pushed his chair back and said sternly, "Upstairs, now, both of you." The children were visibly startled by their mild-mannered father, and they marched obediently upstairs with Jürgen close behind. The minute Adela and I were alone, I burst into tears. She came around the table to sit beside me and rested her hand over mine. "You get tonight to sulk, Sofie von Meyer Rhodes. But tomorrow, you get up, you get out of bed, and you carry on. It's not always the strongest trees that survive the storm. Sometimes it's the trees that bend with the wind. And you, my treasure, find yourself right in a hurricane." She dropped her voice to the barest of whispers, so faint I had to strain to hear her, even though her lips were against my ear as she added, "They insist you become a Nazi. So you pretend to be the best damned Nazi you can be. You will always know deep down inside what is true and what is right. And they cannot touch your heart. But you have no choice now about the facade you present. Your husband and your children are counting on you to play the game." She pushed back her chair and said firmly, "You just need a strong cup of tea and some sugar. Everything is going to be just fine. You'll see." It didn't feel like everything was going to be fine. Not that night. And not the next morning, when Jürgen and I went through every room of the house, purging mementos of Mayim, erasing her from our lives as we had been instructed to do. I couldn't bring myself to dispose of the photos and the letters and the birthday cards. So Jürgen did it for me, burning them in the fireplace in the living room, right beside the spot where she liked to sit and read. I kept the knit blanket. It would be my comfort item now, to bring me a different kind of warmth when the world had turned so cold. Georg said he was happy that Mayim was gone, but I could feel his grief, even if he didn't know how to make sense of it. He'd wake in the night calling for her, and I'd rush in to find him crying in his sleep. I promised myself that when all of it was over, I'd take him away to the country and I'd undo all of the damage those years were doing to his soul. In truth, I had no idea if that kind of healing was even possible. Isn't an adult just a child shaped by experience? How does a person learn not to hate, when that hate has been imprinted upon them from such a young age? Laura's grief was as uncompromising as mine at first.
"I only want to eat Mayim's food,"
she told me stubbornly. And then it was,
"I only want Mayim to bathe me,"
and
"I only want Mayim to dress me."
Worst of all was,
"No, Mama, I only want Mayim's cuddles,"
after she'd scraped her knee one day. But she was 5 years old, and 5-year-olds are, if nothing else, adaptable. In time, Laura stopped asking for Mayim, and Georg stopped calling out for her at night, and as relieved as I was, it was like losing her all over again. 25. Sofie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. Jürgen was sitting in the living room, trying to get Felix to accept a little wooden toy truck. Felix was sitting behind the sofa, peeking out at the truck longingly, but refusing to come out to get it. There was a knock at the door, and Jürgen sighed and rose to answer it, leaving the truck on the floor. I stayed in the living room with Felix, hiding a laugh as he came out from behind the sofa, scooped the truck up, and immediately took it back into his hiding place. "He's your papa," I said quietly.
"He's a stranger,"
Felix muttered, as he started rolling the truck up and down the back of the sofa. "Felix, go sit with Gisela, please," Jürgen murmured from the door, as he returned with another man in tow. I quickly shepherded my son down the hallway to Gisela's room, then returned to find the guest was sitting opposite Jürgen, his expression solemn. He wasn't wearing a uniform, but something about his stiff posture spoke of authority, maybe even anger or aggression. I felt my heart rate kick up a notch as I carefully took a seat beside Jürgen.
"Can you tell me where you were last night at 2 a.m., Mr. Rhodes?"
the man said. Jürgen and I shared a bewildered look.
"I was here, of course,"
Jürgen said blankly. "Asleep."
"Does she speak English?"
the man asked Jürgen, looking at me. "I do," I said abruptly. I cleared my throat, then said, "I'm Sofie Rhodes. I didn't catch your name."
"Detective Johnson,"
he said. I recognized that name. This was the policeman Jürgen spoke to on the phone that day someone graffitied our street.
"Can you confirm that your husband was asleep in your bed last night, Mrs. Rhodes?"
"Of course he was," I said. A strange, cold chill ran through my body, and a vivid image of a tiny, damp concrete cell flashed before my eyes. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that American police were not the Gestapo, that Jürgen and I wouldn't wind up separated and locked up. Not ever again. But even if my mind knew the truth, my body did not, and my stomach was churning violently. I could see the terror in Jürgen's eyes. I knew some part of him was back there, too.
"Did you visit the Miller home last night?"
"Calvin Miller?" Jürgen said, confused.
"No, sir. I've never been to his home, but I was just at work with him all day. Someone broke into their house last night, apparently looking for his wife. Are you telling me that wasn't you?"
"Of course it wasn't me," Jürgen exclaimed. "Why would I break into my boss's house, then go to work the next day as if nothing happened? That's insanity."
"The intruder had a German accent, Mr. Rhodes, and seemed to be looking for Mrs. Miller. I understand you,"
his gaze moved to me,
"and Mrs. Miller had an altercation last weekend."
"It wasn't an altercation," I said, my voice small as I stared at the carpet, unable to meet the detective's gaze. "It was a disagreement. I'm very sorry this has happened to them, but it had nothing to do with us." The officer folded up his notebook and slipped it into his pocket. He stood, and Jürgen did the same. The two men stared at one another, both standing tall.
"I'm sure you know by now that this town didn't ask for you to come here."
"I appreciate that," Jürgen said calmly.
"But your government did. We are committed to being good citizens and to contributing something to your nation. I want no trouble from you or from the Millers, Detective Johnson.
You have my word on that."
"Frankly, Mr. Rhodes, the words of a Nazi don't mean much to me. That's what the graffiti in front of your street said, right?"
He dropped his voice, his tone dark as he repeated the word.
"Nazi?"
Jürgen opened his mouth to protest, then thought better of it. "I was not at the Miller household last night, sir," Jürgen repeated steadily. "I have no problem with Mrs. Miller, nor does my wife. I work very closely with Calvin Miller. His family has had no trouble from me, and they'll have no trouble from me.
You should know, Mr. Rhodes, if there's one thing the boys at the station agree on, it's that if there's a chance to throw one of you in our cell, we're taking it."
After the detective left, Jürgen and I sat on the sofa, side by side. "What on earth is going on?" I asked him uneasily.
"I don't know. And I don't know what to do."
He pinched the bridge of his nose. "I saw Calvin in the lab early this morning. He seemed a bit weary, but he didn't say anything about this." Jürgen squeezed his eyes closed. "Things have been a little tense since the party." "I'm sorry," I said weakly. No, no. Jürgen waved a vaguely dismissive hand in my direction. I know you wouldn't have spoken without provocation. It's just, you know how men can be about their wives. He's protective of her, as he should be. And so, knowing you two had that disagreement, I suppose things have been tender between us. I figure it was for the best that we just got on with work instead of trying to hash it out. But now, how am I going to talk to him about this? I think this must be his wife's doing, I whispered. Jürgen frowned. She made it pretty clear she doesn't want us here. Maybe she's just trying to cause trouble for us. Kelvin might not even know. So, do I talk to him about it tomorrow? I shrugged. To what end? So he goes home and argues with his wife? Jürgen nodded slowly. He has a lot of influence, Sofie, he murmured, closing his eyes briefly. I really cannot afford to get on Calvin Miller's bad side. His recommendation will make or break my citizenship application one day. We woke up the next morning to find graffiti had been painted on our street again. Bright red letters over the black paint from last time, all across the entrance to the street. It was already dry by the time Klaus walked out his front door to go to work and noticed it. He came to let us know. Lucky I took Detective Johnson's advice and bought the paint in bulk. Jürgen sighed. This is ridiculous, Klaus muttered, glancing at the paint resentfully. Other families were coming to their doors now, but the women quickly shepherded their children back inside after they saw the paint. There was a brief meeting between the German men after that, most of them already dressed for work, as Jürgen was. I watched through the window as they stood on the street and stared at the paint. What were they thinking? The truth was, many of these men were members of the Nazi Party. Did they feel shame at the reminder? Or just frustration at the inconvenience? The answer was there in the slumped shoulders and downturned mouths. After a few minutes, Jürgen returned to the house, already unbuttoning his shirt. What are we going to do? I asked him. He shrugged sadly. There isn't much we can do if the police aren't interested in helping us. We thought about a roster of men to watch the street and try to catch the perpetrator. But there seems little point. What would we do with them once we did? The men are in agreement that the best strategy is to paint over it and hope the culprit gets bored of the game. I stood on the porch and watched as Jürgen got to work, carefully rolling paint over the words on the street. The events of the previous night, and now this, left me unsettled and confused. I was trying to keep perspective, reminding myself I'd expected a transition period where things might be uncomfortable. But then a man rounded the corner into our street, on the sidewalk opposite our house. I'd seen him before, on that first day as we arrived from the bus station. Maybe he had to pass through our street as he walked to and from work. The man stopped a dozen or so feet from where Jürgen was painting over the graffiti. Jürgen looked up at him and offered a nod in greeting, which the man did not return. He just stared at the road for a long moment, his face twisted into a smirk. Then the stranger continued casually on his way. I waited until he was well out of earshot before I walked down the porch stairs and onto the front path. As I approached Jürgen, he turned back to me and shrugged. I thought being in a neighborhood with the other German families would be for the best. But it seems there are some downsides to everyone knowing which street we all live on. Yes, I'd say there are some downsides, I muttered. I saw that man the first day we arrived, and he was no less hostile then. It will get better. This is still new for everyone. The town will adjust to our presence here in time. I hope so, I said softly, extending my hand. Jürgen took it and squeezed it gently, and this time At least we're together through the struggle.
26. Lizzie. El Paso, Texas. 1937. After 2 long years in El Paso, I'd finally carved out a life for myself. Everything started to turn around when I stopped waiting for a door to open for me and started looking for ways to force one open. I set my sights on a housekeeping job at the Hilton, and because a sign in the front window assured me they weren't hiring, I started lingering in the laneway near the staff entrance. From a distance, I noticed staff come into that back door with their arms loaded with trash, struggling to carry it to the industrial bins a little way down the lane, then having to rest the trash on the ground while they shifted the heavy lids off the bins. A second set of hands made that whole process so much easier, so I turned their problem into an opportunity and appointed myself the Hilton's unofficial trash assistant. I did this for weeks, right through the worst of a bleak winter, wearing multiple layers so I didn't freeze. Henry thought I'd lost my mind until the day the housekeeping manager came to the door and greeted me by name. She didn't offer me a job right away. Instead, she let me clean the staff room and work in the hotel laundry, places where I'd never see a guest or their belongings. "I can't pay you," she said bluntly, "but I can promise if you're reliable and prove you're trustworthy, you'll be at the front of the line when a position does come up." And 6 weeks later, when one of the maids quit to get married, my hard work paid off. We had 130 guest rooms to service, and I was the first to raise my hand to complete a task, even if it was onerous or particularly filthy. That ingratiated me to the rest of the team. I wouldn't say I made friends at work, but I certainly earned the respect of Mrs. Thompson and the other maids, and more importantly, I learned to fit in. The housekeeping job brought enough income for me and Henry to move back into the rooming house, but better accommodation wasn't the magic fix for Henry's mood I'd hoped it would be. His charm had always defined him, but it was impossible to charm his way to employment when he always seemed to find himself at the back of a line of desperate men. My brother had never lied to me before, so I took him at his word when he said he'd been out looking for work during the day. But I wasn't surprised his job search was going badly. Even now that he had access to laundry facilities and a washroom, Henry wasn't cleaning himself up. It perplexed me as much as it frustrated me. "Maybe if you got up a little earlier," I suggested. Then I drew in a deep breath. "Maybe you could shave, too. I could give you some money for new clothes." "Don't judge me, Lizzie," he snapped. Henry had never been one to speak harshly to anyone, especially me. Something was changing in him. There was a dullness to his eyes. The rooming house was vastly more comfortable than the homeless camp, but I figured that if I had a deposit for rent in advance on an apartment, we'd be well placed to move once Henry found work. Within a few months, I had a little bundle of bills in that envelope. I was devastated the day I came home from work to find it gone. "You shouldn't have left money in the room," Henry said when I told him we'd been robbed. I recoiled, stunned by his sharp tone. "Where else would I leave it? I needed a man to come to the bank to sign for me to open an account, which Henry offered to do, but I worked such long hours that we just hadn't found the time." "I don't know, Lizzie," he exclaimed. "This place isn't much better than the homeless camp. I'm so sick of the noise and the smell of cabbage from the damned kitchen and waiting to use the bathroom." "But it's all we can afford," I said, stunned. He scrubbed a hand down his face, drew a few ragged breaths, then gave me a miserable look. "I'm sorry. I never thought it would be like this." "I know," I said uneasily. "Something will come up." "Maybe we should try to go somewhere else. I've heard there's more work in California. Farm work, even. We could take some of your wages and buy bus tickets. Try our luck there." "Henry, no," I said, startled. Farm work did sound much better than housekeeping, but I couldn't leave a real job for the chance of a theoretical one, especially after how hard I had worked to get it. "Maybe I should just go then," he said flatly. "I lined up to ask about this new unemployment compensation program today. They'll give me $5 a week for 14 weeks. I could save it all, use it for bus fare." "Something will come up," I said, throat tight. "Please don't give up just yet." I was already working 6 long days a week, but watching Henry's mood spiral downward, I grew desperate to change something, Anything that might help him. When I told the housekeeping manager I needed more money, she found me a night shift in the hotel restaurant, waiting tables. And finally, Henry and I moved into an apartment. It was a 5th-floor walk-up, just 3 small rooms, but we had our own kitchen and bathroom. I experienced a new level of tired, working double shifts every day. But in addition to the bump in my wages, there were other unexpected benefits. In that little hour between my jobs, I could take the elevator all the way to the top of the Hilton. The rooftop balcony had been converted into a beautiful outdoor area for the guests. From one side, I could see right over the Rio Grande into Mexico, and from the other, mountains and rocky outcrops and clear open space. I'd walk to the edge and look out to the northeast, staring until my eyes watered, as though if I just looked hard enough, I'd see all the way up through New Mexico, back to my home in Dallam County. The top of the Hilton El Paso wasn't quite as sacred or peaceful as Mother's moments on that little chair with Elsie, but the idea was just the same. I had to compress all my grief and my longing into those few minutes each day. It was the only time I ever stood still long enough to let myself acknowledge all that I'd lost, and just how lost I was in El Paso. One night, I placed a steaming hot plate of food in front of one of our regular guests. His name was Calvin Miller, and he stayed at the hotel for a night or 2 each week, sometimes longer. He liked to stay in a room on the highest available floor, and rumor was he was a widower, consulting on new airplanes at Fort Bliss. I wouldn't have noticed Calvin if I walked past him on the street. I guessed he was in his late 30s, probably close to 15 years my senior. He was tall and wiry, with a neat dark beard trimmed close to his face, and he wore thick glasses that magnified his hazel eyes. Having serviced his room, I knew he was fastidiously clean, and he always traveled with piles of aeronautics textbooks. Overall, Calvin looked and carried himself like someone too clever for an ordinary existence.
"You're not your usual self this evening, Miss Lizzie,"
he said. "Everything's fine, Mr. Miller," I said as brightly as I could, but I struggled to fix a professional smile on my face. I'd been mugged walking home one night, the thief making off with my bag and apartment keys, but no money, given I didn't even have any spare change that week. Even working as hard as I was barely covering the expenses on the apartment.
"You have this worry line, Miss Lizzie, right here."
Calvin touched the spot between his eyebrows. "Just tired, I guess," I said, flushing. "Can I get you anything else?"
"It's quiet tonight, huh?"
he said. It was almost 10 o'clock, and only a single table of businessmen remained in the restaurant, finishing their drinks. The restaurant would close soon, and then I'd start my cleaning.
"Have you eaten?"
I usually eat when I finish my shift."
"Take a seat, Miss Lizzie,"
he said, motioning toward the chair opposite him, then toward his plate. He'd ordered his usual: steak, fries, and a side of vegetables.
"Share this and chat with me."
"Oh, no,
Come on,"
Calvin cajoled.
"Haven't you heard I'm a lonely widower? Your boss won't mind if you sit a minute and keep me company. If you get in trouble, I'll tell them I insisted."
I took another glance around the room, just in time to see the table of businessmen I'd been serving drop their napkins onto their plates. One of them waved at me as he left, and since Calvin and I were alone in the restaurant anyway, I sank into the empty chair opposite him.
"Did you grow up here, Miss Lizzie?"
I shook my head. My family had a farm near Oakden.
"Oakden? I don't know it."
I'm not surprised. It's a tiny little town in Dallam County.
"What brings you to El Paso?"
My brother and I came here looking for work. We lost the farm in the drought. He grimaced.
"Lots of families losing their farms these days. I'm sorry."
I nodded silently, and he twisted the plate so that the fries were closest to me. Just as I began to tell him I wasn't hungry, my stomach rumbled at the scent. I sighed and took one. "Thank you. What do you do for work, Mr. Miller?"
"Call me Calvin, please,"
he said.
"I'm an aeronautical engineer. I work for a specialist firm up in Albuquerque."
"Isn't Albuquerque a long way from here?"
"Not too far. 4 or 5 hours, depending on how busy the road is. This is just a temporary contract,"
he said. "I'm worried about my brother," I suddenly admitted, not sure why I felt comfortable sharing this with a stranger. He can't find work. I don't know how to help him.
How old is he?
He's almost 27.
Plenty old enough to help himself.
It's not always that simple. Calvin nodded. Then he offered me a quiet smile.
It all depends on how big your heart is, I guess.
When I got home that night, Henry was in bed. I turned on the light in the little kitchen and sat beside him. "Henry," I whispered. His eyes opened a crack, and he peered at me in the dull light coming through the kitchen door. His eyes were bloodshot, and he smelled like whiskey.
"I took the money from the pantry,"
he said miserably. "You took the money for the electric bill?"
"It's not the first time I did it either. I took that money from your envelope back to the rooming house."
His voice cracked as he confessed.
"Lizzie, I don't know what I'm doing."
He looked so dejected, I couldn't even bring myself to be mad, but I was plenty hurt. I blinked quickly to clear the tears from my eyes before Henry could see them. "It's okay," I lied uneasily. "Did you take all of it this time?"
"No, about half."
"Okay," I whispered.
"Lizzie, I don't know how much longer I can go on like this."
The air in the room was thick with tension. My brother seemed genuinely exhausted, and I had a sudden, terrifying understanding. He was tired from the effort it was taking him to keep breathing. When I blinked, I saw him cradling Dad's body beneath that tree on the farm. The sun rising behind them, our entire world changed with one split-second decision.
"I'm letting you down, Lizzie. I'm a burden to you, and—"
"Don't you dare speak like that. You're the only family I've got now, and you'd never be a burden to me." He blinked hard. He couldn't quite clear the tears before I saw them. "We're a team, right? We always have been."
"It's not a team when one player is doing all of the work, sis,"
he whispered. Then he offered a weak smile.
"Hey, listen. I'm tired, and you must be too. I need to get back to sleep."
He was right. I was exhausted. Even so, I was too scared to fall asleep, in case he wasn't there when I woke up.
"You have that worry line between your eyes again, Miss Lizzie,"
Calvin said a few weeks later. We'd fallen into a habit of chatting the nights he was at the hotel, and I generally looked forward to his company. But I felt uncharacteristically fragile that night. Like if he prodded me, I'd dissolve into a puddle of tears. I'd worked 3 Sundays in a row so we could meet the electric bill, but I had to keep the cash in my locker at work. Henry was disappearing for days. I set Calvin's steak and fries on the table, then forced a smile. "It's just been a long day, that's all." Calvin lingered over his meal that night. I'd long cleared his plate and finished my cleaning, but he was still sitting there, making notes in the margins of a document. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just after 11. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Miller," I said, approaching his table. "The restaurant is closed now."
"I know,"
he said. He closed a folder over his document, then lifted his briefcase up onto the table and slipped it inside.
"There's a diner just down the road where we can go for a milkshake, or we can have a chat while I walk you home. Up to you."
"Thank you, Calvin," I said quietly. "I appreciate it, but I'm okay. Really." Only as soon as I said those words, a tear leaked onto my cheek. Mortified, I swiped at it with the back of my hand, but Calvin's expression only softened.
"Lizzie."
"I'm okay," I insisted weakly. "I'm fine. I'm just tired." I was worn out from worrying and utterly exhausted. Every single night, as I made that walk home, I wondered what I'd find when I opened the apartment door.
"Come on,"
Calvin said gently, rising to his full height.
"Let me put this up in my room, and I'll meet you in the lobby in a few minutes."
I was seated opposite Calvin in the diner down the block, a milkshake untouched in front of me. He'd devoured his, and now he was listening intently as I rambled about my brother. My father had these black periods his whole life. Good days and bad days, but especially once the drought got bad. I mean, things were bad, don't get me wrong. But sometimes it seemed like things were worse for Dad than for anyone else. I struggled for words as I rubbed my forehead. There's a darkness that runs in the men in my family. Henry isn't lazy or overreacting. I know that things really do feel hopeless to him, but he's not even trying to find work now. Not really. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
Henry's pride is hurt because I'm supporting him, and now that's part of the problem. But what am I supposed to do? Quit my jobs? Let us live in a homeless camp again?
Good grief, Lizzie. Of course you shouldn't do that.
I think it was the same for our father, and I bet Henry knows that. Dad was so reliant on Mother, and then when she died, he didn't even try. Not for a single day. I broke off, reluctant to even say the words aloud. Calvin winced, then leaned forward.
Did your father take his life?
I nodded, feeling myself becoming emotional. I had survived so much, but I had no idea how I'd go on if I lost Henry.
Sometimes a mind can play tricks on a person,
Calvin said, his eyes kind.
There is no shame in that for you or for Henry. For your brother, the best thing is probably the structure of a job, a reason to get out of bed each day, and a paycheck so he can feel proud again.
I know, I said heavily. I don't mean to say he hasn't tried. In the beginning, he really did try everything.
Maybe I can make some inquiries for you.
Would you? I said in surprise. You barely know me. You've never even met Henry.
I can't make any promises.
He shrugged.
But I can talk to some people. Let me see what I can do.
The next week when he was back in town, Calvin again suggested we go for a milkshake after I finished my shift. As we walked from the hotel toward the diner, he cut straight to the chase.
I know this might not be what you had in mind, Lizzie, but has Henry considered enlisting?
I stiffened. It's hard to enlist these days.
It is. The military has turned away more men than they've taken over these past 5 or 6 years.
The Depression had even hit the government hard, and military budgets weren't what they once were.
I hoped I could find him some labor work on base, but there's just nothing there to find. Not for a civilian. But if Henry were willing to enlist, I could put in a good word for him. I spoke with an Army enrollment officer, and he said that would mean something.
Why would you do this for us?
I like you.
Calvin shrugged.
It's lonely here sometimes. You keep me company. We're friends now, aren't we?
I guess we are, I said, but then I hesitated. But he'd have to go live on base, wouldn't he?
Of course, and there's no guarantee he'd be stationed here.
I just don't think... I trailed off, unsure of how to express my thoughts without insulting my brother. Henry couldn't handle a jackrabbit drive. How would he handle a military career? I couldn't even imagine him in a uniform.
It would mean 3 hot meals a day, a roof over his head, and more importantly, structure and a reason to get out of bed. I know this much for sure. Every man needs a purpose.
When I opened the door that night, I was immediately hit by a wave of body odor. The apartment was still and silent, and the lights were off. On previous nights, I'd turned the kitchen light on so as not to disturb Henry, but I offered him no such kindness that night. I turned the main light on, the one right above his bed. The blankets rustled, and then in a furious movement, he pulled them over his head.
"Don't start, sis,"
Henry mumbled, voice thick with sleep. I crossed the room in a few brisk steps, then threw the blankets back. Henry covered his face with his arms and made more sounds of irritation and complaint. He hadn't shaved or showered, and he was still wearing his trousers from the previous day. "You should enlist," I blurted. Henry stilled, then gradually opened his eyes, squinting against the light of the bulb.
"I went to an enrollment tent when we first got here. I waited in line all day. Didn't even get the chance to sit down for an interview. They were turning almost everyone away."
"But if they would accept you, you would want to enlist?" I asked, surprised. Henry dragged himself into a sitting position, still rubbing his eyes.
"Dad once told me that there are some men who are cut out for that life, and some men who aren't. I don't know that I'm the right kind of man,"
Henry muttered, idly scratching the scruffy whiskers on his cheek. I stared at my brother, absorbing the shadows under his eyes and the bleakness of his gaze. I knew exactly what Henry meant. He was soft and sensitive in the very best kind of way. Wouldn't those traits be liabilities for a man in the military? But we were at peace, and anyway, Henry wouldn't have to remain in the Army forever. All we needed was to force structure into Henry's life, to prop him up for a few years until the economy recovered and he could find a civilian job. My friend at the hotel knows an enrollment officer and thinks he can get you accepted. You need to do it. I drew in a deep breath. I am asking you to do it. Henry blinked. Then he frowned.
But Lizzie,
he started to protest, but I reached to take his hand, squeezing it forcefully as I said, "We can't go on this way. We just can't, Henry." I watched the emotions play out on my brother's face. First came shame and guilt and remorse. Then frustration and irritation and embarrassment and anger. But all of this faded as quickly as it rose. And then Henry looked away as he nodded. By then, he simply looked resigned. 27. Lizzie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. "How are you doing, Henry?" I asked one night a few weeks later. He was pushing his casserole around his plate, his expression distant, until he looked up and gave me a tired smile. His mood seemed a little low, but it was hard to be sure since I'd barely seen him for more than a few minutes at a time in weeks. Henry had been going in early and coming home late, and he'd even taken some weekend shifts.
just not used to the long hours on my feet. I'll get used to it.
He stifled a yawn, then pushed his chair back.
I might turn in. I've got an early start again tomorrow.
"Walt sure is working you hard," I remarked as he stood. Henry shrugged.
I'm volunteering for every shift I can get. I'm thankful for the work.
He took his plate to the sink, and as he did, a scrap of paper fell from his pocket, fluttering to the floor and landing under the table right near me. I leaned and picked it up. "Do you need this?" I asked. A large S was marked at the top of the page, and beneath it was some kind of schedule. The days listed down the left-hand side, followed by columns of scribbled times. The slip was in my hand for a second, long enough for me to register that Friday morning was underlined, before Henry plucked it from my fingers.
Phew, lucky I didn't lose that,
he said with a strained laugh.
That's my work hours for the week, so I can fill in my timesheet on Friday.
The explanation made perfect sense and should have been reassuring. But if he were telling the truth, why did Henry snatch the paper back from me? Overall, my brother seemed settled. There'd been no more midnight incidents, no more wild stories about intruders, no more unnecessary calls to the police. He had thrown himself into the job at the lumber yard, just as I'd hoped he would. If he was a little withdrawn, it was probably because he was bone-tired from trying to make a good impression at work. This was a good thing. For years, I'd hoped and prayed for Henry to find a job that stuck, and despite the rough start, it seemed my prayers had finally been answered. "Did you ever talk to Jürgen Rhodes about that detective and Henry?" I asked Calvin one morning. He sipped his coffee thoughtfully, then explained delicately.
You and Sofie Rhodes getting off on such an unfortunate foot makes things with me and Jürgen a little awkward.
Oh.
He lived and breathed to bring them here, Lizzie. For years. Whenever he speaks of his wife, his adoration of her is evident. I thought about warning him the day Henry called the police, but the opportunity never arose. And then I figured that if there had been any trouble, Jürgen would have mentioned it to me.
Cal set the coffee cup down and seemed to brace himself before he asked gravely,
Has something else happened?
No, I hastened to assure him. It's been a few weeks, and like I hoped, Henry seems to have settled right down. I was just curious. But I kept thinking about that conversation with Cal over his coffee. It took me a few days to figure out why it left me feeling so uncomfortable. I needed to think of those Germans as monsters, especially Rhodes, given what Calvin suspected about his past. It was unsettling to think of the same man as an ordinary person, with a family he loved and a wife he adored. When Becca called to invite me to another lunch with the Fort Bliss wives at what she was already calling our usual restaurant, an image of that whites only sign in the window flashed through my mind, and I shivered. "Do come," Becca pleaded. "I need all the moral support I can get. Avril's on a one-woman seduction campaign, determined to make Sofie Rhodes her new best friend. You know how she gets. And the upside is, I'm sure she'll have some delicious gossip from it. Discomfort sat like a stone in my gut. I always hated those lunches, and I knew how that particular one would go. Avril would be all sweetness and light, batting her eyelashes innocently, but there'd be real venom in her words. I didn't want to feel sympathy for Sofie Rhodes, but by the same token, I knew that Avril would be coming along to that lunch with the sole purpose of betraying her new friend. I thought about my garden. I thought about the bliss and ease I felt being out there,